Hello, hello, my beautiful peoples. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Jay Boog's in the house. Yeah, I don't think any recusal is going to happen for him. I think he can keep praying that Cosgrove will be recused, but they're not going to recuse him simply because Lindsay sued him because he has prosecutorial immunity. So he will no doubtedly be removed from that. That's not a reason. It's not gonna that a judge isn't gonna recuse him for that. I just don't see it happening. That's a stretch if I ever heard of one, but they do like throwing shit at the wall and seeing if it so much will stick, right? We have Deidre with us. Hey, Deidre.
Hey, I can barely hear you.
You can't hear me.
Oh, no, I can hear you now.
You can hear
it
me
helps when you use the volume button.
now.
Okay, let me read.
See if I can try to sign into Zoom and see, because they're about to do this hearing. So let's see.
Do you want me to tell you what Julie has said so far?
Yes. Tell us what Julie has said so far, please.
Okay. Tom CPU is there. Scott McGinnis is there. Will the Glare is there.
That's so funny to me that he actually showed up.
There's no crowds. So he doesn't have the fanfare that he wants.
He wants what Karen Reed had, and he's not going to get it.
Right. Betterow is there, and apparently his pants are very, very short. They look like they shrunk.
Well, to be fair, maybe he might have shrunk over this time. You know, Aiden is one of those people that like makes people shrink down into their seats after having to deal with him. You know, they're embarrassed. So he might have shrunk. You know, maybe it's not his pants. Maybe it's him.
Julie can see Aiden. She said he's on the other side of the glass, but I don't know what that means.
Well, there's probably a partition.
Dina is there.
Oh boy. Eric is there. I'm being told Eric is there, and she's like live. So apparently there's like 20, maybe 25 people there.
Melanie's
Melanie's live, yeah.
So Julie's inside the courthouse and she can't talk anymore.
Poor thing. It's all right. We got this.
Oh, she can keep
into the Zoom.
They're waiting for
criminal session. I'm waiting to be let in.
Yeah, they're waiting to be let in. The guy from Canton TV is there.
Shit.
He thinks his name is Tim. And the guy from Mass Live, Charlie, is there.
Oh boy.
He was at Kelsey's case and the grand juror case that Julie was at the grand juror case when she was sentenced.
I think the guy's name is Tim from like the Canton TV thing, I believe. I'm pretty sure that guy's name is like Tom or something like that. His same like crew, I'm being told right now, is there. So it's like the same 20 people that like don't ever realize that he's just a horrible human being. Like
Kazi G is there. I don't know who that is.
Ew, gross. Ew. He's the like stock account of Cosgrove, but has no fucking actual idea what he's talking about. And it's like, bro, Aiden will steamroll you just as fast as he would steamroll anyone else. So you're stupid. Stupid.
The Glazer's there, she said. Betterow looks lost. He's just walking around.
I'm sorry, but if you're Betterow right now, right, and all these bombs were just dropped on you, where your client has faked information and claimed that it came from some account on Twitter for information, then your lawyer finds out like, 2 days or not even a full 2 days before you're hearing that it was actually you on a sock account trying to play games. Like how do you rework that? Honestly, if I am Betterow, I am asking for out of this case. The fact that he's not at this juncture just goes to show you exactly who he is as a person.
Yeah.
Sad.
So Aiden just walked by her.
Where's JFK? I'm surprised JFK didn't go there to at least ask the Glare some questions,
Yeah. Oh, let me ask her.
Her chat calls her by not muting. She doesn't mute? Like, what do you mean? Like, you got to mute, bro. Like, if you're going into a Zoom, you have to mute your mic and shut your camera off, right? Like, what the hell? I can't with these people. That's the other thing. It is freezing here today, Deidre. So, for instance,
Yeah.
walking my kids at the bus stop, I got my coffee in one hand, my other hand in my pocket, and just the 3 minutes it took me to walk up the top of the street, dude, my hand felt like it was going to fall off. That's how cold it was. All right. So these people are going out in the freezing cold to go, yay, Turtleboy, yay, not an asshole, yay. Like, bro, 15 of you 25 people are probably going to be made fun of by him today, just so you all know. Like, that's privately, he's going to make fun of all of the people that showed up today one by one in private messages, because that's what he does. When he can't find a win in anything else, he thinks making fun of people is the win. Unfortunately, it's not the win. It's just cruel. But like, that's what he does in private, is just make fun of the people who showed up. He'll complain that high class people didn't show up and the media didn't show up and at least the right media didn't show up and nobody's talking about his cases, and he'll do this whole wah poor me thing via regular text in private to people in group chat, and it's honestly pretty pathetic. Wait, chat logs on to Zoom with her stream playing? Oh, for the love of God. What is wrong with these people? Does she just give her whole chat the Zoom information? Like, that's kind of weird. Why? Like, why?
Who did that?
Melanie Little. Are we shocked by that?
Oh, wow.
Jimmy didn't show up for his good friend, Aiden? Where's Auntie Deb?
Not yet. And JFK's not there either.
So apparently Aiden has a girl with him at court. That poor girl.
Let me ask.
Named poor anonymous girl. I'm going to make a statement to you right now. Eventually, when you figure out that that man is a giant hunk of garbage, and I made this statement when Meredith started dating him too, we feel bad for what you're about to endure. We do. We feel awful. We feel terrible, but we are telling you who he is, and you're not listening. And I did make this exact same statement when Meredith started dating him, and I said, and this wasn't anything like, a poo-poo to Meredith in any way. It was more like, don't think you're special because he's a narcissist, right? Like, it's not you that isn't like special as a person, or like, it's every woman. He cannot be what you're looking for. He will never be what you're looking for. He will never stay faithful. He will never not lie about whether he peed 5 minutes ago. And that's the thing, is he's willing to lie about dumb shit. If someone is willing to lie about really stupid shit, you don't even want to know what the hell they're lying about in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck to that broad is right, Leah.
Messica is not there.
Oh, where are all his really close, solid friends, man? Where are they? Is Messica too close to doing her own live stream and she just doesn't care about her good friend Aiden? I'm confused. I mean, I thought these people were like solid. In my opinion, they're about as solid as puppy shit. But I mean, these are supposed to be his friendlies, right? His friends. And the only people who showed up were Erica Walsh and Causey G.
I asked if there was a girl with Aiden, and Julie said she didn't think so, but she can't tell.
So that's the thing, is he will distance himself from her. So she'll probably be sitting, I'm being told there is one, she'll be sitting like in the first row, or like she won't be sitting directly next to him. You know what I mean? Like, because he's going to be at the table anyway, but he doesn't like to make a public thing out of it, because he thinks if he just distanced himself a little bit, and that's why he did it in that article with Meredith where he said like, oh, this is my friend, and they write, oh, there's a friend milling around, because he didn't want to publicly put a stamp on it and tell people like, that's my girlfriend. So it's his way of like distancing himself from having one so that people don't criticize him. It's not about her. It's not about her keeping, him keeping her safe, which is the whole like thing that he uses. I'm just trying to keep you safe from the trolls. Like, that's not it. It's about him, as everything is, Check my text. Okay, I'm checking. So checking.
Julie says she's having a good time, even though it's 5 degrees, but the sun is out, and Aiden is in court and looks nervous.
He should be nervous. Oh, maybe that is the new girlfriend's name. So Erica's stream, apparently, his new girlfriend is going to be at the courthouse because she told someone to save seats behind him. See, I told you, she won't sit right next to him. He'll make it so that like she's sitting close, but not too close. Like, that's how he operates. Ask
your source what she looks like so I can tell Julie and she can keep an eye out.
I believe she's blonde, but I'm not 100% on that. They're typing. I have multiple sources right now. Since multiple people right now. that I have multiple windows and text open right now because the information is coming in more faster than I can check it. So that's, you know what I mean? Then we have Julie there. So it's like the more information, the better, obviously. No, it's not federal court standing. It's Superior Court. It's so technically it's Suffolk Superior that he's at, but the judge he has is from Plymouth County because this is the judge they assigned him because he's such a menace. Let me check my crystal ball. Yeah. I love you. By the way, if I tell somebody I can't stand them, not like a mean I can't stand them, when I go, oh, I can't stand you, it means I love you. It's a term of endearment. I tell my other half that all the time, like, oh my God, I can't stand you.
Yeah. Okay.
We have a viewer actually who also watches JFK, Keeping It Real. She works there. So I am sure later on, if I do a Spaces or another stream later on, she will tell us all about what happened in the court. As long Julie can tell us too, but she'll tell us from like the working there side, which will be nice, you know?
Yeah.
I might open up links for people like her and other people who are like, you know, can tell us that kind of information and send them links for them to tell us later. It's interesting information. I love that no one's there for him. I love it. Screw him, dude. Not for nothing, but let's make something abundantly clear. He would not be there for anyone else. Okay. Ever. He only cares about himself. That's very clear. Sorry, I'm trying to move the window first. Zoom over here. They haven't started yet because they haven't let me in. So, I mean, it's still sitting on the, you know, criminal third session thing.
So the description of Turtle is with heels is about 5'7" max. He's slight. He has features like a bird, small hands, big head, slight frame.
Yes. So I can tell you and I've obviously met him in person, and he is not taller than me. I'm 5'4", so he's like the same size or maybe an inch taller. So 5'5" at the most. So he's not a very tall guy. He's not a very tall guy. Right? Is Karen there? Is Karen there? That's what he hopes. Hey, Babs. That's what he hopes, right? Like he hopes that he gets the, you know, the crowds that Karen Reed got. That's what he wants. He wants the entire place to show up. Why? Is he talking shit about Altman, or is it just still Messica talking shit about Altman? Because I know Messica goes hard on talking shit about Altman for no real reason, really. I mean, Altman wasn't even on Twitter for like months, and she couldn't stop talking about it. It's like weird. Like, you're obsessed, Jessica. Like, calm it down, dude. You might take it down a notch, dude. Stop with the madness. Chicken Little.
Hey, Babs.
I can't. Chicks, I am too. I am disgusted with our court system, but this is something that I've been helping people with as someone who was a volunteer advocate many moons, over a decade and a half before I ever made a YouTube channel. And I continue to this day in this state. I have seen some really, hey, Kiki, some really horrific shit happen in this state. A lot of the times the courts, especially like family courts, run like a kangaroo court. They listen to one side when the other side's not even there, and they file an order. Even when it comes to child custody, the person standing in front of the judge asking for child custody, they don't even check to see if that's the real parent, if it's a step parent, if it's a grandparent. Like, that person could say they are whoever. They don't check. I'm not kidding. They don't check. So you could go in there and say you want your neighbor's child and that you're their stepmother, and there's some emergency happening, and you know the mother's a horrible person and blah blah blah, and they will issue an order for custody right there. Jeez. Without checking any of that information.
Wow.
I've watched it happen over and over and over for families that I have helped, and it's gross. And I believe it's a racket because a lot of these judges should know better. They're not doing their due diligence, which is a serious problem, and checking on anything. So, you know, far too many people have had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars to fight a system that they should have never had to fight to begin with.
Wow.
Too many parents have been forced to let their child go with visitation to abusers when they're telling the court openly. I watched something yesterday. It was a different state, but this lady's like, no, I'm not going to give my children to him for visitation. He abuses the kids. Like and then she said to the judge, Your Honor, if it was your children. And the judge stopped her and of course changed the subject and was kind of like, well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this. And it's like, okay, but she's telling you the reason why she's not giving parenting time. And so if I had to and so they were like, we're going to hold you in contempt and throw you in jail. She's like, if that's what it takes to keep my children safe, then that's what it takes to keep my children safe. He will never, ever be allowed to abuse them again, whether the court wants it or not. And so it's like, they don't want to take her word, which is fine. You take everybody else's word for everything else. But if that was me, yeah, I'd rather sit in jail than let an abuser anywhere near my child. I've been the abuse, so there is no chance. Good. Put me in contempt. I know that before I go to court, I know that that's a thing. And so I put my kids with someone I know safely out of state. That lady couldn't have been stupid because they did hold her in contempt and put her in a jail cell.
Julie said the court officer is yelling at people to shut up.
Kind of like they did when Aiden was in jail and they told him to shut the fuck up, that this wasn't a Hilton, wasn't a hotel, because he kept banging on the cell door asking for stuff. And they got sick of it. And they eventually were like, this is not a hotel, sir. You're in jail. You're in fucking jail. Prison cannot come soon enough. GNX cannot. I agree.
Hey, Jay Boogie, how'd you like the new cartoon?
Oh my God. Couchetta is amazing.
Did you see it?
I did.
Were you on the spaces when that came up?
I was asleep. You guys have different time zones. So by the time it's 9 or 10 o'clock here, I can barely keep my eyes open. I'm out like a light because I'm up early here for the kids. And by the time I do everything I need to do for the day, streaming here, I spend a couple hours on the computer usually before I stream, a couple hours after, doing other things that I need to do. Then, doing the stuff I've been doing with the family crisis thing. I've just not have time to do anything at all, breathe. And so by the time that time rolls around and dinner and baths have been done, I am out like a light.
Oh my God. It was hilarious. So Babs and Jay Boogie did a dramatic reading of the text between Lindsay and Aiden.
I'm taking this call. You go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. It was hilarious. And so one of the things that he kept saying to her, because he was really, really, really trying to hook up with her, was he was intimating that he could send a picture of himself, meaning from the waist down. But he would say, do you want to see it? Do you want to see it? And the way
do you want to see it? What can we do about that?
The way Jay Boogie was saying it, it was so friggin' hilarious.
I love it, Jay Bugs. I actually went back to listen to the monologue spaces. I think it was yesterday while I was making dinner, and I listened to the whole thing. It was Amy and Jay Bugs and Babs, and I'm down to the last 2 minutes. And you guys said such wonderful things about me. I appreciate you guys. That was really nice of you. I'm not used to going on X. See, there's Keeping It Real. She's there working. He isn't nervous. A lot of people said he looks very nervous.
Yes.
There's a girl there and she looks nervous. Not sure who she is. Thank you, Keeping It Real, for keeping us updated.
Keeping it real. Give me a description.
Much, Valley's girl.
Give me a description
of what she looks like. Yeah.
Because Julie's just asking me if she's a full-figured blonde, heavier set.
I don't think she's heavier set, but she's definitely not teeny tiny. I'd say normal size, at least from what I've seen in other short photos of her. I believe she's a blonde, but I don't know how old the picture is. So, you couldn't even get a 2-hour delay. That's so crazy. We're about to get more snow too. But I was listening to the thing, which I'm not used to. Yes, this is Deidre. I'm not used to getting people, giving me compliments. I was so used to being shit on by the turtle writers and people just not listening to me that it was kind of a twist to see, people on Twitter who actually have now, turned the tables of realizing who he is, actually getting to know me, figuring out he's a fucking liar, and then, complimenting because, I think it was Chris's girlfriend, as a matter of fact, Chris Coelho's girlfriend, who said the most wonderful thing. And it was in a comment to me on someone else's tweet. And she was like, don't you feel seen, vindicated? Because there should be a lot of credit going to you for screaming this from the rooftops for so long and no one listening. And it's for me, it's not even about the credit. I don't care about the credit. There were other people before me. I mean, Kate was there before me doing this, and credit where credit's due, right? But I do feel seen, right? I do feel vindicated because for so long, I said to people like, this is who he is. Please be careful. And no one listened. Like
Yeah.
no one listened. And for me, like what hurt my heart the most is that I knew that the people who didn't listen probably would get hurt by it. And that was my main concern is these people are going to get hurt. And what can I do to stop it? And it almost feels like a failure on my behalf to watch so many people be hurt. Yeah, I'm streaming court. It's just they haven't opened up the courtroom yet. They haven't started yet.
They're going in. Julie said Bradle just walked in. He, Bettero, and Turtle just walked somewhere.
They're going to talk probably before they go into the courtroom. So that, yeah, they haven't, I have it. I have the court thing right here on the other screen to put it on as soon as it starts, but it hasn't started yet.
Okay. And one of the people listening on Spaces said, lock this fucker up.
Lock this motherfucker up, you know? I did see that, but I also don't have a lot of context. So you have to remember, Claude, that like, oh wait, it's letting us in. Hold on. Oh, let us in. Hold on. I gotta get it on the screen. He wants me to share the whole window, of course.
That's it. I want to interview Jen Altman. Right, so Jen, if you're listening, come on.
There he is.
We have many questions for you.
I don't think that you're going to see. Oops, sorry, I put the wrong one up.
Wait,
down.
Look at all those supporters. You see all the turtle shirts in there? He sells t-shirts, right?
Right. It says, pro tip, be careful sharing screen audio. If you have a guest, they will hear themselves. Okay, so if you hear yourself, I'm sorry, but it's the only way to share it on the screen for everyone else. But they've muted themselves on the court side. That's the reason why we can't hear that yet. Thank you, Valley's Girl. I will not read your full name on air. I never read anyone's full name on air. I always read their screen name if I know it. And some people, they just will write anonymous and I'll write anonymous. So thank you so much for donating. As you guys know, I'm a small channel. I don't get a ton of donations and it's hard to make a living over here because I don't lie to people. And apparently people like to be lied to. That's what they pay for these days, is being lied to. So I do appreciate any and all support to the channel. I work real hard to make sure that people who at least were hurt know that they have someone to talk to and a place to go and try to warn people so that they don't get hurt in all this, because this small man here and even his two idiotic attorneys that are willing to lie to the court and do whatever and hurt whomever don't care about you or anyone else for that matter.
Yeah. Well, look at all the extra court officers that they have for all the crowds that are there.
The whole giant crowd he's got there.
Oh, wait,
Most people are going to stay outside too, which is funny.
Oh, four court officers and nobody in the gallery.
That's going to make him very nervous that they have. Look at how small that courtroom is. That's going to make him so nervous that there are four court officers.
My coaches say I have really good.
What does that mean?
Happened? Missy talked and it.
Is Missy somebody you know, or was that somebody?
It's just someone who's
around.
See how there's so many people in the, yeah. So when it did that, it took the screen off. Hold on, pin. There we go. We're not getting audio yet, so.
Yep, tons of people there. Wow, how are they all going to fit?
Right, how they all going to fit in there? Well, I mean, that's going to see, look at him turning around to see all the court officers leaving. Like, it's got to make him nervous. There's four court officers there because he's going to assume that,
clink, clink.
You know, yeah, that they're going to lock him up. He doesn't like when you talk about his dinosaur arms, okay? He likes to be on camera and tell, have his girlfriends tell him how amazing his arms look.
Yeah.
Jay Boogie, you should have been an actor. You are a natural, my friend. Fun fact, I have been offered a part on what is now Outer Banks, and I should have taken it way back then. I just couldn't because they were doing the filming in the Carolinas and whatever. But God, that became a big Netflix show, and I kick myself every day for that. But I did a little bit of acting here and there back in the day.
Okay, Julie said no cell phones. They're getting ready to go in. So I guess they just didn't let the people,
crowds in.
Yeah. So maybe he will have orders.
Oh, thank you. Aw, I see the PayPal from you. Thank you so much. It says, thank you so much for streaming this. And it's a $50 PayPal. That was really nice of you. Thank you so much.
That was nice. That was very nice.
nice.
Oh, and to my people that are listening on my spaces, if you guys can, see it to support Twisted Tragedies and I understand like some people are driving and so they're listening to spaces, but if you get a chance to tune in to Elise, she's on most mornings at this time, right?
Yep. Well, usually it's 11, like in my time, just to like make room for people on the opposite coast,
11 Eastern.
Yeah, usually around 11 Eastern, unless there's like a trial that we're covering, and then obviously we cover it from whenever the trial starts to when it. Do I think he's a CI? I think he was at one point. I think he was too much of a liability a very long time ago to be a CI now, but I appreciate that, DJ. Actually, we rebranded. We rebranded to Untwisted Tragedies because we are essentially untwisting shit. So we have rebranded now, and if you would like to find me on YouTube, all the Spaces listeners, we're actually under Untwisted Tragedies.
Oh, I guess I should change that.
We have rebranded.
I don't know.
Hi, Karen. How are you? It's nice to see you. I feel like it's going to be chaos, right? I mean, we've seen these Zooms be chaos before where people are just like screaming and yelling through the Zoom. And I mean, look at this cast of characters, guys. Oh, I see Willie's head. I can't. I can't. He thinks he's getting cuffed with all the COs around him. That was funny watching him be very, very nervous, That's what he expects. He absolutely expects it to be like Karen's. That's what he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, not happening.
Yeah.
And you do a Sunday show. You just take Saturday off, right? Yes,
correct. Yep. I take Saturdays off for my family because that's when everyone's home and not working. And I do a Sunday show. We have fun on our Sunday shows. We talk about pretty much everything and anything. TV, music, home life, like whatever pops up and whatever happened throughout the week. We talk about everything and everything. It's my favorite show of the week, actually, because it's so just go with the flow. You know what I mean? Like might bring someone like you up and just, have a back and forth. And I love it. I love my Sunday show. It's my favorite show of the whole week.
So I cannot do two things at once very well. Apparently, I'm not used to this. Get me behind dispatch screens and I can multitask to,
right,
forever. But I can't now. And so I didn't even look to see if I could see Julie. My own.
Oh, girl. Yeah, right. We can barely see anything.
Yeah, it is.
You can see heads, but you can't really see like who's who after they sit down.
Yeah.
Hey, Benny. Once they're seated, you can't really see who is who. No. But I'll tell you this much. Aiden's AKA girlfriend is supposed to be sitting probably in the first row there. Oh, is that Tommy CPU over there? Looks like it.
Yeah.
In the first row there behind him, and she told someone to save her a seat. So I would guess that.
Is that Will?
Yeah.
In the black.
Where? Oh no, that's not Will.
Oh.
No. That guy has too long of a beard to be Will. Like his chin, too long. Will's back, and I think I see his head behind Betterow, I believe.
Oh, okay. I think I see him.
Yeah, do you see where I'm saying? Yeah, back. Yeah. Yep. Can't miss that grill piece, bro.
Let me see if I can see Julie. Julie, can you wave?
Yeah, your sub automatically should, if you're already subbed to Twisted Tragedies, it's the same channel. We just changed the name. So yeah, it would automatically transfer. So if you're already subscribed to my channel, it's the same channel. We just changed the name on the screen.
I feel like
I know, right? Christina's like, don't start yet. She's almost home. 10 minutes away, man. I know I'm behind in the comments. I know. I apologize being behind, but there's so many of you today that I can't keep up right now, and I apologize. There's, just as many of you here on YouTube as there is on X and Facebook. So like, I'm trying to juggle hundreds of people. I usually have hundreds of people, but not that many people who comment. Like I usually have about 100 people, maybe 200 people commenting, and not as many as it's going a little fast for me right now. And I don't want to slow it down either.
Just middle-aged women.
Tablet, so. Yeah, middle-aged women. Yeah. And a couple midgets.
This is a comment for you guys on my X. A courtroom filled with middle-aged women and midgets.
And a couple midgets. AKA Betterow and Aiden. I mean, if I had any self-respect as an attorney. Oh, Here we
Yeah,
go.
it looks like not a summer suit. It looks like maybe he actually got an appropriate weight material for this time of year.
Can
Aiden
you hear it?
usually wears summer suits in court, even in the
Can
winter.
you guys hear it? I mean, it's not good. It's not good audio, but we have audio now.
Yeah, no Kim, no Jimmy, no Messica.
We are.
Here we go.
Dang, that arrow's short. Don't get your hopes up, people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Before the court is the matter of Commonwealth versus Aiden Carney on Norfolk dockets 23.
Can you guys hear it?
82 CR 00313 and 2582 CR 0088. Mr. Carney is present. Counsel, please identify themselves for the record, beginning with the Commonwealth.
Leah, can you hear it? I can't turn it up. That's as high as it goes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel on behalf of Aiden Carney.
Good morning, Mr. Cosgrove. Mr. Bradel.
For Mr. Carney, Mark Federer. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Federer. Okay, just to be clear, we've accommodated as many people as we can in the audience. I understand there are some folks outside. The court has opened the matter to Zoom, primarily because of the weather and the parking conditions. I'm not going to say that we're going to have it on Zoom every single time, but to those
Thanks,
who
Your
can't
Honor.
be in the courtroom right now, we are broadcasting by Zoom. I further note the court was prepared to come out at 9, but the delay was due to the late arrival of some of the counsel. So,
Mr. Bradel.
I would remind all parties who are attending by Zoom that any rebroadcast, if you are not qualified under SJC Rule 1.1119, rebroadcast is prohibited. Those who are qualified and have registered are certainly free to rebroadcast as appropriate.
Sorry,
so
being loud.
With that, my intention today is to cover papers 110, 117 in part, 125, and 127. Those are the matters which deal with the request for the recusal or removal of Mr. Cosgrove as counsel for the Commonwealth. Now, before we begin that, particularly Mr. Bedrow, just to you, and I know Judge Doolin may have talked to you about this a little bit. Going forward, we don't file affidavits as motions. Rule 13 requires a motion to be a motion. It can be supported by a memorandum of law. It can be supported by an affidavit. The matter we're here for today, there is in fact no motion on file. I'll take it as it sits because it's been responded to. But going forward, if you want to file a motion, it has to be a motion. It has to be clearly captioned as to what you're looking for. Further, it has to deal with one subject at a time. I'm not going to do motions that deal with the entire kitchen sink. It's going to be one motion at a time. It's going to be clearly noted. If you want to put a memorandum of law, again, you have to reference the motion you're dealing with. Further, if you want to put an affidavit, the affidavit has to reference the motion that you've filed. If you want to put in a supplemental motion or a supplemental memorandum, it has to list the paper number that you're talking about. Going through this over the last several days and trying to figure out what I'm dealing with took an amount of time, which is kind of absurd because I'm trying to trace back what you're talking about and I can't find the motion because it doesn't exist. So I understand you're not local to Massachusetts. Mr. Bradel is extremely experienced and quite good at drafting these things. So
because I was going to say that's my fault. I'm local counsel. I should have made sure that was that way, and we'll make sure that going forward.
And I note that paper number 127 is more in the form that we used to in this court. So I just want to remind everybody where we're at. And again, not familiar with the area, that's okay. Just going forward, I don't want to have to sort of parse through what we're dealing with, nor do I want to have to hear from Mr. Cosgrove saying there's no motion filed, because it's a pretty good point on his part. So with that, let's take up the matters that are before the court.
I talked about this. It wasn't a motion.
Mr. Bradel or Mr. Federer?
Mr. Bedrow, Your Honor.
We'll hear from you.
Thank you.
Understand I've looked at all your motions as well as all of the exhibits.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Counsel states that a recent conflict of interest has developed, which ethically precludes him from continuing to prosecute matters in which Lindsay Gaetani is an alleged victim or party. Those are the words
No,
of
not
Mr.
or party.
Cosgrove on September 24th,
Victim.
2025, regarding his request to be removed from another indictment in which Lindsay Gaetani was a witness, and we'll get to in this argument why she may very well be a witness in this case.
Witness is different from victim, correct?
I'm sorry?
Bingo.
Witness is different from victim, right?
Of course. But as we'll get to, Your Honor, if a prosecutor or anyone has a personal interest that may differ from Commonwealth's or to a defendant's right to a fair trial, that's something that has to be factored in. The point of that comment, Your Honor, is that Mr. Cosgrove acknowledged that there was a conflict arising out of Ms. Gaetani's claims against him. She has accused him of unprofessional and unethical conduct and has sued him. He draws the line.
I note that the last docket entry in that case was it was in the process of being settled.
Correct.
That's paper number 15 on that case that was filed just last week.
Judge,
By you
whether
idiots.
the civil case continues or not isn't even necessarily the issue.
It is.
Explain why that would not be a problem.
Because she has accused him, a lawyer, a former judge, of unethical behavior, and he has a personal interest, understandably so, in defending himself against that. And in any matter in which her credibility becomes an issue, as she testifies in a trial, he has an interest in discrediting her, which may be very different from the Commonwealth's interest, which I'll get into as to why that may be. But the point is, calling her an alleged victim and that there is a conflict because of her allegations against me, merely being a witness in a case in which she may testify, as the difference which somehow makes his personal interest, acting both as a criminal prosecutor while serving as a civil defendant and potentially cross-examining your civil accuser and your lead detective, is a civil co-defendant who has also been accused of misconduct, undermines the public confidence in the proceedings and demonstrates that a prosecutor could have a personal interest. The bottom line, Your Honor, the difference between witness and alleged victim is a distinction without a difference if the prosecutor has a personal interest which could significantly impact his representation of a party in the case. That's the Rule 1.7 issue. Now, Mr. Cosgrove has replied that, well, we're not going to call Ms. Gaetani as a witness, and that certainly is right for the time being anyway, as the prosecutor for the Commonwealth. But the defense may very well call her. Her credibility will be an issue, obviously, if she testifies in this case. At that point, having a prosecutor who has been accused of misconduct, who is named as a civil defendant, attacking her credibility and attempting to defend the credibility of other witnesses whose credibility could be impeached by Ms. Gaetani is a problem. It's a problem because the jury would have a right to know what the prosecutor's interest may be. It's not.
Well, you chose not to cross-examine her.
That's a decision that has to be made by a disinterested prosecutor.
What if you got someone else to cross-examine her?
That may or may not solve the problem. Certainly, it would with the direct examination of her.
But he's not going to call her. He's made that clear.
I understand that. What I'm suggesting to the court is we may very well do that.
You may, and you'd have to get permission from the court to do that because you'd have to show me that it's relevant, but that's another issue.
That's right.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, respectfully, why it may be relevant beyond just the
It's
substance
not.
of her testimony. Mr. Cosgrove addressed the substance of her testimony as it relates to the allegations against Ms.
I can't
Carney.
stop laughing.
She
I'm sorry.
also may very well be a witness who can expose bias of other important prosecution witnesses, who could expose conduct on behalf of some of those important prosecution witnesses, conduct which is not at all consistent.
Well, let's get to the nub of it, all right? Because I've read all your material, so you don't need to repeat the argument to me. Look, as I understand the issue here, Ms. Gaetani, that's the correct pronunciation, is it not? Ms. Gaetani has an interaction with Special Prosecutor Mello in December, I think the 24th, was it, or the 23rd?
Something like that.
Of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
It's around that time that she's alleged to have some interaction with Ms. McCabe. Is that correct?
Amongst other times, yes.
Well, around that time is my understanding, based on the evidence you presented me, around that time, Ms. McCabe urges her to go to the grand jury. Do the right thing, go to the grand jury, something along those lines. All right, is that correct?
In substance, but I think it's interpretational, and the witness might expand upon that.
I understand that.
Oh, please.
All of those events occurred 6 months after the events that are in play here.
Correct. She's not a witness to any of that.
The relevance of those events is only as to the credibility, potentially,
Bingo.
of Ms. McCabe. Now, you might be able to get into that. You might be able to even confront Ms. McCabe. But then you're going to have to raise an issue of whether or not you get into a trial within a trial, so to speak, the extrinsic evidence rule, which takes us to whether or not she is even going to be a witness to talk about potential bias after the fact. This is after the fact bias.
Yeah.
On an issue which, frankly, I'm struggling with a little bit, because nobody contests the acts here. All right? Mr. Carney is a citizen journalist.
He agrees he did it.
Breed of journalists, correct? He presents to this court that all of his activities are fully protected under the First Amendment. Very reasonable argument. Okay? Mr. Cosgrove says different. He says this is witness intimidation. The motivation of Ms. McCabe to his acts is tangential by and large, is it not?
Judge,
now she's going to testify, yes, I was intimidated. But the main factor here is the nature of the comment, which is recorded, made voluntarily and recorded. Now, you are correct. There's an excellent argument to be made, perhaps, that Gaetani and Genduso and McCabe may have all had some idea that they were
Leah,
together and
you said
get
your
his bail
name
revoked.
for no reason.
But that's not what this trial's about. This trial's about what happened 6 months before.
Bingo.
So you got to draw me to the relevance of that.
Well, her bias and motive against him, whether before, during, or after, I would suggest is certainly relevant. Moreover,
wrong.
But it's all after.
After he does the crime.
Judge, you mentioned a moment ago about the fact that she's going to come in and say, I felt intimidated or I was emotionally harmed. I think we would all agree that would be relevant about what the impact.
It's not relevant
horrible
for the crime he committed
on her. There will be evidence through electronic communication between Gaetani and McCabe.
After.
Gaetani may very well have to authenticate as a witness, because frankly, we don't assume or take any guess what Miss McCabe will say, where shortly after Mr. Carney was out of release from jail, from what Your Honor just spoke about, where Miss McCabe recruited Miss Gaetani and orchestrated surveilling him from various police stations and to other locations.
Not illegal,
about
by the way.
going on a stakeout. In other words, conduct not consistent with her being intimidated. Those actions will also
the intimidation doesn't have to last forever. Intimidation, we're only trying one slice in time. That's the bedrock of any criminal defendant, right? But not trying his entire life, we're trying that moment.
But these are questions that have to be posed to Miss McCabe, and she'll have and should be forced to answer them and explain them.
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, so the point is, we don't
nothing to do with Lindsay.
What Miss McCabe will say. We know based upon messages that we've seen, which would need to be authenticated, presumably what Miss Gaetani will say about these issues.
Which seems to move with time from poll to poll, correct?
Yep.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, it seems like her allegiances have changed as this case has developed.
She is, without question, a unique witness, which raises another interesting point, which could lead to the possible conflict with Mr. Cosgrove. She is a former prosecution witness. There's no question. She testified in grand jury. She testified at a trial called and vouched for by Mr. Cosgrove.
Quite enthusiastically, as I understand.
I believe so, Judge. No question. And at that point, they had no problem with Ms. Gaetani. But at this point, she's now sued Mr. Cosgrove. She has sued Tully. She has threatened to sue or sent a demand letter to the DA's office. And when that happened, Mr. Cosgrove said, I have a conflict with her because he has a personal interest in seeing her discredited. And I'm going back to what I first started with, Your Honor. The issue is not because she's an alleged victim. She's a potential witness in this case, and the prosecutor prosecutor has a personal interest in seeing her discredited. And the critical part comes in the argument to the jury at the end of the trial. When McCabe has testified, it's in Mr. Cosgrove's personal interest that she be credited, Gaetani not be credited. When Tully testifies, it's the same exercise. He's a co-defendant of his.
What's Tully going to testify to?
Is Tully going to testify? We're not calling Tully.
Exactly.
Mr. Cosgrove, what's Tully going to testify to? Is he even a witness?
I haven't made a determination as to whether I'm going to call Lieutenant Tully or whether I'll need to call Lieutenant Tully. It seems to me that the videos, which Mr. Kearney has himself made public, documenting his statements and actions, are pretty much self-authenticating. I'm not sure.
Well, I think you may have to make a choice here fairly quick if we're going to deal with this issue. But continue.
Look, the bottom line is Detective Lieutenant Tully is the lead investigator on this matter. Now, that doesn't obligate the Commonwealth to call him, but he is the driving force behind this. He built the investigation. He got the search warrant.
This is not your classic whodunit.
No.
This is not the investigation where they find evidence on a scene. They develop the evidence on the scene. They trace the suspects. They get phone downloads. They do this, that, the other. This is a very unique set of facts. Where the defendant recorded himself and then voluntarily broadcast his actions to the world at large. So the investigation essentially is press record, and then a jury of his peers, all right, would judge the mores of our society to determine whether or not this is acceptable First Amendment or not acceptable First Amendment.
The point I'm making, Your Honor, is that Tully...
And I would like the jury of peers to make that decision. I don't want to make it. I want the jury of his peers to make that decision.
The point I'm making, Your Honor, is on this issue is that Tully is the lead investigator. And certainly I can only speak from my own experience, perhaps others, that it would be extraordinarily rare not to call.
I don't find that to be accurate in my experience. I've seen it happen a number of times, much to my disappointment when I sat over there, okay?
I've seen it happen, and I've
interrupting the judge
from the other side of the table in prosecuting rather than defending, in letting juries know who built the case, what is going on here. But the point...
And fairly pointed out by the defense, and you didn't hear from him.
It could be. It may very well be, but that could also lead to the reason why. Okay, the issues surrounding Gaetani's claims, the defense wants to argue they're not calling Tully. Perhaps the jury may be entitled, not asking Your Honor to make evidentiary rulings now, obviously, but the jury may want to know and be entitled to know why isn't the prosecutor calling him, and might it have something to do with what Gaetani alleges. But moving away from Tully to the larger point, it's not even so much the cross-examinations, or other evidence, which I would suggest are improper being conducted by a prosecutor with a personal interest in favoring certain witnesses over the one that is suing him. It's the summations, it's the argument. Mr. Cosgrove has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Gaetani, assuming he does, as Your Honor noted, maybe he won't, but I would suggest, again, that's a decision to be made by a disinterested prosecutor, not one with a personal interest.
Well, let's define the personal interest. It is, anybody can bring a lawsuit against anybody, all right? You know, the actions that are alleged here by Mr. Cosgrove, and most of them appear, frankly, seem to have occurred prior to his arrival in the case. But the actions are alleged were done solely in his role as a special prosecutor. You know,
immunity
is almost impenetrable, correct?
In a legal sense.
Sir, this is a legal setting.
This
Your
is
Honor,
a legal setting,
my point
idiot.
is this. Personal interests don't rise and fall. They're not black and white because you've been sued or not sued. She has publicly and loudly accused a distinguished prosecutor of misconduct that he himself recognized after the lawsuit was filed. With this lawsuit that we're saying has no merit, what did he do? He sought removal because I'm ethically precluded from cross-examining her. It's the same issue.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that's what he said, but I'll take that for what it is.
Well, Judge, I just want the record to be clear. What he said was, counsel states that a recent conflict of interest has developed which ethically precludes him from continuing to prosecute matters when Gaetani is an alleged victim or party, and we talked about whether we use alleged victim or witness as the issue. The point is...
Well, that's why I said that's not exactly what he said. What he said was...
Yes. No, I'm not trying to substitute that. We're having, trying to, in my view, suggest it's a distinction without a difference, because he has been attacked. And when he withdrew from the other case, the lawsuit against him was no better or no worse than it is now. So he didn't make that argument back then to say, this is some garbage lawsuit, I have no real conflict. What he said was, I am ethically precluded.
All right, I take your point. Mr. Cosgrove, if you're ethically precluded from one, why aren't you ethically precluded from two? I'll come back to this issue of the 2025 investigation too.
I reserve my answer on that.
Reserve it for when?
When it's my turn to speak.
I was about to give you your turn to speak, but I'll go back to Mr. Bedero. Let's talk about the 2025 investigation.
And Your Honor, can I make one point I didn't get to? We kind of got. It's the summations where the real problem arises here. Because if Gaetani were cross-examined by Mr. Cosgrove, in essence, it is almost a free deposition. It is sworn testimony of her by a litigant against another litigant in a civil matter in which he has the full power of the government cross-examining, which will benefit his personal interest. Then you go to summation. Presumably, his argument will be Gaetani is not believable, Gaetani is not credible, but McCabe is. Now, those are appropriate arguments by most people to make, not him, because it is in his personal interest, not just as a representative of the Commonwealth. It is in his personal interest that she be discredited. And the jury should know that. Now, I'm not saying that's an appropriate outcome either. The appropriate outcome is that he be removed, because if he's vouching for the credibility, not in an illegal sense, but advocating for the jury to adopt Jen McCabe and discredit Lindsay Gaetani, the jury should not be ignorant to the fact that this guy's getting sued and wants her to be discredited. That is not the kind of thing that the public can have confidence in when they find out that the prosecutor who is judging everyone's credibility is discrediting her, crediting another, and it's tantamount to him giving unsworn testimony.
This goes back to the issue of relevance that we talked about before, and this is where I'm a little bit hung up. What McCabe does 6, 8, 10 months after the allegations here, because the allegations with regard to McCabe, as I can tell, they occur on 6/6, 9/20, and 7/22. Those are the 3 dates where she's alleged to have been intimidated. So none of these matters involving Gaetani develop until perhaps December, right?
Gaetani's, some of her testimony, though, Judge, will corroborate other evidence we have of Jen McCabe's pattern of surveilling Mr. Carney.
But when
before he was indicted.
But when?
In 2023, July of 2023. We have documented evidence of her, the intimidated and emotionally harmed witness, contacting Mr. Carney on social media and alluding to the fact, I know where you are, which is exactly what we're talking about with Gaetani.
That's a fair point to cross-examine her on, no doubt.
Don't know what she's going to say. From our perspective, having seen some of her other testimony and other proceedings, we don't just assume that she's going to be forthright. And we have a right. She's the star witness of this case.
I may need to know a little bit more about that. in terms of if you want to file something and pound it to me, that's fine.
The final point I'll make, to Your Honor, before you have any other questions, is it's important that we're raising this now. This is well before trial. The prosecution is clearly on notice. I don't know where this may lead to, what else could be discovered. You know, this is a unique case, as you've noted, and evidence is discovered in all kinds of odd ways, believe me, with how these cases proceed and who shares what and those kinds of things. It's critical for us to make this record now, alert the court respectfully.
I have no issue with you making a record.
Because if it comes up later after a jury is impaneled, there is a risk of a mistrial, and that will not be our fault. And we think at that point,
Listen, Mr. Vedder, I have no issue with you bringing the motion. You're supposed to. You need to advocate for your client in any way you think is appropriate. I'm just trying to flesh it out here, so I understand exactly what the issues are. I'm struggling with the relevance issues. You may have to give me more information on that, so I understand it a little bit better, because the way I read things, they're much later in time. Now, if you've got something that's more contemporaneous to the alleged intimidation, I think that's very, very relevant, and would have to sort of play out how that would come in and what the form of that evidence. So we'll come back to that at some point when you're ready to talk to me about that. But talk to me about this. Your motion had three parts. Your affidavit had three parts, and one was the 2024. That's moot because it's already been done. The second was this issue. The third was this idea that I could preclude the executive branch from investigating things in 2025. Can you give me some authority which says I have the ability to do that?
it's a unique situation, Your Honor. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there is a case law roadmap to what's happening, but what's important to recognize here, you know, you've been asking us these questions about how is Gaetani relevant. She is extraordinarily relevant to what we're calling the 2025 investigation, which results in these search warrants for the phones of Karen Reed.
Which is still pending with Judge Krupp.
Right.
Let me play that out two ways. What if Judge Krupp says he can have access to the phones? Then we're going to have a much longer issue, correct? Is that going to come into this case?
Well, they're telling us that two people are under investigation. I mean, it's hard for us to know, right? I mean, they're attempting allegedly to indict Mr. Carney and Karen Reed for actions in which they already tried to indict and a grand jury said no. And now 2 years later, with phones that have been gathering dust, we need to look in these phones and, you know, God knows what we'll find. But the point is, the search warrants in that case are critical and certainly could relate to evidence used against Mr. Carney. There are two informants in that search warrant. One of them is Lindsay Gaetani. And the affiant of that warrant is Detective Tully. And there are about 10 paragraphs, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't know the exact number.
I read the warrants.
Relying on her, and it is loaded with information which she provided them. And we're back to the personal interest of Mr. Cosgrove. So that really was meant to just inform the court that this is a living, breathing issue.
I will agree with you. It's a living, breathing issue. It's just not a living, breathing issue over which I have authority.
Fair enough.
When that comes to me, if it comes to me, I don't know if my special assignment encompasses that. We'll see. But if it comes to me, then we'll deal with that issue. I can find nothing which gives me the authority to restrict that activity. Judge Krupp has the authority on the search warrants, and he'll make a decision in due time. But I find nothing which gives me the authority to restrict prospectively an investigation that's being done by the executive branch.
Judge, just before I sit down, and unless the court has any other questions, I just want to correct one last thing. Your Honor had mentioned about a lawsuit being settled. That is not a lawsuit involving Mr. Cosgrove. There's no.
Sure it is. I looked at the docket this morning.
Not with him. That's with other parties to the litigation, is my understanding.
Okay. Well, let me play this out for you. It's, as I said, I have some familiarity with this immunity issue since I routinely see these motions. It's a very strong motion to dismiss. If that motion is filed and heard, again, accusation is one thing, but it would seem like there's a little bit more. You'd have to have some substance to it to actually disqualify. But I'll keep an open mind on it.
In which there is none.
Anything more?
Anything else?
No, I read all your stuff.
Thank you.
Anything more?
No, sir.
Mr. Bradley, anything?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Carney,
Womp,
Mr.
womp, womp.
Cosgrove. If not, if you're
That's a
conflicted
puckering
out
of his
on one case,
butthole.
why aren't you conflicted out on the other? That's the real big question here.
Well, I don't think the two necessarily follow, Your Honor. Obviously, before I filed my motion seeking to withdraw in the other case, I would have been a poor attorney indeed if I didn't think about whether it also required me to withdraw in this case. And the motion to withdraw was,
A monocle.
at least I attempted to phrase it quite carefully, to say that I had a conflict because Ms. Catani was the alleged victim in that case. Not that she was a witness in that case, but that she was the alleged victim. And as we all know, Your Honor, the Commonwealth does not represent the victim. The Commonwealth represents the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But nevertheless, it was essentially an argument that I would be making in that case, that Mr. Kearney committed crimes against Ms. Catani. That, it seemed to me, put me in the impossible position of raising the suggestion that I was going forward to vindicate Ms. Catani's interests, perhaps to mollify her or to persuade her to withdraw the action against me. That's not the case where she is simply a witness.
Well, what do you say to the idea that you'd want to discredit her for your own benefit if it came to trial?
Well, that's a very interesting point, Your Honor. And there's a couple of problems with it. One problem is the practical matter. I don't see how any way that I went about discrediting her testimony in this trial would spill over to the other litigation, because it doesn't seem to me that it would be in any way relevant to the other litigation. I suppose I could adopt the defense theory that everything is relevant to every issue, but I don't see how indicating that Ms. Catani was not credible in making statements about the investigation of Mr. Kearney here would have any relevance to an accusation that I breached some sort of duty to her by turning over a police report, which is the contention. Also, Your Honor, assuming that this even survives a motion to dismiss, and I'm talking now about the Middlesex case, I don't think there's any factual dispute.
Worcester case, there's nothing in Middlesex, right?
I'm sorry, Worcester, yes,
Okay.
thank you,
All right.
I appreciate the correction. I don't think there's any factual dispute as to what happened. In my capacity as a prosecutor, I provided Mr. Bradel with the police report in question as discovery. It made its way by whatever means from Mr. Bradel to Mr. Kearney, who then publicized details of it and turned it over to a friend, an associate, whatever you want to call him, who actually put the whole report, as I understand it, on the internet and began pillaring Ms. Catani over her credibility. I don't dispute that I turned that report over as a matter of discovery. If this case ever develops in Middlesex and comes to fruition, I couldn't possibly dispute that. That's the absolute factual truth. From that point on, it becomes a pure question of law as to whether I breached some sort of duty under the statute to Ms. Catani under the mistaken belief that I had a Rule 14 obligation to turn this over as the statement of a witness who had testified against Mr. Kearney in another matter, and as bearing on her credibility and her possible bias. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I was wrong legally, but that's not a matter of discrediting her. That's a matter that is purely a question of law. And it's also not a matter.
How do we avoid the circumstance? But she's called to the stand, and there's some relevant testimony that she can offer. You wouldn't call her, but the defense calls her. And you're in the midst of cross-examining her, and she says, well, this is why I sued you. What do we do with that?
Those two issues have nothing to do with one another. Her phone extraction has nothing to do with
I'm not sure what you do with
Aiden.
Maybe we deal with that with the motion in limine to preclude her from mentioning the Middlesex suit.
Doesn't sound like a terribly controllable witness.
I've done it
That's why
before.
we have skillful Superior Court judges, Your Honor, if I could
If you can find one, that's
be a little obviously self-serving in my comment. I'm sure, Your Honor, both in his prior career, as I have in mine, and in your present position.
Yes, have
has
someone
dealt
else question.
with, witnesses that are difficult
It's not relevant as a
to
witness.
control.
What about the possibility of someone else coming in? Is that something that's realistic or not realistic?
I didn't quite hear you. Something else?
What about the possibility of bringing someone in to deal with Ms. Gaetano if indeed she's a witness?
Could be done.
Well, it would solve a lot of issues. Fair, Mr. Bedrow? I mean, you're not contending that the case goes away completely. You're contending that he can't deal with Gaetano.
Unless, Your Honor,
No, he wants it dismissed
I
by doing
understand
it.
what Your Honor is saying, and it sounds at first blush that the idea that if there's some kind of ethical screen, for lack of a better term, that just keeps a separate wall between Mr. Cosgrove and Ms. Gaetani. But if the issue of the lawsuit comes out in any way, whether it goes...
Well, if he's not the one asking the question, I'd be hard-pressed to figure out why the issue of the lawsuit would come out.
Exactly, it wouldn't. Her extraction has nothing to do with it.
But that is my job to control what comes out. But so
Yes.
Legally, let's think about it not from a witness point of view, but from a legal point of view. If Mr. Cosgrove is not the one examining the witness, I preclude that evidence because it's really not very relevant. I think we all agree.
Your Honor, I mean, look, it's certainly not for me to suggest what could happen. It's for the court to rule and the prosecutors to figure it out. I guess the first question is, why are we having this conversation, and why haven't they done that? Why is this a one-man show when this is a serious issue that there could be peril?
Well, that's why we're having this conversation.
Right.
Ahead of time, as you properly noted.
The other thing, if I could just respond briefly, I don't know if Mr. Cosgrove...
I think he's not done yet. I just was raising that one point.
I'll hold it.
Cosgrove has barely started, but go ahead.
All right. So it would appear to me what you're saying to me is, if there was a replacement for that issue, that would resolve this problem.
I don't know that it would. It's certainly a much more
please.
realistic situation where you could avoid, no question, having Mr. Cosgrove comment on the credibility of Ms. Gaetani.
You'd agree with me that does happen in trials, not with some frequency, but it's not unheard of for that to happen.
No, it's not unheard of at all. I mean, there are times, again, where you have a prosecutor who takes a statement of a defendant.
Sure.
They have to be a witness, these kinds of things can happen all the time.
We find ways around them.
But we're also, to be clear, we're dealing with a very rare situation where the witness is a former prosecution witness accusing the prosecutor who she testified for previously of misconduct. Now, if the prosecution and the court approves of that process, wants to have that laid bare, then I suppose it could. But the other problem,
just on this issue, we're not going to hijack the rest of the argument.
Okay,
just on the issue of replacement.
I had a brief response.
Yeah, he's not done. You're going to get to respond when he's done.
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove.
Well, just on that point, I have yet to hear how any comment that I might make on the credibility of Ms. Gaetani's testimony in the case before the court would even come in or be relevant in the Middlesex case or assist me in any way. Am I going to go over to Middlesex Superior Court? And, you know, frankly, I find it hard to believe that I or whoever would be representing me would be brazen enough to say to the judge, well, I want to talk about all the ways in which my client, Mr. Cosgrove, impeached Ms. Gaetani in a case that has nothing whatsoever to do with the case before the court. There's just not going to be any bleed through whatsoever, it seems to me. We don't even have, you know, frankly, Ms. Gaetani's now at the point, based on her public statements, where she has faced in so many different directions, that I find it a little difficult to believe that either the Commonwealth or the defense is going to call her in this case. Mr. Counsel has carefully said we may call her for the defense. This may be a contingency that doesn't even arise, but that's sort of a side point. Let me just take a couple of points. I was going to ask Your Honor to take judicial notice of the pleadings in the Middlesex case and the docket. It appears you've effectively done that, but let me make an oral motion on the record.
Any objection, Counsel?
No. Purpose.
Okay. Agreement. I'll take those as judicial notice as to the Worcester Superior Court case.
And one of the interesting, unique things about this alleged conflict of interest, which is a little different from the typical conflict of interest case, at least I haven't found anything precisely on point, and I don't think the defense has either, but maybe they'll prove me wrong in a moment, is the whole operation by which this alleged conflict has come about and the Middlesex case has come about. What is it that enables Ms. Gaetani to make the claim that she's seeking to make against me in the Middlesex case? It's that the defendant took the report I gave him as discovery, or I gave his counsel as discovery in the other case, publicized it, and then created the harm that Ms. Gaetani alleges accrued to her from that publication. In other words, if we're applying but-for causation, to sound like a tort lawyer for a minute, if we take Mr. Kearney's actions out of the whole proceeding, there's no harm whatsoever to Ms. Gaetani with my, as I see it, fulfilling my Rule 14 obligation. So Your Honor has the unusual situation here of a defendant who has been but-for cause of the alleged conflict, seeking to profit from that conflict by removing the prosecutor of his case, which I think is worth some consideration by the court. What I would like to do now, Your Honor, since the defendant has had the opportunity for a reply brief, which frankly doesn't particularly go to these motions, particularly, but more to the point, the defendant's reply in support of the motion to disqualify Robert Cosgrove. I'd like to examine that in some detail and take the opportunity to reply to some of his.
Well, it really hasn't become an issue here. That involves another party whose case has been dismissed. The case regarding the defendant and that witness is gone. That's dismissed. So I don't really know if that's all that relevant to any. Mr. Beddoe didn't even raise it.
For purposes of this, Your Honor, the briefs are what they are. We submitted them. I just raised the issues I thought would be helpful for the court today.
Yeah, I didn't find that anything with regard to that particular trooper terribly compelling because I don't understand how he would be part of this case. Fair to say?
You're talking about which trooper?
The trooper whose case was dismissed, Bouchard.
I'm not talking about I'm sorry for interrupting, Your Honor. I'm not talking about the motion that they filed with respect to discovery for Mr. Proctor.
Oh, I'm not dealing with discovery right now. Yeah.
I'm talking about the motion that's captioned, "Sir, reply in support of motion to disqualify Robert Cox."
Paper 127 you're talking about.
I don't know the number, to be honest with you, but
This one here?
yes,
Yep,
exactly.
that's 127.
Okay.
Okay, go on, I'll hear you.
All right. So, the defense begins by complaining that my response envisions my conflict in a vacuum, and that it ignores the whole context, which is basically a preface, Your Honor, for talking about everything else that the defense is unhappy with about the case, except issues that are relevant to whether or not I should be disqualified. There is, on page 1 of that motion, suggesting that Morrissey recused his office from prosecuting Mr. Kearney due to a conflict created by an investigating journalist who publicly accused the DA's office. I'm not sure that Mr. Morrissey has made a statement explaining why he appointed a special prosecutor, but I'm ready to stand to be corrected, but certainly this is the explanation that might sound most favorable to the defendant. But what does it have to do with disqualifying me? He then talks about accusations against Lieutenant Tully and former Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Uri Buchanan. What does that have to do with disqualifying me? He talks about actions by Sergeant Buchanan taken after he left the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in support of a legal civil dispute between Ms. Reed and the alleged victims in this case. That has nothing to do with whether I should be disqualified. We've talked about my voluntary withdrawal from the indictments concerning Ms. Gattani. And if Your Honor would take a look at page 6, where we have bullet points. All right? The first bullet point is absolutely relevant, and that's what we've talked about, that I'm being sued for intentional misconduct by Ms. Gattani. And we hear that Lieutenant Tully is being sued by Ms. Gattani. So what? Detective Tully has been sued by Karen Reed. What's that got to do with the price of beans, as they say? That there were disciplinary proceedings against Lieutenant Tully.
It might be relevant on cross, you'd agree?
Oh, yeah, it might have some relevance on cross, but what has it to do with disqualifying me, Your Honor? They weren't disciplinary proceedings
Fair point.
against me.
Very embarrassing.
We hear that Ms. Reed is suing Sergeant Buchanan. Well, good luck to Ms. Reed, but what has it to do to disqualifying me in this case? We hear that Buchanan was disciplined. That Proctor's been sued by Ms. Reed. That Proctor has had disparaging text about Ms. Reed. There are two things that the upcoming case should not be about, Your Honor, and I'm sorry I'm losing my voice here. Excuse me.
Oh, better. It was
It should
Ben
not
stamping
be-
his feet.
retrial of the case that has been null pros concerning Ms. Gattani. And two, it should not be a retrial of the Karen Reed case. None of this stuff is relevant.
Yep.
Gattani's testimony will undermine the credibility of Detective Lieutenant Tully and Ms. McCabe, which will subject her to cross-examination by Mr. Cosgrove. Now, let's look specifically, if I can skip ahead in the memorandum. The argument that's been made a little later on in the memorandum, in which Your Honor has heard again today. And I'm looking now at page 16, Your Honor, the first full paragraph. Ms. Gattani will testify.
Do you mean unretire?
Lieutenant Tully intentionally mishandled her cell phone by tampering with and/or deleting its contents. Detective Lieutenant Tully will deny this. Mr. Cosgrove has accepted Detective Lieutenant Tully's explanation without any further investigation. Well, I don't know how the defense knows that I've accepted Detective Lieutenant Tully's explanation without any further investigation. But let's put this on a timeline. It has been the contention of the defense from the start of the case that certain items were missing from the download of Ms. Gattani's cell phone. And their explanation is that must be because Detective Lieutenant Tully deleted it. I responded to that. Ms. Gattani is a latecomer to this discussion. She is only now, in the form of either public statements or representations by the defense as to her new position, suggested that this is because Detective Lieutenant Tully tampered with it or deleted its contents. By the way, I don't know how she would know that because she was not there during the download of her cell phone and the transfer of it. But at any rate, my response as to what happened to the cell phone occurred before Ms. Gattani made any of these statements whatsoever. I don't know how it can be that I have been siding with Detective Lieutenant Tully over Ms. Gattani. I haven't seen an affidavit from Ms. Gattani. I haven't seen anything from Ms. Gattani other than hearsay, which is just a representation.
Rehire, I get what you mean, Beach.
And certainly, but let's assume that I do, as they put it, side with Detective Lieutenant
It'd be a
Tully,
conflict, Christina.
Cross-examining Ms.
Unfortunately.
Gattani and in the closing argument. What does that have to do with defending my position in the Middlesex case, and how is it relevant, and how would it even be introduced? I have no idea. Let me back up and make a couple of other points. I want to turn to the legal argument, say a little bit about the law, and I suspect Your Honor has probably already looked at the two cases cited by Mr. Betterow, Commonwealth versus Dunlap And
They work against him, actually, those cases.
the other case is named USB Health,
Against Federer.
which involves a complicated civil action involving the Church of Scientology and others. The first thing to say about these cases is they're Pennsylvania cases, not Massachusetts cases. So at best, I would say they are persuasive authority, not binding authority.
I don't think Ms. Federer contests
No, of course.
contends otherwise.
The second thing I would say is that they are both opinions in which the court declined to rule for the defense on the conflict of interest argument. In the first case, Dunlap, the decision of the Superior Court judge was affirmed by an equally divided court. The dissenting justices characterized the other side as the majority, but the opinion itself says that the appellate court was equally divided. So I'm not sure if it's even good as dicta. It seems to me it has no precedential value at all, but if it does have precedential value, it was a ruling in favor of the Commonwealth. And what were the facts? In a sentence from the dissent, that is, those who believe there was a conflict of interest, the district attorney who prosecuted this case also represented the victim in a civil suit arising out of the same transaction. That is a mile away. That is a stadium away. That is a continent away from the facts in this case. I am certainly not representing Ms. Gattani in a civil suit arising out of the events that bring the defendant into court. Now let's take a look at USV Health or Height Health, I guess it is, which is the federal case. That does have some interesting parallels to this case. According to the decision, and I apologize for not having the pin sites, but I think Your Honor will readily find them. The defendants contended on appeal that they were denied due process because two prosecutors were defendants in a civil action filed by the Church of Scientology 10 days after the events that went down in this particular case. And they alleged, and the events that went down were a search of the Scientology's office in Los Angeles, and they alleged that the raids were conducted in bad faith with the intention of violating Scientology's constitutional rights. You can look back at the memos filed by the defense, and the contention they're trying to make, for one of them, is that this is a bad faith prosecution. So that applies here. What is different here is the civil suit apparently precedes the raid that the prosecutors make in the defense office in the Church of Scientology. Here, there's nothing like that. The events that the defendant was charged with in this case occur before any involvement by Ms. Gattani, before any involvement, by that matter, with me. And those issues are pretty well set and have consistently been followed through. Now, here's another similarity between Height and the current case. I'll just read a sentence or two. The government contends that prosecutors cannot be disqualified when sued by a defendant because defendants could then remove whichever prosecutor they please simply by suing him.
Yep.
Now, of course, the defendant isn't actually suing me here. He's simply seeking to profit from a witness suing me.
Yep.
But certainly a suit by the defendant would be a much more direct potential conflict. I have not gone so far as to represent to the court that I cannot be disqualified when sued by a defendant or by Ms. Gattani, I think in fairness, the court can look at it. But
Prosecutorial immunity.
the federal court, the argument was that any suit complaining of an action taken in a prosecutor's quasi-judicial capacity would be frivolous and non-disqualifying because he enjoys absolute immunity as a prosecutor, cited to a U.S. Supreme Court case. I believe as Your Honor reads through, we'll find that the court in Height pretty much bought that argument. And they go on to say that appellants have made no credible claim of actual prejudice based on the prosecutor's alleged pecuniary or personal interest in the outcome of this prosecution. I certainly have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this prosecution. I have no personal interest in the outcome of this prosecution. And nothing in this prosecution is going to affect anything that's going on in Middlesex. In Worcester Superior Court, Your Honor.
Understood. Any further? From Mr. Cosgrove.
Sorry. No, I'll stop at that point, Your Honor.
Mr. Betterup.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We might as well start from the back with US v. Health, Your Honor, which is 668 Federal 2nd, 1238, DC Circuit, 1981. Mr. Cosgrove has buried the lead about Health and about Dunlop. Those were appellate arguments post-conviction. Now, that is a huge distinction about a timely motion in advance, raising issues which could lead to a conflict. We all know that raising a conflict on appeal when you could have raised it before is looked at in an entirely different way. And the relevant language from Health that I would direct the court to is on page 1276, which states, given the need to promote the appearance of justice, a trial court on timely motion, to wit, like here, should disqualify a prosecutor from participating in a criminal action when he has a personal conflicting interest in a
There's
civil
no
case.
personal
The
interest,
key words there are
dumbass.
alleging bad faith. I'm not sure that there's an allegation in those.
There's
other
no bad
complaints of
faith.
Bad faith. There's an allegation he violated the statute. I'm not sure where it talks about bad faith.
Sued him for intentional infliction of emotional distress, coercion.
Negligent infliction. There's a difference.
She sued
Yep.
for intentional.
I read negligent, but I'll go on.
Respectfully, Your Honor, there are deliberate allegations of intentional misconduct.
By doing his
in the
job?
complaint, but that's,
Just saying.
the court can obviously
He
go
would
back
still have
and
immunity.
One of us,
We took judicial
Dumbass.
notice.
exactly.
Whatever
One of us is right.
I read this morning as negligent, but that's, I could.
Dunlop
might
is
be.
the same situation, Your Honor. It's post-conviction. The other issue, and I want to go back to the beginning. that
Well, you
Mr.
cited
Cosgrove
it.
Started with,
Bettero.
illustrates
Idiot.
the whole problem here. He's defending himself, and I have no opinion on the merits of Ms. Gaetani's claim, okay? As a lawyer, I sympathize. But he started by telling you that this case is going to get dismissed, and all I did was turn over this. He is illustrating front and center his personal interest, that Gaetani is accusing him of things he didn't do. And the conflict, the personal interest, isn't the outcome.
She's not accusing him of things he didn't do. He acknowledges doing.
He acknowledges doing it.
Justifying it and saying she's trying to do this, she's not credible. The point is this: the personal interest for Mr. Cosgrove is not whether he was wrongfully sued or whether it has any
Isn't
merit.
it?
His
Stop
good
it.
name has been attacked, and like anyone else, he has an absolute right and a personal interest in defending himself.
Oh,
And
please.
again, the proper forum to do that is not while prosecuting a case in which his accuser is a witness, his co-defendant is a witness, and Ms. Gaetani is going to probably impeach, assuming she's allowed to, their star witness, Ms. McCabe. When someone's integrity is attacked, they have a personal interest, especially someone as credentialed and respected as Mr. Cosgrove. We all understand that as lawyers and judges, but that doesn't mean you get to prosecute the case.
This is a horrible
That's
argument.
for you to decide, obviously.
This is a shit legal argument.
And we're talking about an appearance. This looks terrible, which leads to my next point. Mr. Cosgrove went through all of these allegations in our papers about, Proctor had this, Tully's been sanctioned, Buchanan. It's literally aligned
Wish I could.
with Jennifer McCabe, which we wrote about, supporting her. Buchanan was a witness in this case too, and part of the investigation.
But not anymore.
No, but the point is this. He is looking at this in a vacuum. The public must have confidence. Part of the analysis of a conflict of interest is the first sentence of the brief that he just cited from, is that the public must have confidence in the criminal justice system. And this latest conflict is a pile on conflict after conflict
He's
after
not
conflict
knowledgeable.
in this case. And if the cherry on the sundae...
But let me slow you down, because we're conflating two different issues.
Yep.
I'll agree with you. There's all sorts of issues that have developed over the course of these interrelated prosecutions. Mr. Cosgrove's role, though, is a latecomer and really had nothing to do with any of these other issues.
Nope.
So
that was mellow.
I can't sit and say I impute all of those other things to Mr. Cosgrove. And therefore, if we look at that mass of problems that have developed, he's out. Because the same logic would say the next person who sits in that seat, the same argument would apply.
Let me be very clear. I'm not...
Anybody could get out of their criminal cases that way.
You were.
Fair enough.
But my point is, all of those things are conditions which are already present in this prosecution.
They are.
I agree, Space
the
Ghost.
only
I
thing
would have already
that
if
I'm
I was
dealing
him.
with is this one issue, because the rest of those things he had nothing to do with.
But one of them, he had his other conflict, which he voluntarily sought.
But that came out of the same exact issue.
Yes. Well,
Correct.
That's our point. We think it's the same conflict.
I agree with you. But what I'm trying to, the point I'm trying to draw and the distinction is, all of these other problems that arose out of the Reed prosecution, real, imagined, substantial, that's really not for me to decide, right? They're all out there, all right? And they're all going to be there no matter what. So whoever sits in that chair right there is going to have all of those problems.
Difference.
Yep.
I don't mean to cut you off, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The difference is that if it's not Mr. Cosgrove, the man or woman who would be sitting in that chair is not being sued by Ms. Gaetani and co.
But they could be. She could just go sue them.
That's my point. That's the only
She
thing I
could.
have to analyze. Okay, that point.
Our point, respectfully, was that given the public's need for confidence in this case, not the Karen Reed case, that's a whole nother conversation for someone else on another day. But this case is filled with conflicts, and I don't think we can all just avert our eyes to and say, but none of that matters, but we're going to have a prosecutor now cross-examine his accuser and then say she's not credible.
Oh, please.
He also indicated, Your Honor,
Judge is
they're not
buying
even
this.
calling Ms. Gaetani. I can't fathom how that might happen. They use careful language. They may call her. We're the defense. We don't have to do anything. We can take a nap throughout this trial.
Understood.
And there may be
That sounds
a
good.
terrible joke of a case they present that we stand up and rest. So, of course, why would any credible, serious lawyer commit a year in advance? I'm calling this witness. We're alerting Mr. Cosgrove to what we think is his conflict and the court, and we may very well do that. The last point for this, he said
People's
there's
Court.
no affidavit from Ms. Gaetani, or it's all just hearsay about, tampering.
It is at this point.
With her phone. The best basis for that will be the posting online social media by a third party and long-time known critic of Mr. Carney of messages which did not appear on an extraction report that we got from Tully of Gaetani's phone, and then we never got anything from Tully's phone. We got screenshots of what he claimed were messages. That's the basis for that. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so here's what we'll do. We're going to set another date.
Bingo.
Let me talk about this. Mr. Braden, when we selected we penciled in the trial date, I gave you a very long date, longer than I wanted. Your schedule, has it changed? Can we get this thing done earlier? Assuming it's alive?
Judge, it's probably gotten worse.
We're not moving the case back.
Yep.
The trial date's not going to go backwards.
Okay.
Yeah, nice try though.
This is a 2023 case. It's 2026. It's not going backwards. If anything, it's going to move forward. So don't.
I know you'll relate to this, Judge. I have the usual
I
slate
know.
of like fall murder cases.
I get
He's
it.
just
I get it,
trying
but this
to
one's an old
push
one,
it
and it's
further back,
it's set.
further back,
So,
further back.
I was going to try to move you forward, but if you tell me that can't happen, then that can't happen.
I'm sorry.
All right, but understood. This court is willing to take this case much faster than the current schedule.
Get that, Your Honor. We do have a few other pretrial matters to address. Your Honor mentioned the motion to dismiss. Maybe we should schedule that.
What we're gonna do is this. I'm gonna take this under advisement. We're gonna pick a date right now. And either we do a motion to dismiss that day or we're on for appearance of new counsel that day. All right, one or the other. We're gonna know. I'll get your decision beforehand. Now, I am open to the idea that if I accept there's a conflict here, I haven't made that determination yet, but if I accept there's a conflict, I'm open to the idea that it's resolvable by having someone else step in and cross-examine her.
Yep.
I think
Bingo.
that solves
Done.
all of the issues. So that might be the easy way here, so everybody can get this thing moving and have this trial, which all parties seem to desire.
They just want to dismiss
But
it.
just on that point, I appreciate you kind of reflecting your thought process. But, you know, even if counsel stays on the case, but doesn't actually do the questioning, it still remains that there's a conflicted counsel on the case, and the
Oh, please.
Mr. Bradley, you and I both know
of that
that
interest.
Mr. Bradley, you and I both know this
Yep.
happens with some frequency, and we work our way around. All right.
Nice try.
The jury's concentration in this case is on the events of the case. Now, Ms. McCabe's credibility, I expect to be a robust cross-examination based on all the information that you've gathered. And if it's appropriate to bring in an
He was hoping.
extrinsic witness, and generally, as you're well aware, it's not. If it's appropriate to have an extrinsic witness on that issue, then we'll take that as we go.
Oh yeah, he was.
Mr. Cosgrove raises a reasonably good point that, you know, there's been some recent case law talking about, you know, the police can't create their own exigency. And to some extent, the defendant has created his own exigency here.
Correct.
Because in fact, the plaintiff in that case is suing because the contents of her phone were put on the internet. The defendant did that. So there is some, you know, you got to be fair to both sides here and say this is something which only happened because of steps taken by the defendant.
Judge, I don't want our lack of response to that to be perceived as a acknowledgement. I don't want to address that.
He cares more about the public.
I'm basing that simply on what I read in her complaint, not on anything that's been represented to me today.
Right, exactly. And so just a couple rewinds here, judges, that the government themselves
Here we go. He's going to try to rehash the case. That's what he does.
Of this back in December of 23, swore in the affidavit that Ms. Catani was a witness.
Until he starts stuttering.
And so I don't think the government can do a 180 and say, oh, she's not really a witness.
Oh, she's a witness, but
You're doing a 180.
At that point, they were trying to indict your client for some sort of conspiracy charge, which failed.
Right.
All right, and
apparently
the grand jury didn't
live and under investigation.
Well, that's another matter. I've told you I have no authority to affect that. What I do know is that was no build.
No build.
Even worse. Okay, that was no build. So I can't imagine a circumstance
No,
where
she's
I would
streaming
allow
it.
evidence in about a no build issue. I remain to be persuaded on that. But
Correct.
So what? And just to go to the lowest hanging fruit on why Ms. Catani would be a witness, there's all sorts of screenshots and text messages.
Bradel called
We need
her
these things
not credible and all
authenticated
sorts of horrible
before we
things.
use it.
I'm not necessarily saying that can't happen.
There's all sorts of reasons.
I get that, but
No one's trying to trigger a recusal. There's a lot of good reasons why she's involved in this. The government's own affidavit.
I'm not discrediting what you're saying. What I'm saying to you is,
What about yours,
I think
sir?
there's a way around this. And I don't know that a closing argument is going to change that, because the closing argument is based on what's heard at the trial and,
Yep.
I'd add, in this court's view and in the proper practice would be confined strictly to the evidence that's presented before the court. So, no, it's not going to.
I appreciate your reflections, Judge. If I could just have one moment.
Yeah.
What he doesn't seem to realize is the prosecution is going to be able to use Bradle's own really nasty words about Lindsay against him and say, well, he called her not credible. He called her a something serendipitous liar and
just
all sorts of shit.
Let's pick a date.
Okay. Are you late February, March? Okay, early March. What would you like, Your Honor?
No, stop
Let's
it.
go later in March.
All right, March 27th.
Is that a Friday? Fridays are generally best.
I can do that. It is a Friday.
Do it on a Friday.
Thank you.
Bradle always tries to
I don't know if we'll be in this
re-argue
room. I'll have to consult
the entire
with
case.
the occupant who has generously lent me this room today.
I want to say one other thing, if I could,
Sure.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I am concerned that the protective orders that have been issued by the court have been the subject of violations.
Yep.
I'm not prepared to address it today, but I want to put defense and the court on notice that I do think there's a basis for that argument, and I will plan on raising it at the next hearing.
Well, raise it first with the other side so that they're aware of your concerns.
I will, of course.
All right. If it's not resolvable, then the court will step in. Nobody benefits by undermining the protective orders. Look, again, the way this court looks at this is that this is an important First Amendment issue which should be decided by a jury of the defendant's peers to decide the mores of our society, whether or not this is journalistic activity or it's not journalistic activity. Let's try to focus on that, folks.
I absolutely agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay? All right. Anything else we can do today?
Oh, sir.
March 27th, the purpose of that hearing to be determined, but it's going to be one of those two things.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor.
All right, both matters continued to March 27th, time and session.
Court, all right, please.
I think I see the girlfriend.
Get into the courtroom at this time, please. Thank you.
Free Turtleboy, free Turtleboy, free Turtleboy.
How dumb do you have to be to do that dumbass shit? Like, really? How dumb do you have to be? Sounded a lot like Erica in her raspy ass voice, just saying, didn't it?
Typical TV supporter.
Like, how
breaking the
stupid do you
rules.
think that makes him look good? No, it literally just shows the court that he does have a rabid mob of idiots that will do done ass shit. I'm a little disappointed in Cosgrove right now. I'm not going to lie. I mean, he did a good job, but like, there were numerous things that he could have brought up, including the main point, which is what the defense is trying to do here. The only thing the defense is trying to do here is remove Cosgrove because they think nobody else will take it and it'll just be dismissed. That's what they're trying to do. Yep. And Cosgrove should have brought that to the attention of Your Honor. Yes, this is going to be the judge he's going to get throughout his entire trial, so good luck to him, right? I think there is zero chance that he will take Cosgrove off the case. I think and I'm a little bit not understanding why Cosgrove wouldn't have moved to revoke his bail at this point.
Maybe because they're trying to kick him off the case in this motion and he didn't want to bring it up today because it would seem like it was retribution or something.
I can't because he's already picked up 2 cases in New Jersey. So it's valid. Under the law, it's completely valid and kind of weird that a prosecutor wouldn't move to revoke the bail after picking up other cases, when before he has moved to revoke the bail and the court's given him another chance. He's had 100 chances over. It's a little strange for a prosecutor to not put in a motion to revoke someone's bail when they've picked up other cases at this point, right? So why he didn't like, this is one of my problems with Cosgrove. He's probably a good guy in person, but I do concur with other people that he is older. The internet is not his forte, that he's slow to look at information, slow to go over information, slow to obtain and understand internet information, and that they should have had an office of special counsel probably the only thing I will agree with that anything on the defense said was it should have been an office of special counsel. It should have been more than one attorney, right? Cosgrove and other attorneys. It should have never. This is a case that's way too big and too constant for it to be one singular old guy who definitely has said that he doesn't really know tech or the internet or a thumb drive, you know? And sometimes he just can't spit out what he needs to say. It's a very long-winded sort of, yes, he knows the laws, and that's a good thing, right? He knows cases and the laws, but he doesn't sometimes get direct to the point. And if he just got quickly to the point of, Your Honor, the defense here is trying to illegal maneuver to get this case dismissed by having me thrown off of it. And I think the judge himself actually brought up the point, which I was hoping to hear Cosgrove bring up, which is that this, quote, new witness that they have had nothing to do with anything he's being accused of at the moment. At the moment, this is stuff that happened to the witnesses before Lindsay and him ever dated. So she has no knowledge or anything of anything that happened during that time at all. Right. It's only afterwards, like, so Bradle's talking about like, oh, well, they had her as a witness or the person who was the victim as the Commonwealth, but the worst could be said for Mr. Bradle, who sat there and called her a contemporaneous liar, he called her a lot of really horrific bad shit in court and how much she was incredible and how much of a liar she was. Does he realize that like they're going to be able to use those, the prosecution, against him? And he's going to say, oh, now you're saying that this is a witness that really, and the judge brought it up. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China, right? Like, what does that have to do with the crimes that he committed and then put on video? He's not even arguing that he didn't commit the crimes. That's the point, is he's not arguing that these things didn't happen. He's just arguing it's First Amendment protected. So don't see the relevance here, right? Like, there wasn't really any relevance, right? One of the things I've been telling you guys for a really, 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 really long time, if you've been watching me that long, is that prosecutorial immunity takes precedence over all of this. So you can sue Cosgrove all you want. You can throw his name on a lawsuit, but anything he does in the course of his duties as a prosecutor, even if he makes a mistake, he is protected by immunity. So there's no doubt in my mind his name will come off of that lawsuit because he was protected by immunity. And it was one of the first things that the judge brought up. And I was like, bravo, Your Honor. Bravo. We have someone who's there right now. Are we getting anything from Julie about what's going on right now outside the court?
I asked her if she wants to come up on your show. I haven't gotten a response yet. So
you can always just send her the link if she says, yeah, it'll work. The same one I sent you.
Yeah. I
have no doubt that they will not recuse Cosgrove. That's not going to happen because it would set a legal precedent that anyone could sue the prosecutor to get out of their criminal stuff, even though they have prosecutorial immunity. And also, let me throw out there, Cosgrove had nothing to do with the extraction. That was Mello. So even suing Cosgrove for the extraction is kind of weird because, like, again, that was before Cosgrove took the case over. That was Mello. So
I love the point that the judge made when he said that Aiden did those things and then went on his show and bragged and talked about it. Like, I'm like, right. Oh, wow, this judge is really on it.
100%. And I agree with Claudia that Cosgrove needs robust help, other lawyers to help him. You know, it's just crazy to me. Like, oh, she made a large purchase for $1,000. Well, to be fair, I wish I had $1,000. That'd be nice. But yeah, I think the judge sees right through a lot of these tactics. And that's why he looked at Bradle and says, me and you both know, because clearly the judge can see that Bradle likes to perform for the audience. And that is the most embarrassing thing I have ever seen when it comes to Bettero. He has to realize at this point, like, it's time to bow out. Aiden will continue to make you look stupider and stupider and stupider. There's no, I mean, he always acts like he won something, even if it goes really bad for him. So I have no doubt in my mind that Aiden will get on and claim that something great happened in some sort of way. Because let's be clear here. He was passing notes to his attorney like he was a middle school girl from the 90s. Okay. Every 5 minutes, passing those notes to the point where Bradle moved a little bit more away and a little bit more away and a little bit more away until Aiden couldn't reach him anymore because he was kind of sick of it at that point. You could clearly see it, you know? It's insane to me. I think they meant Kate. He said longtime critic. I think they meant Kate, but those texts, I don't think anybody has shown. And also the argument can be that those texts were, I mean, I don't know which specific text they mean either, but again, the extraction only happened they only extracted from certain dates to certain dates. So if it happened before that date or after the date, like, then it's not going to be extracted. You know what I mean? And that's the other thing. Tully. Like, what does Tully have to do with anything? Once again, the prosecutor is the one that redacts things, not the cop. You know what I mean? That was an absolute disaster for Aiden and his idiotic attorneys. And again, I know Bradel has no self-respect, but I thought maybe Betterow would have, you know, more self-respect. But I do think that Cosgrove dropped the ball on a few things. He could have brought up the recent developments and texts, and he didn't. And he should have asked for the bail to be revoked while he's picking up new cases, right? Like, there are numerous things I think that Cosgrove should have done that he didn't do. You're under bail restrictions. You're breaking the law numerous times over and over and over. But to be fair, there's also things that the DA's office and special prosecutor could have charged him with that they have not charged him with. And I remember, and I go back to my mind where at one point Cosgrove did tell Lindsay, like, because she was going to him with all the times that he was breaking these protective orders. And he said to her at one point, like, unless he comes to your house and punches you in the face, we're not going to charge him with anything else. I mean, yeah, he could file a motion for today, but they'd have to drag him back in for another date, right? But it's weird to me.
At least Julie said they're going to be giving an interview inside the courthouse, and she's going to record it.
Perfect. Thanks, Julie. We appreciate you.
I sent her the link, so when she's ready, she can join us.
Awesome. I agree with you, Salty. It's not that it should be an easy case, but I think anybody who knows the internet or knows tech even a little bit, it would have been a little easier, you know? I don't know if Grant was there. I don't know if he's there.
I don't think he was, because Julie was giving me the rundown of who was there, and she would.
She probably would have mentioned if he was there, right? Like,
absolutely.
Yeah. You know,
unless he arrived late, but
right. I think the judge absolutely understands what's going on here. Impeachment of a witness. And that's the thing is, you can't have a quid pro quo, right? You cannot have the defendant saying to a witness who was once against him, I need you to do this, this, and this for me, and then we'll talk about the civil suit. Like, and as the judge rightly pointed out, that civil suit's in negotiations to be settled, no, right? And Betterow is like, you know, slamming his little purple crayon fist on the table, like, well, it doesn't matter. Actually, it does matter. It 100% matters, okay? And why is it about to be settled? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is it? And then Betterow wrongly was like, well, that's not the one that Cosgrove was. It is, because it's a countersuit on that case. It is the exact case. There's not a second case. It's all of it is in that case. So the judge was right. Betterow was wrong. Shocker, didn't do his homework again. No, I didn't see it. Meredith posted showing that ages ago Aiden donated money to Grant through Meredith. What? So Grant would go to the courthouse and cover a case. Shut the hell up. See, that's the kind of like just sleazy shit, right? Like, and it's like, okay, in Grant speak, can we say that Grant was colluding with Aiden to cover his cases when he was claiming that Aiden was a horrible person? Like, what? I mean, we're going to do conspiracy talk, right? That's what Grant would say. You know? That's what he would say. You know, he knows it. Make no mistake, he knows it. He 100% knows it. He would brag to Lindsay about how Meredith sent him money a while ago. But I just assumed it was just Meredith, like who felt bad. You know, maybe she felt bad for him and whatever, you know? So I don't know. Well, that's the thing. I think he felt like he needed to switch sides to them so he could get attention, because everybody over here was kind of realizing, like, bro, you need some help. Like, some shit's like, you're making no sense. The tinfoil hat is like 5 tinfoil hats high, you know? Like, it's a tinfoil hats high. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I remember him saying this. So, and I think my friend, my friend Julie will also remember that as well. Yeah. I mean, of course he's going to ignore those remarks. To be fair, I probably would too. Well, I mean, he does not tell the truth, and he just says whatever he wants to go with his narrative, kind of like Aiden. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Well, that's the other thing. If you read those texts, you clearly know that he was trying to sway her to do what he wants her to do so that he drops the civil suit. And I am hard-pressed to believe that a court would allow her to testify after seeing any of that. You know? And now Grant is suddenly covering stories of people Aiden has shamed, getting his camera slapped out of it. So why? Why would he be covering those stories. I've been covering those stories for God knows how long for the victims, and telling you guys what they allow me to tell you. So I'm not gonna just, and that's the other problem with Grant, is like, you can tell him the whole story, and instead of getting your permission, he'll just say what he wants, and then on top of it, add whatever spin he wants to it. I would never do that to someone. Like, I only tell you guys what I'm allowed to tell you guys from the victims themselves, what I am given the okay to share with you, because that's up to them what's shared, not up to me, and I am a victim. So it's like, I don't ever want to put them in harm's way, and it's not worth a dono or another view or another this or that to put someone who's a victim in harm's way in a way that shows who they are or what their name is, so that he can go and harass them some more. It's that's not worth it to me. And I understand that a lot of these channels do that shit because it brings in money and it's drama, and it's like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't get, yeah, we all need to make money. We all need to survive. But to me, my integrity means more than a dollar sign. It means more than harming innocent people because it'll get me more views or more money that week. No, I am a childhood victim of SA, dude. And the first person that I told, I was 21 years old. That's when I got sober. 21. Okay. So some people take that shit to their grave. Yeah. To their grave. I would never, ever put out information on a victim if they're not ready to share that information with all of you. It is their timeline. Some people choose to take it to their grave, and I do not blame them one bit, at all.
Didn't you find it interesting that the judge's demeanor with Bettero, like he was challenging him left, right, and center, like over and over and fairly quiet during Cosgrove's presentation. So
I think he might have asked like one question in the middle of Cosgrove's thing, and that's when like Bettero, I think, interrupted. He's not there. He's streaming. To me, it's just sad. It's sad that we didn't, like, I don't know why they didn't do a motion to revoke his bail. I would have, Yeah, that's a good tactic of his.
I don't understand how they left it. Like he said, if it can't be resolved, then, and I forget what he said, but
so what he was saying is that, so again, a judge has to have impartiality, right? So they have to have the,
I thought Cosgrove said that. The judge said that if it can't be resolved. Oh, he did. It was the judge.
No, so at
can't
the
be resolved, she'll step in.
Yeah, what the judge was saying is he would take it under advisement, right? That he wasn't gonna like rule on it right now. And I think it's just because he doesn't want to do it in front of like an audience, which is totally fine. I don't disagree with him on that, because that's what Aiden's attorneys make it about, right? Is like the public and the audience. And I know that the judge can see that because of the way Gradle is. And that's why he kind of like stopped him at the end there a little. But what he was saying is whether it results in you guys arguing this quote motion to dismiss, or you guys are, or being like a different counsel, remains to be seen. Now that is him giving the impartiality of like, this needs to be impartial. Y'all need to, make sure it's impartial by saying like whether Mr. Cosgrove gets replaced or it's a motion to dismiss. But as the judge said, he's more inclined to just allow someone else to question Lindsay, and that solves the problem. And of course, after them arguing, the defense arguing that's the problem, then of course they gotta be like, no, well, Your Honor, like it's still gonna be a problem. No, it's not still gonna be a problem. You just want it dismissed, right? Like, and I know that the judge can see through that, but that's him giving it to be, impartial. I have no doubt in my mind there is a 0% chance that the judge takes Cosgrove off of this case. There is no relevance in saying that there's any conflict between him, because Lindsay's cases with Aiden are already gone, right? He has prosecutorial immunity. So even if you sue him, that means that anybody could take a civil action against something they didn't like that the DA did, and magically they would get away with their criminal charges. That would set a ridiculous legal precedent. This judge is not going to do that. I can promise you that. That is my intuition, my gut. And usually I'm pretty right about these things. There's no chance that he's going to take Cosgrove off. What's going to happen is he's going to say, okay, get someone else to question her. If I even allow her in as a witness, they have to show him, they have to show the judge why it's relevant, what she's going to say, and how it pertains to the case. The judge very well may be like, no, absolutely not. There's nothing relevant here. It's all innuendo and speculation and hearsay, and has nothing to do with his. So that's the thing, is they want to bring in all this stuff that happened afterwards, like whether they got in a car. By the way, completely legal to get in a car and watch someone from afar. You can do that yourself without even hiring a PI in your own cases and take pictures and videos. Like you can do that on your own. But that has zero relevance to him committing the witness intimidation that he committed a year prior. And that was the judge's point, which is what happened after, whether they followed him around one time or not. And let me be clear about this. Lindsay knew he was going to the police station because the police had called her for questioning because he was going there filing fake reports saying that she illegally took videos of them having sex, right? When in reality, it's her own cameras in her own house that she had. And one of them was in the living room, and it kind of like her doorway to her bedroom is like through the kitchen and living room there. So you could see like, you know, a corner of it. And after she realized that the camera was on, she texted Aiden the next morning and was like, oh my God, I totally forgot my Ring cameras were on. It probably caught us, you know, doing it a little. And Aiden's response to that was, oh, I looked right at it and I winked at it. You have all the permission to record us, right? But what he did was when he went to the police station to file these false reports against her and say that she illegally recorded them having sex, he took out the text messages that show right in the conversation that she initiates telling him, then he says, oh, I saw it, I winked right at it, like, because it's all out in the open, it's not hidden, you know what I mean? It's right there in the open, you can see them. And you're allowed to have cameras in your own house, like those are not, it's not illegal wiretapping to have video cameras in your own home. You're fully allowed to do that. So he took out those messages where he says, oh, I winked at the camera, I saw the camera, I give you full permission. Like, he took those out when he made those false reports. So they call her down for questioning. Now she's got to go down. They read her rights. She's sitting in a room, like all this stuff. Now she's got to go through her entire phone with them to show them these messages. When they get to those messages, they stop. And the looks on their faces, just like she said it all, because those messages they didn't have. He took those ones out. And so at that point, no crime's been committed. Here's the messages proving so. But then, you know, they get to the like other parts of the messaging with him where they talk about like her not remembering having sex with him, like, you know, the video's there and like whatever. And they stop the interview there. And they're like, okay, we need to go get the sex crimes detective. Like, this is a crime, Lindsay. She didn't go in there and go, I want to report grape. Like, that didn't happen. They stopped the interview where she had to explain herself for something Aiden went in there to falsely report, knowing it was false, to try to get revenge. And they came across those videos and those messages, and they determined it was a crime, not her. So, like, just to throw that out there, that's how all of that went down. So I'd be hard pressed to understand where seeing him go into the police station or being on a street next to it, like, has any relevance to the crime he's admitting he did, but he's just saying it's First Amendment. That happened over a year or 6 months or however many months later. The argument in the case isn't what they did after they had been witness intimidated and harassed. It's, did he do it? Did he do these things he's accused of doing? And so there's no relevance to what happened months later, whether they saw him and followed him in a car or not, which is crap. They didn't follow him all the way to Southie. Someone else saw his car there, took a picture and sent it. Like, that's not, you know what I mean? Like, but I don't get it. I don't get like where they think some of this shit is relevant, that it isn't, it's not. And the judge rightly pointed out, like, I fail to see the relevance in some of that. I failed to see, like, that has nothing to do with the question before the court is, did he commit the witness intimidation or is it First Amendment? And that has to do with the witnesses. So that's the question. The question isn't, did they follow him around 6 months later? Did they see him at the court? Did they see him at the police station? That's not the question before the court, nor is it relevant to whether he committed the witness intimidation then prior to him even dating Lindsay or not. Right? That's the question before the court. The court can't just let you go on and on and on about how this person doesn't like the things that happened afterwards, or how Aiden didn't like this, or this. That's not the question before the court about the crime, you know? I mean, he could be waiting for, I've also said that, he could be waiting for the New Jersey cases to like their next hearing or whatever and see what happens there before he does a bail revocation. But I really wish he would have done it sooner, you know, in my opinion, or at least brought it up and put it on record with the court, you know? That's what I hope would have happened.
I think if he was going to recuse Cosgrove, he would have done it today. I don't see why he would schedule another court date and waste everybody's time just to go and recuse him later.
Yeah, it's not going to. It's not, he's not going. And that's the other thing, right? Like, what about all the horrible things Bradel and Betterow said about Lindsay? Like, did they not realize that that's going to play into all of this? So you can argue that the Commonwealth used her as a witness and blah, blah, blah. And now she's saying the opposite. But the problem with that is Bradel himself got up there and called her all these names, including a liar and not credible. And that's going to come back to bite him. You know, Cosgrove, that's the thing. Cosgrove, I have no doubt, has all of this stuff that just came out. I know it was sent to him. I got the screenshot of the email. So I know people sent it to him. So it's like he has it all, whether he opened the email or not from a week or more ago. I have no idea whether he went through it. That's my point, is this is why it needs to be an office of special counsel, you know? And any citizen can send this shit to the court or to Cosgrove or to the cops. Like, doesn't make you a government agent to send things to the police. Like, you have the right to, if you know of a crime or know someone's committing a crime, you have every right to send the evidence to the DA's office or the court or the whoever you want, right? Just know that if you write the email, it probably is going to be public record and discoverable. So, you know, I do wish that this judge had been on the recase and all of the, like, from the beginning of Aiden's cases. That's terrible. I can't even imagine. But like, this is not right. Like, where was Jimmy? Where was Jessica? Yeah. Where were these people that are all of his solid friends, you know? Oh my God. See, Hannah, we knew that would happen, right? Melanie Little's now saying that the judge only interrupted Betterow. Well, he interrupted Betterow because Betterow was making nonsensical legal arguments. And I think that I'll say the best thing that I heard during that entire hearing, and I don't know if you guys picked up on it, probably just because I'm a law nerd, I picked up on it faster. But when Betterow was making an argument and the judge was like, about the immunity, and the judge was like, well, in the legal sense, if he's a prosecutor, like, he gets immunity. Like, there's ultimate immunity for anything he did as a prosecutor, right? Ultimate immunity. So suing him and just putting his name there doesn't really mean much when he has ultimate immunity as a prosecutor, right? It's going to be taken off eventually because he has immunity, right? And so the judge was making that point, and Betterow decides to go, well, yeah, legally, but
yeah.
You're in a court of law, sir. This is what you're arguing is legally. So what else would you be arguing? Fantasy? Like, so the judge is like, yes, Mr. Betterow, this is a legal setting. So, like, what?
I think you and I both cracked up at that.
I was dead at that one. I was like, is this what land are we in right now? Like, what are we talking about? Like, what is happening? Well, yeah, in the legal, like, yeah, this is a legal thing, sir. Like, you're in a court of law. What did you think this was? Judge Judy on TV? Like, you're just, doesn't mean anything. You're just on TV. Like, what do you think this is? Law and Order? You know, like,
actually, Lindsay hasn't actually filed a suit. She's only given them the tort letter, the notice that she intends to sue, right?
No, I think that was for someone else, but I believe that she's countersuing on the original Aiden complaint all these other people, including Cosgrove. But I have no doubt in my mind that a lot of that will be dismissed because of prosecutorial immunity, and the cops have immunity too on certain things. So, like, I don't think it's really going to go anywhere, you know, at all. And so it's like, I don't know what they expected, right? And the other thing is I love, because how many times have I pointed that? One of you guys pointed out that I've said it a million times, and this was in the beginning of the hearing, but I love that the judge pointed out, like, you can't file things that are not motions and expect to get... Yeah. Like, how many times have I said this? Like, you can't file an affidavit or herald in the purple crayon and just write shit, letters to the court and Dear John and all this bullshit if it is not a motion. And I'll tell you what, and I've told you guys a million times why they didn't put it in a motion, right? They didn't put it in a motion because then they have to be held legally accountable for everything they say. And if it's in bad faith or they're lying, then they're lying. Hold on. Here's Julie. Hey, girl.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me, you guys?
Yep.
All right, can you see me? I don't know what the hell's going on over here. Wait a second. Let me see if I can turn my camera around. It is freaking cold.
Girl, I know.
Well, at least I can hear you. That's a plus.
Right?
Hey, Deirdre.
Hey, Julie.
Can't see shit. I can see my
Thank you
face.
for braving the cold for us.
It's freezing.
Anything,
I was out for 10 minutes and it was cold.
I mean, you know what? It's not bad. The sun's out. We got to go to Boston. Had an experience. That's fun. Let me see if I can turn the camera around so you guys can see what's going on. Nope. How do I turn my camera around?
It should be like almost like a.
Did I do it? Do you see snow?
Square thing with arrows. It kind of goes around like a square thing with arrows that flips the camera. There you go.
Wait, can you see snow?
I can. Yes.
All right. Can you see a whole bunch of? I don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh yeah, I can see them. Yeah, that's weird.
Ambulance?
Did someone have a heart attack? What's going on?
No, I think something's on fire because it smells like fire. Let's go see.
Did Bradle poop his pants and he needs a new pair of emergency underwear? What happened?
No. He showed up late. Like as soon as he showed up, they went in. It's like, okay, time to roll.
Oh, you know what happened? You know what happened? The glare probably self-emulated for TV and protest.
Oh my God.
Free TV. Whoosh, goes up in flames.
That's not good. Something's on fire.
So silly. Like,
I need to go that way. Well, whatever.
Okay, so tell us what you observed today.
What's up?
Tell us what you observed today.
Oh, there was a shitload. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
You can swear. It's totally okay. It's my channel. You're allowed to swear.
I mean, that's our custom. If we don't say the F word 16 times in a sentence, I mean, we get
you're not
fined.
from Boston.
See, here they come because I didn't say the F word. Here they come. Yeah, it was something else.
Oh, I bet.
I mean, it's very interesting to see. Like, number one, this judge is no nonsense, which I like. Like I don't like the like mealy mouth. Like, oh well, I guess we'll just take it under advisement, and then we'll take it under some more advisement, and then oh by the way, we'll take it under advisement again for a third time.
Yep.
He seems like it's just like, hey, let's get the show on the road. Shit or get off the pot. And they're gonna poop. So here we go. But
Bradle was late because he always is, and I know that they started right after. But who else did you see?
So who was there in the audience? There was it seemed like they were just like the usual like boots on the ground. Like Erica was there, Dina was there, the Glazer was there. Tom CPU was outside. I think he got inside. It was pretty much at capacity, but like a smaller courthouse courtroom. I mean, it's nice. Like it's way up there, so like you can look out the window from like the little bit that we can see.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. Yeah. So like, I was like, we can see that. Like it was at capacity. The guy from what's his name? Linda Kinney Bodden.
Oh yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, the guy was there. Yeah, Michael. He was there. He asked a bunch of questions. The guy from Mass Live, who was he was at the Kelsey Fitzsimmons thing I saw. He was at the grand jury thing that I saw, and at Moakley. He was there and he asked questions, and like he, like I wrote down a whole bunch of stuff. He wrote down a whole bunch of stuff.
Good.
But I mean, when they were doing stuff, so I think that on Zoom, you guys could just see the judge, right?
Well, so I could have changed the view to the judge, but like back and forth, but I didn't want to go back and forth, so I left it on Aiden as an attorney and his attorneys.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, because I think on Zoom, because they showed like the Zoom in the courtroom, they had like they showed the judge's face, which he was very like I thought Judge Tawani and the grand jury was expressive. This guy was very, very, very expressive, and he seemed very skeptical of a lot of things.
I would have been too, because there were nonsensical legal arguments. Bredero was literally just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what would stick, and none of it was like legally feasible. It was really just pointing fingers at other people and like rank speculation and hearsay, and like those aren't legal arguments.
Well, I mean that's funny that like the very first thing out of his mouth was, here, let me see if I can get you some. I'm in the, not where you're going to see all the skyscrapers, but like you can see Boston. Yeah, like the first thing out of his mouth is like, that's not what that's not what emotion is.
I've pointed this out numerous times in many other streams when it comes to covering his cases, that his attorneys love to file things that are not motions. And they do that because they can't file it in emotion and then not be held responsible if they are just blatantly lying to the court or throwing in things that are, rank speculation or completely just nonsensical. And so instead they file affidavits or letters to the court. And here's the problem with that is the judge can't decide on a letter to the court or an affidavit. He can only make a decision on an actual motion. So if I was Cosgrove, I wouldn't have replied to that because it's not an actual motion. And I would have said, Your Honor, this is not an actual motion. I am not going to address this until they put an actual motion in, forcing them to put all that crap on record.
Yeah.
Because you can't do that. You can't just put shit out there that isn't a motion. That's not the way it works, dude.
No. Yeah. And I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Give us some color on the glare. Did you see him?
Well, so okay, well, so I don't know if that's more for like my channel, the drama channel, because everybody wants to say like, "What are you, a drama channel?" No, I'm the drama channel, and we do Wendy Williams all the time. So
we could do a little drama in the morning.
Yeah, we do drama here sometimes when we're dealing with idiots like that. Go for it.
Well, that's Mesca in the mornings, which I mean, like. But anyways, yeah. So, so like I was, like looking at everybody because like people are like, like you see them on the agenda and they're like, oh, okay, like you look like this. You see him in person, it's like, wow. Like for example, like first time I met Grant, I didn't realize how tall he was.
Yeah.
Oh shit, Wendy. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
Did we lose her? It's probably because she touched the screen. She might be able to pull it back up in a second. We'll just leave her there until she.
She's pretty good with tech. She'll figure it out probably.
Yeah, it's probably just because she was trying to wipe off the lens. It happens to me all the time, and then it'll like shut the window, and then I'll have to go back. It's obnoxious, but when she comes back, we'll pop her back up. So she's right though. Like you won't realize it. Grant is actually really tall in person, and you wouldn't see that. I can when she comes back, but that would require. So the problem with that is if I make her bigger, it might take us off the screen. And then you won't be able to hear me if I take us off the screen. So
Julie's walking because she has to go back to the train station. So that's why she's walking. She took the train.
I mean, Boston is beautiful for sure. It's also very loud. It gets, she dropped off, but she'll come back. So that's what he wants though, right? Like he wants, well, I mean, I'll say at least from my end, it's not an assumption. I know that he does. I know that he has like a law, one person that like helps him with stuff. But other than that, he does not have like an office of special counsel where he has a bunch of other lawyers helping him with stuff. So that's the problem. In my opinion, for me, it's not an assumption. I know this to be true, but I get your point that people would just be assuming. I'm not assuming. I know that, but I think he definitely needs more help than just the one person that's actively helping him. I think if you're Bettero, you should be extremely embarrassed of what the fuck happened today. That was a clown show. And the judge can censor any witness, including Lindsay, about what he allows her to testify to and not talk about. He could weed things out that have no relevance whatsoever. Like that can happen.
Well, the judge even said
you're not allowed to bring up your lawsuit in any of this because it has no relevance.
Yeah. Well, the judge did say if she's allowed to testify, that's for him to determine if she's allowed to be a witness or not.
Right.
She may not,
and I
she
think
may not be.
Those DMs are going to be pretty relevant. If I was Aiden, I would be puckering my butthole at this point. And if I was Bettero, I would also be puckering my butthole, or I would be resigning from this case because it's going to destroy his reputation. If it didn't, I mean, what happened today was an embarrassment to anybody who claims to be an attorney. Because if you're an attorney, you know better than 99.9% of what Bettero did today. 99.9% of what Bettero today. If you're any, conscious attorney with any real attorney skills, you would have been extremely effing embarrassed of all of what the hell happened on that defense team today. Grasping, hardcore. And Melanie Little, Hannah said, is losing her shit, saying the judge doesn't understand the law. What I find so funny about
There's
that.
the ambulance chaser.
Yeah. No, not my mod, Julie. This is a different Julie. Yeah, I probably should have made that.
No, this is Julie D.
Yes, different Julie. There's a lot of Julies, so I probably should have made that relevant. What's Julie's channel's name, Deidre?
No Drama Channel or Drama. No, I'm sorry, Drama Channel. I think
Drama Channel. We'll get the link. I'll find a link for you guys and put it up. We'll get it for you guys. But so, I mean, what I find funny about Melanie Little saying anything about anything is Melanie Little hasn't practiced law. Let me point this out, since she had one last case in 2015 and the one before that was in 2014. She does not practice and has never practiced criminal law. She has no actual idea what the fuck she's talking about, and she sounds like a buffoon. She should probably shut the actual F up. The judge very much understands the law. Cosgrove is a retired judge. He very much understands the law. So to actually claim that the judge doesn't understand the law when you've never practiced criminal law before and you say the most nonsensical things when it comes to law is fucking amazing to me. The fact that anybody listens to her at all when it comes to criminal law baffles me. And I love when people are like, well, she's an attorney. Act like you would know better than an attorney. Well, I know better than that attorney. And I know better than Betterow, because he's the one who argued with me publicly, I might add, on Twitter about whether murder 2 required intent in the state of Massachusetts. And I argued publicly with him. And then he made a comment like, imagine thinking you know better than an attorney. So then I literally had to post a law for him. And guess what? No response. No response. Imagine that. Like, oh, wait, I did know better. Right? Like,
what's the answer in Massachusetts?
It does not require intent for murder 2.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Mens rea does not require intent. And so he was pushing that false narrative, of course, that it required intent. It absolutely does not require intent for what Karen was charged with. And that's what his argument was. And I expected Melanie Little to lose her shit because she is a turtle rider.
I don't get that. I do not get that. If you're gonna look at the stars and decide which one you're gonna hitch your wagon to, why would it be the turtle one? I don't get it.
Girl, it's so damaging to one's reputation later on. She's never ever, Melanie Little has never prosecuted or defended a criminal case. She has no idea. Listen, criminal cases and civil cases are very different. The burdens of proof are hugely disparate. Between civil, you need basically nothing, right? To criminal. Like they're huge. The difference is huge. So when I sit there listening to her trying to critique a judge or someone else who does practice criminal law because she doesn't like the answer that they're giving, it makes me giggle a little, but also cry a little for the amount of people that listen to her and go, oh, well, she's an attorney. Okay, let me throw this out there. Just because she's an attorney doesn't mean she's right. All right. There are bad doctors, lawyers, nurses, teachers. I mean, look at Aiden. He was a teacher, folks. Can you imagine your child having him as a teacher? Just think about that for a second. Think about that sex-craved lunatic being your child's teacher. Okay. No, thank you. No, thank you. There are bad judges, like there are bad lawyers, like there are bad nurses, and there are bad doctors. Melanie Little falls into that category. She should probably stick with trying to pretend she's acting with those exaggerated facial expressions and stop giving people, serious sickness from her outdated cupcakes. All right. Like
rancid frosting, moldy cupcakes.
Your rancid frosting. All right. It's magically suspicious. Or malicious, whichever one you want. It's magically suspicious or malicious. It was golden. The judge telling Betterow how to submit a brief. Like, bro, you know what you're supposed to be doing and what you're not supposed to be doing as an attorney. You know that you can't herald in the purple crayon that shit. You have to file a motion if you want a response and a judge to answer that motion. Of course, Bradel's like, well, I'm the attorney from around here, basically, so that's my fault. Like, I'm sorry, do you think that attorneys in all states don't have to do that? I mean, that's a thing across the board. You can't just, write something and then expect the judge is going to give an answer on it when it's not an actual motion that he can answer, right? Like they're lucky that the judge said, I will take it as a motion because Mr. Cosgrove replied to it, but do not do it again, basically.
And this isn't like the first judge to tell them that.
I was just about to say, it's not the first judge that's pointed that out. It's also not the first judge that's pointed out Bradel loves the tactic of trying to push things off and push things back. And he also loves to try to file things at like 5 o'clock on a Friday and then hope that he's going to get an answer to an upcoming date on a Monday. And this judge made very, very clear that he will not accept that. And it needs to be filed 2 weeks in advance. I don't think either side's going to call her as a witness. I don't think it's possible for that to happen, and it's not relevant. That's the point. Is the judge kept saying that, and I've already brought that up numerous times, is where is the relevance to him committing the witness? And he's not arguing that he didn't do it. He's arguing that it's protected by the First Amendment. That's long before he dated her. Anything that she has to say about, you know, the way Jen McCabe or anyone else did or said something afterwards is irrelevant to whether he committed the witness intimidation or not. It's not relevant, you know? It's not. It's just not relevant. Yeah, the judge did not seem entertained by the wee one's mega motions. Those mega motions are another huge embarrassment to any attorney. You put turtle derangement syndrome, a fake medical condition, in an actual motion to a judge. Like, what? I'm sorry, what? The fact that you actually did that and you don't assume that the judge is going to be like, and what the F is this? That is inappropriate, you know? Yes,
Yeah.
beyond a reasonable doubt versus preponderance of the evidence. And preponderance of the evidence is it more likely than not that the person did or didn't do X, Y, or Z? That's the standard for civil, which is next to nothing, you know? Well, yeah, absolutely it would. Absolutely it would. Welcome from A to B. Yeah, I agree with John here. John Johnson. I fully agree with you there. Also, if you haven't already, I'd appreciate it for all of you watching. I know there's way more of you watching on X than there are of you watching here on YouTube. I wish some of you from X would come on over to YouTube. And, you know, it helps support the channel much better when you're watching me from YouTube than it does from X, because there's 645 of you watching from X. But I'd appreciate if you guys hit the like button and the subscribe button if you already haven't, and subscribe to the channel. I would very well appreciate that. And if you'd like to help support the channel, we have a bunch of different ways you can do that, including just sharing the video. Being here is also a huge help, and it's free. And then we have things like memberships, gifting memberships, super chats, super stickers, and then the most direct routes to the creators, which is Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have a link over in chat you can click on and use any credit or debit card. It works for any of them. You can remain anonymous on any of them. We never put anybody's real name out there. I'll read you guys' little comments because they're always so good or uplifting, or they have a really good point I didn't think of, which is why I try to go through all of the chat and all of you guys' comments, because I think you guys always have some good input to put into this conversation. And I do think that a lot of creators sort of miss out on that by only reading the ones that send a super chat. And I realize that it also makes my channel lose money because I don't do that, but I feel like it's a better way to connect with your community is to be reading their points and putting them on the screen and going over things that they think and feel. I just think people miss out. Creators miss out with connecting with their audience and creating a community that way. And I'm not going to do that. So be it. If it makes me lose dollars, I don't really care. I don't care at that point. Like, it's far more important to me that we create a community where people care about one another than, you know, a couple super chats. But we ride directly on the money that's donated by all of you. That's how the channel survives. There's a ticker at the bottom of the screen and it goes by constantly. Also in the description of the video are the other options that we have for donation, which are like Chime, Revolut. There's a list of them there in the description of the video here on YouTube. So I appreciate all y'all. All right, now that because I totally forgot to do that this morning. I did. I'm really bad at that. I apologize. I'm, 2.5 hours in and I forget to tell people how to donate to the channel. My bad. My bad. Court's over. It's not a break. It's over. But that was a long court date. That was long. You think that was long? I mean, it's not usually that long, he has like one person that's helping him, but it's not like Cosgrove doesn't have an office of special counsel where there's numerous lawyers and numerous paralegals. Like, there's one other person that I know of that's helping Cosgrove. That's it. And that's not enough people to keep up with the constant flow of information and constant flow of evidence when it comes to Aiden and his lying and his contradictions and his fake accounts and his screenshots that he sends out to people that end up on the internet, that shit. It's not enough. It needs to be more than one person. But I do love for Melanie Little that she's losing her fucking shit because she's just going to sound like a buffoon.
One of my people on Spaces said that they think that the reason why she's hitched her wagon to Aiden is because she got sucked in with the The Wilbur.
Karen Reed case. Well, that it's also the Karen Reed case. So I'll tell you guys why. I mean, I've said it before on my channel, but I know you're on Spaces, so the people who haven't heard this before from me will hear it now. But she's hitched her wagon to Aiden because the Turtle Riders, believe it or not, come with a lot of donations. Those people will give. They will give and they will give and they will give and they will give. And you will make a decent amount of money just from the Turtle Riders. And so she knows that if she turns on Aiden, or if she says, I don't agree with this that he did, or I don't agree with that, then she will lose the backing of the Turtle Riders. And Aiden will attack, and she will lose thousands of subscribers, lots and lots of money. I have no doubt in my mind. I am certain that is exactly why she continues to hitch her wagon to Aiden and not criticize, because if it were anyone else, she would have, right?
And it feeds her actress thing to be on stage with him.
Yep.
So, because
feeds her ego.
If he has his way, there will be another Wilbur.
Yeah, exactly. He couldn't even fill the first one. There's no chance he's going to be able to fill the second one, right? Like, I'm sorry, but like, Melanie Little's a mean girl, number one. Okay, she's a mean girl. The way that she constantly goes after Nan is like weird. It's weird. Like, lady, you're obsessed. Get over it, right? But also, I'd like to point out like Jimmy's constant obsession with Nan. Like, I don't know what that's all about either. Also, just where was Jimmy? Where's Melanie? Where's, the Glyer shows up, but where are all your friends, Aiden? Where are your friends? Where are all the people that are rah rah sis boom bah turtle? Like, where are those people? Like, they're not showing up to your court dates, Aiden? They clearly don't give an actual fuck about you. All they care about is streaming and your subscribers that they can make money off of. Like, I very well knew that if I was going to say anything about Aiden, that I was going to lose subscribers and I was going to lose money. And I did. I lost thousands of subscribers. I lost a lot of money, but I was not willing to just lie to people. That is not who I am. If you know me in person, or you know who I am as a person, that does not jive. Does not jive with who I am at all. And if lying to people is what's going to make me more money on my channel, then I guess that I won't be making shit, because I am not willing to sit there and lie to my audience. And it's very real that people are willing to donate to people who are going to lie to their face, create drama, back a bunch of assholes. Like, I've watched it happen in real time. You can go to their channels versus mine and see the disparities. I also recognize they have more subscribers than me, but what I said when I lost thousands, when I started speaking out, was good riddance. I don't want that kind of community. I do not want people that are going to just blindly believe whatever some asshole on the internet says, and they're going to hurt real people in turn because of it. If those are the type of people that were following me, then good riddance, because the ones who stayed, like you guys, make an amazing community. You guys don't just come here for me. You guys come here for one another. And I love that. I absolutely love that. You're there for one another, not just to watch me and to keep up, but like, you're here checking on one another. Like, that's fills my heart. Like, I love that. If you don't see someone, you're like, hey, where's so-and-so? Hey, how's so-and-so? Like, I absolutely adore that. I do. Yeah, I mean, I'll check in on some other channels here and there, Mike's channel. I'll check in sometimes with JFK. I'll check in on Brian, LTL. I'll check in on some people from here to there, and send what I can. I'll usually send like a $5 super chat. I save up my Google Play points and I turn those into Google Play money, which you can then use to super chat. And I save those, and that's how I give my little bit to whoever I can give to, because I do want people to know that I support someone who's going to stand up, because once you stand up and you say something, like, you're going to be attacked. You're going to be. That's going to happen, like, no matter what. And I know what that's like. It's been 3 years, right? And I was just saying earlier that I am not used to going on X and seeing people say nice things about me, or listening to a Spaces and have people say nice. I was so used to being just trashed by the Turtle Riders for no other reason other than Aiden said so, that seeing it now, it's almost surreal, right? But who it's coming from are people who actually reached out and got to know me as a person. Like, I talk to them on the phone. I have group chats. Like, these are people who actually were like, wait a second, this doesn't sound right. Like, what he's saying doesn't sound right, doesn't add up. And like, I need to go check this out for myself. And they decided they were going to check it out for themselves. And then they came here and they were like, where's the monster under the bed?
Yep.
Where's the monster under the bed? Where is it? Like, where is it? I don't see it, you know?
I
It's
can
weird.
testify. And I can testify to your support. You've been immensely supportive of me and other people that are on spaces and stuff. So we
I try to
appreciate
support whoever I
you.
can, you know?
There's a lot you have an immense following on spaces.
I love it. I love it. I'm not used to it. It's not something I am used to at all. Because I was so used to getting, and I still get, like, hate messages, hate emails, texts. They call my phone. They do all this weird shit. All this freaking weird shit. Okay. And I'm so used to them doing like really awful shit that when people started to realize like what was going on with Aiden and the fact that he could lie so easily to anyone and everyone who would listen, they started to realize who he was as a person. Then they started to realize like, oh, wait a second. Like, we need to go back and think about all the people that we helped trash when he said so, because now we realize like he's just a fucking liar hiding his own bad behavior. And my story had been told over and over. People, like, I had told my story, right? And I've been warning people. And it is nice to get messages from people now who are like apologizing or being like, I wish I had listened to you, you know? And I wish they had listened to me, because then a lot more other people wouldn't have been hurt, right? Like, if they had listened, then maybe they wouldn't have had to deal. They would have just stayed away from him, and they wouldn't be the target of his insane jealousy, petty revenge, rage. If you would just stick up for someone he doesn't like, that's all you have to do. Stick up for someone he doesn't like. That's all you have to do, and you are a target.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yep.
We're doing a spaces right now, Christina. Deidre's doing a spaces, and I'm doing this. So we're kind of like dueling it right now. Benny makes a good point here. Okay. He's saying he's wondering who, and I brought this up. Was it yesterday? I think it was. No, I wasn't here yesterday. So it was Wednesday. I brought this up Wednesday. Benny said, I'm wondering who paid for the Flair's plane ticket, since SD was kind enough to buy his ticket last time he was here. We all know he can't afford that. So that's the fucking funny thing, right? I brought this up on Wednesday. Every time he's been here, someone else has paid for his plane ticket and his hotel. Who paid for it this time? We know it wasn't Aiden. As I said on Wednesday, he's the cheapest person on planet Earth. He wouldn't even buy you a meal of food. So who bought it this time? Who do you rope into buying it this time?
But Aiden is desperate, more desperate than he's ever been. So
even desperate, I don't think he would do it. Oh, Deidre, thank you. I see a Venmo. Thank you, Deidre. Deidre sends $10 and says, you are amazing. No, you are amazing. You're here too.
No, you are. Watch out on Gmail, because Julie's going to try and send video to you.
Oh, perfect. Oh, wait, I have to see which one of mine. Oh, there's a Cash App too. I didn't see this. Oh, Mandolin, thank you. She sends 15 and says, for thank you. No, for thank you. And then I see another one here. It says, for thank you for streaming today. And it's for $20. Thank you so much. Why am I not getting notifications on the top of my phone for Cash App? That's weird. This came in at like 10:49 in the morning, and I'm just seeing it now.
Mandolin.
Weird.
Hello, Mandolin.
I love her. I saw her earlier. I keep going back to that amazing phone conversation we all had, and we were just dying laughing, and I love that.
That was
that's
so
the
funny.
thing. People don't understand like just who I am as a person. Like, I will talk to anyone. I will get on the phone with anyone, right? And be willing to have a conversation with anyone, right? And half the time it's like a comedy show. We just end up being ridiculously funny, and and we'll just go off topic completely and just talk about like anything and everything. Like anything and everything.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. But I like people. I'm a people person. I happen to like people. Lick Willie said, I just realized that Jimmy is raising money for a dog charity in honor of the new name he and his community called Nan. You know, that's that shit, bro. He is a bully. He's a bully. He is a freaking bully. Let me just throw this out there. If you see shit on his Twitter where he's you know, disparaging someone by calling them names like that, you can report it for bullying, and you should, because his weird obsession with Nan is fucking weird. Just like Jess's weird obsession with Altman. Like Altman wasn't even on Twitter for like, I don't even know how many months, a few months. And Jess cannot stop talking. It's like, again, creating drama so that people will click or view or watch. And it's like, there's enough actual shit going on. We don't need to create it, right? There's enough actual shit. It's a way to distract away from Aiden. That's what they're trying to do. Look away from Aiden because let me bring up Nan's name and let me bring up Jen Altman's name and let me bring up Twisted's name and let's, you know, let's bring up Koala's name. And also a huge shout out, by the way, to Chris, the Koala's girlfriend. I absolutely love her. She is amazing. But I was reading a comment that she had written back to me on, I think it was Haley's account, after Haley was attacked by the sewer turtle. And I forget what I said, but I was basically saying, like, I'm so sick of seeing people be hurt like this. Like, I'm so tired of him just going after people just for funsies, right? And creating a mountain out of a molehill to do this to people. Like, it's not freaking okay. It's gross. It's disgusting. And the fact that anybody believes him at this point or takes his narrative is the more disturbing point, right? And so, of course, I had been, you know, telling people, bringing it from the rooftops, like, stay away from him, dude. Like, all you have to do is breathe wrong in his direction and you're going to be the target. And people will say to me like, oh, well, I have nothing to hide. Well, it's not about having anything to hide. You don't have to have anything to hide. He'll just make it up. I'm not kidding. He will literally just make it up. Okay. And so where is it?
That's the real Haley, not the man Haley.
Correct. Yes. Yep. The real one. Yes. So is this it? So I was reading the comment that she sent earlier. I think it was last night because I was definitely asleep. But she said, does a part of you want to scream, I told you also, from the rooftops, because I want to scream for you. You've been saying all of this and no one listened. So everyone should be giving you a ton of credit for ringing the bell way before they got here. And credit aside, because there were people before me, like Kate and Leah and other people ringing the bell, Shannon, you know, other people who were ringing the bell long before me. But it does feel vindication. It does feel like at least people are listening now. And I do feel seen, you know, where before no one listened because, you know, twisted bad. That's, you know, Aiden said twisted bad. So that means, like, you know, twisted bad. Right. So now it does feel like people are seeing it for themselves and that they're actually starting to listen. And that feels good. It does. It feels good. It feels vindication from, I've taken a lot of shit and I continue to take a lot of shit because I don't just shut up and go away. And that's exactly what he wants me to do, is shut up and go away. Therefore, I will not shut up and go away. Because if I shut up and go away, then people won't hear me saying things that they have to look into when it comes to him. Right. Yeah. And that's all he really wants, is for me to shut up and go away. So he'll say whatever and do whatever it takes to make me do that. And he'll use his minions and lies and spin and rumors and all the things that he does. And so I thought that was a really nice comment from Christina Koala Juanita. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate Chris as a friend. And it just like resonated. That comment from her to me completely resonated with me in a way that I was like, she's right. You know, like, she's right. It definitely feels like now people are listening, you know? And I wish that had happened long before, you know, so that other people wouldn't have been hurt. It's sad, you know, it's really sad. Better start. I'm looking at comments now from Twitter where people are writing on Better an hour ago. Better was struggling. Yeah, he was more than struggling. He was struggle bussing.
He was spanked right in the very beginning. He was spanked.
Yeah, hours. Benny knows. Like, I'll talk to anyone, you know, like anyone. Oh my God, she's losing her mind. Recorded if her head starts spinning. If she starts puking and her head starts spinning, give us a screen record. She's talking about Chloe. I mean, how far? I mean, really? Like, really? Come on. This is old school Scully caps, dude. Gotta love those. Gotta love those. Oh, she sewed it by hand. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, he had his, normal crew of people. Oh, I bet they are losing their shit right now. I can only imagine how badly they're losing their shit. And if Melanie's losing her shit, well, Grant's crying.
What?
I'm not. What? What is happening? That's a little creepy and weird.
Wow.
That's concerning. Seriously concerning. Oh, God. Also, in case you guys didn't know, this is something that we talked about months ago, is that if you go to like KarenReed.org, it actually goes to Aiden's defense fund. And us, quote, antis have been sort of screaming that from the rooftops for months. And so I'm actually surprised that people are just realizing it now, because I saw someone post, I think it was yesterday or the day before, being like, why didn't anyone, like, does anybody know that if you go to www.KarenReed.org, or I think it's .org, maybe it's not, it's something, that it goes straight to Aiden's defense fund. So how many people went to that assuming they were donating to Karen when they're really donating to Aiden? And that's sad, that's sad. It's really, really sad. He'll do anything. It might be a full moon, Christy. It might be. .org. Okay, so it is .org. That's what I thought. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. I have one from back in the day. Yeah, Hank's too. Yeah, goes to his defense fund. So it's like he's sort of has it rerouted to other people's like websites or whatever to go to his defense fund. It's like how many people were duped into giving him money that way. And then he's, quote, buying a house, right, guys? He's buying a house off of all of his Turtle Riders money and then saying he needs to recoup. What I find funny of him saying he needs to recoup his money is that what is he recouping? All of the money he's put towards his defense fund already has been money other people donated. So what are you're recouping money that other people gave? You can't recoup something that you never gave towards. Like he's not using his own money. Wait, 911 got a call from his mother screaming.
Oh my God.
Did he actually throw her? I mean, did she actually throw him out? And that's like what his big problem is. Like, I feel like that's his big problem.
She filed legal to get him evicted.
Yeah, and that happened, but they didn't do it. So what that tells me is like, then they don't think that she needs to evict him, right? Like, then clearly they're going to say like, okay, well, he's not technically like a tenant, like he had a lease. So you just tell him to move out. I don't know. No, he's at home. She isn't. So she called the police on him. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, but I don't know why. I didn't look at the papers because I wasn't that concerned about it. But he could have won in court, but why? You know what I mean? Normally, if you're not paying rent, in which she alleges he didn't, then you don't win. So no matter the reason, even if it's a slumlord, believe me, been there, done that. So even with like health department reports and a personal letter from the health inspector. Okay. So like, that's how kooky the courts are when it comes to that stuff, at least here in Mass. So I don't know if they just like favored with him to say to her, like, you don't actually have to file an eviction hearing. Like he's your son who's lived with you. All you need to tell him to do is move out. I don't know. Well, that's the other thing. He drives her car. Like that's the car that he drives is her car, registered and insured in her name. So, right. When will it be enough? You know, Aiden has paid for all of his, like, I don't care what he says. He's not going to sit there and claim he paid over $500,000. Even if he did pay over $500,000 for his defense, which I highly fucking doubt, then, okay, you had to put in some of your own money and you've made millions off the Karen Reed case. So why shouldn't you have to? Why should you depend on everyone else giving you everything else? And if you have money to put a down payment on a house here in Massachusetts, nonetheless, if you have money to put a down payment on a home, you can pay for your own defense fund. The fact that anybody's even giving him a penny for that at this point while he's bragging about buying a house is seriously concerning. You might as well just put all of your money in your hand and light it on fire or flush it down the toilet. He's supposed to be a criminal attorney, Barb. I question. I absolutely question Betterow. And also, I'd like to point out why the actual fuck that they even mention Leah. Okay, here's the thing. Leah stopped talking to Lindsay in January of 2024. So like a month and a half after even speaking to her, like very short period of time. So why Leah Genduso's name is even used in court at all? I mean, I know the judge said it because he read like the pleading or whatever, but like, what? Like, what does Leah have anything to do with anything? Like, what? Giving advice and being coerced are two different things. If I give you advice to stay away from a shitty human being that I think they're shitty and they have the propensity to probably maybe get violent, that my advice as a person is stay away from that person. They're shitty. You cannot later on go back and go, well, I was coerced into staying away from him because all these people said this, this, and this. You are your own person with your own choices. I can give all the advice in the world. Doesn't mean you're going to take it, right? Does not mean you're going to take it. And you can choose to also take my advice. But when it doesn't end in your favor, you don't get to go back and be like, well, I was coerced. That's not the way it works, dude. And Aiden is famous for that. Everything's a setup. Everything's a conspiracy. Everything's some giant, plan or plot against him. Like, come on, stop it. Like, ooh, wood stoves. I love wood stoves. I wish I had a wood stove. It'd be so
Do you
awesome.
know about Aiden's whole thing with the Boston Marathon?
I heard about some of it, so refresh me on that.
Well, he
got in, ran, and then took the medal, right? Like he jumped over the barrier and ran at the very end and then took the medal, even though it's not. Yeah.
But then he also claimed to be a survivor of the bombing because he claimed that he was nearby when it happened.
Okay, I was 2 blocks away when that bombing happened, and I will never forget it because my sister had asked to bring my kids to the marathon. And I had said to her at the time, my middle was fairly little. And I said, it's just too many people, right? Like, she's too little. And I think my sister was pregnant at the time and she wanted to take my 2 oldest. My little wasn't even born yet. And I was like, I think it's going to be too much for you. My oldest has a lot of medical stuff and medications, and she has a G-tube, and sometimes she needs a wheelchair, and just a lot, you know what I mean? It'd be a lot for her to take my oldest and my middle, and she wanted to take the kids. And I was like, you know what? No, it's probably not a good idea. Maybe another year when they're a little bit older, it would make more sense. And maybe if I went with you or if someone else went with you, whatever. And so thankfully my kids were with a relative. I had to go into Boston that day to fill out paperwork for a job that I was taking. And so I was about 2 blocks over when the bombs went off. And I will never forget hearing it and being like, what just happened? Because they do demolition where it'll be they'll blow up buildings contained, blow up buildings or blow up the portion of something and let it collapse that are planned ahead of time. So that's what I thought originally that it was, something like that, like a planned demo. And then I thought to myself, well, what's over there from where I heard it from? What's over there? Where they couldn't be doing it over there because it's way too, the buildings are too close right there, right? And then probably within 3 minutes, people were running, just running every which way, running, screaming, telling people to go, 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 go. And so at that point, it was just pure chaos. And so at that point, me and my ex-husband at the time felt like we needed to get out of Boston. So we went to South Station to get on the train. And at the time, I didn't live anywhere near Boston. I lived in Attleboro. So I had to take the Purple Line back that way to Attleboro. And so we're waiting, and all of a sudden the FBI comes in and they have sniffing dogs and they have stopped everything. We can't get on the train. We can't do anything. They've stopped everything. The dogs are sniffing everyone's luggage, everyone's backpacks, everyone's purses. They're all over South Station. It's a clusterfuck. I actually had to have somebody, thankfully I have relatives in Quincy, which aren't far from Boston. So I had to have at that time relatives come and pick us up and actually drive us home because we were not getting out of South Station. They just shut everything down. And I assume that they were trying to stop the bombers from being able to get anywhere if they had been on foot or whatever. But it was pure fucking chaos. And I wasn't even in the, epicenter of where it happened, right? Like I heard it, so people running, like all of that, but I wasn't in the middle of the chaos. I didn't see, what some people that I know saw, which was just like blood everywhere, people's actual limbs laying on the sidewalk, like just really horrific shit that you would never want to see. I have friends who are cops, friends who are firefighters in Boston, and like some of their stories will break your heart for what they saw that day and that they live with to this day and struggle with. And but I can tell you that there were some really amazing stories of citizens just stepping the hell up that day, who didn't run away from the sounds, but run towards the sounds to try to help anybody who was in sort of like the blast zone, even though there was a very real possibility that they could be running towards another one or next to another one. They did not care. They cared more about helping the people who were there and getting them the hell out of there than they cared about their own safety. And those are the real heroes of all of this, are the EMTs and the firefighters and the citizens that stepped up that day and pulled those people the hell out. And that is something that Aiden will never know what it's like, because he only cares about himself. So for him to claim he's some sort of survivor of the Boston Marathon bombing, I'm not a survivor of the Boston Marathon bombing, and I was 2 blocks over. Like that's
like stolen valor.
It's gross. It is like stolen valor, because I know people who are friends of mine that live with what happened and what they saw to this day. And again, I was 2 blocks over, and I'm not a survivor. I witnessed what I witnessed, but nothing like what people who were right there did. And so it's like, how dare you? How fucking dare you? Everything has to be about him, though. That's how narcissists roll, as we know. Everything has to be about him. It's poor Aiden. He's a victim. He's always a victim. He's got to take that from anybody who actually is. So anybody who actually is a victim, he tries to make them out to be bad people. And that's the way around it. Something he's been doing for 10 years. And his way around everything is to be the victim of everything and to claim that the people who actually are the victims are the bad people and he's the victim. He flips it around to try to create the look that everyone's just after him, right? Everybody just has Turtleboy derangement syndrome, and everyone just hates Aiden because they're all liars and they're all conspiring and they're all crazy and they're all scammers and they're all the same 5 things he calls everyone. Couldn't possibly be him, right? It's got to be everyone else. Do you know the astronomical odds that it would be that it has to be everyone else except Aiden? Come on.
I think I just sent you video on Gmail. Not sure.
All right, let me look. Is it on my regular one or my twisted one?
I think it's twisted.
Okay, let me look.
I think I just kicked myself off spaces. Yep.
I got it.
Oh no, I'm still live. Good.
All right.
Although nobody's listening, but I'm still live.
Let me see if I can open this window here so we can see it. Is it going to pop up on this or this? Aha.
Oh, definitely we'll pray for Standing Stones. Absolutely.
Of course. Lots of prayers for the baby and family. Yeah, see? All the hospitals got calls for that because they were at capacity taking in, because Boston Medical Center, even Children's took people that day, but Boston Medical Center and BMC are the 2 like trauma centers in that area. Mass General. So that at that point they had to bring people to all the different Boston hospitals there, and they were on like high alert because there was too many people had to come into where there was too many people for what they could handle. So it was awful. All right, let's see. I gotta hit the play button. Might help us, right? Hold on, let me close some of these other windows that we don't need. That might help. Close this window. Okay. All right, here we go. Play first. Why do I have no audio? Oh, der.
Wait for the court to decide. We think it's a very strong application. We think there is a strong motion to dismiss also waiting in the wings if this one doesn't go our way. So we're pleased with today. We have a judge who's obviously very informed, very prepared, and we're confident in what the outcome will be, whether it's on this motion, the next one, or the final result.
It seemed like the judge was leaning toward just, keeping Cosgrove on the case, but having someone else handle Lindsay's situation, I guess. Is that something you would be open to? It sounds like maybe not.
We think there's a conflict that requires removal, but the judge wears the robe and decides. So what he decides will be.
Did you
get a sense of where he was leaning. It seemed like he was taking a, sort of active approach, poking holes, not just in your argument, but in the Commonwealth's as well. He was a hot bench. That happens from time to time. That's what lawyers deal with, and you deal with it. So I don't read into it one way or the other.
You seem to give some credit to a strong motion to dismiss, which of course we now at least have a date for. Thoughts on that?
It is a strong motion.
No, it's not.
First things first. You have to see if there's a prosecutor to even defend the motion to dismiss. If there is, then we'll come right back here at the end of March and argue why all the indictments should be dismissed. Absolutely. I think he's right.
It used to be just the appearance of impropriety was enough to have somebody step aside. Would you step aside if you were in his role?
If I were sued by a witness in a
No,
case
you
I was
wouldn't.
prosecuting back when I was a prosecutor, I personally would take the exit ramp and get out of there. Yes.
So why is he fighting so hard to stay on this case?
That's for
No, he
him, so
wouldn't.
I don't want to speculate. We have great personal respect for Mr. Cosgrove. It has nothing to do with the position that he's in because of witnesses' accusations towards him. But
I should pause that for a second because I need to comment on that. Let's make something abundantly clear here. They do not have a strong motion to dismiss. Their motion to dismiss is a fucking joke. Okay, number one. They repeat themselves like 72 times and they put a fake medical condition in it. It's all speculation and rumor. None of it is actual, real, verifiable information. Let's throw that out there. Number one. I am still alive. Yes. So that's number one. Number two is he absolutely, you see how he like wavered there for a second when they asked him the question? He absolutely would not recuse himself if he was in Cosgrove's position, not even a little bit, because it has nothing to do with Cosgrove. He's only saying that because that's beneficial to his client, right? Let's be honest here. And the fact that he actually claims that he has a strong chance of winning his motion to dismiss is really sad and kind of pathetic at this point, because he has, in my opinion, about a 5% chance of winning that motion to dismiss. All right. On some whim that like the judge gets replaced and gets hurt or something like that. That would be his only way to win that motion to dismiss. It is a literal joke. And the fact that Betterow himself is claiming that you would take the off-ramp if you were Cosgrove, any self-respecting attorney at this point in the game with Aiden's cases would have taken that off-ramp, sir. So I don't know how in the actual hell with a straight face you can proclaim that you would take the off-ramp if you were Cosgrove, because any self-respecting attorney outside of Bradel, because he has no self-respect, this is the same man who's being accused of hiding evidence in a case that kept a man in jail for well over a decade, close to 2. And has to deal with the BBO complaint for that and has had 2 hearings on it already. For Bradel, I know he has no self-respect because I know the things that he's done and the ways that he's lied to the court. But at least for Mr. Betterow, any other self-respecting attorney would have bowed out of Aiden's cases by now because he's created so much damage. It's not winnable, not even by a long shot. It's embarrassing. I don't know how you can keep embarrassing yourself the way you're embarrassing yourself at this point. And then claiming that if you were Cosgrove, you would have stepped aside and taken the off-ramp. Why haven't you taken the off-ramp already, Betterow, when it comes to this shit? Your client can't stop lying and getting you in the middle of it.
Can I give a quick thing on Bradel's thing? Because I was talking about that on Spaces, and Haley, not man, not woman, I don't know, came up there.
Haley says? Is it Haley says? Or is it Jason, not Haley?
It was Jason. It was Jason, but I'm just being a smart ass.
Yeah.
He came on there and was spewing a bunch of shit that wasn't true. So he was saying that there was plenty of evidence to keep that man in prison for 18 years. And that's absolutely not true. He was released because of the stuff that Bradel did. He was released. And the judge, so the way it came to pass was the guy had filed an appeal, and the judge hearing the appeal found that there was 3 pieces of evidence that was not turned over from Bradel to the defense.
Yep.
And so he released the guy, and then it was the judge that filed the complaint against Bradel. And then the BBO or whatever they're called said this needs to go to a hearing, and it did, and the results are awaiting. But the prosecution,
I don't even think they finished the hearings. They did 2 or 3.
He's already testified. He's
Yeah,
testified.
he has, but I don't think they finished the full proceedings.
My info is that they have, and they're waiting for the
Maybe.
judge's decision. But the quote prosecution on his hearing asked for a year suspension and had stated that lawyers who have done less than that have lost their license. So a year suspension is a gift. But the pieces of evidence that he withheld, one was the fact that a police officer had paid a witness.
Yep.
The other was phone records that showed that he wasn't even there.
Yep.
And that the victim had talked to his drug dealer like 5 times. And there was a memo that was circulated that they felt that maybe the drug dealer was the suspect.
Was the suspect. Yeah, I remember. And so if what Jason said was true, just let's throw this out there. A judge wouldn't have released him. They would have said, okay, well, this evidence doesn't amount to showing that he's innocent, and therefore we're going to keep him in because all of this other evidence shows that he did do it. If that was the real case, that's what would have happened. A judge would not have released him at that point because there would have been more than enough to keep him in jail if that was true. You know what I mean?
He also said that Bradel took the case at the last minute. So some things, got by him because he got it last minute. And that was also a lie. There was an attorney by the last name of Brennan, but female and not related to, the other Brennan. She was handling the case at the time of indictment, but it was turned over to Bradel for trial in July, and the case went to trial in April the next year. So he had plenty of time to.
Correct.
And he could have. I don't know if he did or whatever, but. He could have applied for what do you call it? He
could have got more time if he needed.
Yeah.
And let's be honest here. This is the same man who sat in front of the judge and lied about where Aiden's phones were. The judge asked for Aiden's phones when he used this audio that he altered of Lindsay. And the judge said, well, I want to see it from the original source. I want the phones. And Bradel lied and said, oh, well, they're gone. Like he got rid of them basically. Threw them in a river, I believe is what he said. And realistically, he gave them to Courtney, his paralegal, who's never been a paralegal a day in her life. She was a turtle writer, someone who has ruined numerous men's lives. Let's just throw that out there, who is an actual insane person. She actually, on my channel, decided that when I switched my positions on this, that she was going to, and I kid you not, I'm dead serious. She called and messaged viewers of mine. Now, mind you, this is someone who, she used to date my ex-boyfriend's foster brother. Okay. Had a baby with my ex-boyfriend's foster brother. All right. And so I knew of her as an acquaintance, as of his girlfriend and his baby's mother, but not a friend of mine specifically. And so she went around calling viewers, people she didn't even know, and my moderators, and telling them that she had known me for 25 years and I'm this horrible, bad person. And then so when one of them alerted me to it, I said, cool. Now the person that she didn't even realize at the time who she was, one of the people she was contacting is a former cop. Okay. And someone I was friends with. And so when she reached out and told me what was going on, I was like, cool, take the phone call from her. She's asking if she can call me. She was asking to call her. So I was like, cool, take the phone call from her. Ask her my children's names or where I live or what the last 3 cars that I drove were, right? She couldn't answer any of those questions. And so then the person was like, well, then how have you known her for 25 years? And that's when she had to admit, like, well, I haven't really seen her since we were like 18 or 19 or maybe even 20 at the most, right? And that's before I got sober. So it's like, who the fuck goes around calling people's viewers and people's moderators, because that's how much of a turtle writer you are, claiming that you've known someone for 25 years, that you don't even know the names of their children or how many children they have or where they live or that, like, who the fuck does that? Who does that? And I mean, Leah's probably not here anymore because I haven't seen her comment in a while, but Leah can comment on the crazy, like, single white female shit she did to Leah. She completely ruined my friend Jeff's life, who is, so she dated 2 brothers from the same family. Okay. So, like, later on ended up sending one of them to jail claiming he committed fraud. Just insane shit. Like, I mean, like, insane, bonkers, bananas, like, That one belonged like, and what's scary about it is she can act normal in person. And then once you start realizing she's like cuckoo bananas, then you're like, how do they let these people out in the real world? And so Bradel, on Aiden's say so, hired her as a quote paralegal, even though she had done no paralegal work, has no idea what she's doing whatsoever. Bradel thought it would be such an ethical and smart idea to hire her as a paralegal on the defense team. I fucking can't. I can't.
What?
That's the kind of ethics we're talking about here when it comes to Mr. Bradel. And Mr. Bettero's not far behind at this point.
But notice how people's personalities change. Like Bettero's personality, I don't know about Tim Bradel. And Melanie Little, like, they become so dark and just nasty. Like Bettero answering people on X, like you don't have anything better to do,
right? Don't you have a case to work on? Clearly you couldn't even work on this case and know some of the basics because the judge had to put them up there and argue with you about them during this very hearing. And it's like, those are things you should know like that.
You know, I've seen him now twice in court. Once before, you know, today with this judge, and then once with refresh my memory with that other judge.
Judge Doolin?
No.
Judge Krupp?
Krupp, yeah. He is not a good attorney.
No.
He's not.
No, I'm sorry, no.
His arguments are so weak.
Very, same with Bradel, though. All Bradel knows how to do is give narrative, right? So I remember Krupp, I believe it was, early on. Krupp stopped him at some point because he was just spewing narrative, right? Lawyers aren't allowed to just sit there and spew shit that isn't true simply for the audience and the public. And so he was doing that. And Krupp stopped him at one point and was like, we don't want narrative, Mr. Bradel. We want the legal argument. And as soon as the judge kept stopping him, and what happened was he kept doing like going back to like narrative, and the judge kept stopping him. And the second the judge stopped him from the narrative, he was stuttering. He didn't know, like he doesn't give good legal arguments. His arguments are always pointing the finger at someone else and going, look what they did. But what about what they did? But they did this and they're horrible and they did this and they did that. They're not legal arguments, right? And so when he has to give actual legal arguments, he flails and completely flops. And it's the same with Bettero. He really doesn't know how to give a good legal argument. I wouldn't hire him if he was the last goddamn, neither one of them. If they're the last goddamn lawyers on earth, I'd go pro se and do it myself.
Yeah, for real.
I really would at that point. And judges really don't like when you go pro se, but I absolutely, over those two buffoons, absolutely would go pro se 100% and represent myself, because the floundering, the flailing, the just complete disregard for the law itself and the lack of respect for the judge with both of them is insane. You're cutting off the judge. At one point in one hearing, Bradel actually turns around to the people in the courthouse and the cameras, and the judge has to be like, Mr. Bradel, I'm over here. You're not making the argument to them. You're making the argument to me. Right? Like, that's sad that a judge has to tell you to turn around and face him, that you're not making the argument to the damn audience and cameras. You're making the argument to the judge. And I think that was one of Bradel's biggest problems in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, is he was more worried about the public and persona and the cameras than he was about his own goddamn client and making sure that he had her fucking medical records on hand to make the real arguments. And it was pretty bold to try to remove 2 bail conditions 3 days after she was released. There's only 3 bail conditions. You're trying to remove 2 out of the 3, and you wonder why the judge sent her back to jail, because the bail conditions are what keep the public safe. If you remove those, then there's no guarantee of the public safety. Therefore, she goes back. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And of course, you had these people screaming from the rooftops that it was like the judge's fault. It absolutely was not the judge's fault. Then he appealed it, lost the appeal, as I said would happen, because the judge was well within her legal right. Was she a little crass? Yeah. Was she a little like, you know, yeah, you could argue that like you didn't like her tone or you didn't like the way she said it, but her legal argument was solid.
Was it Jim Carrey in a movie, something like The Truman Show or something, where he's,
oh my God, I remember that.
He thinks he's in a movie, like his life is a movie?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems to be Bradel. I think he thinks he's in a movie.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Jump for Joy. I don't think we've made a single comment about Alan Jackson. This isn't about Alan Jackson. This is about Bradel and Bettero and their lawyering skills, which are zilch at this point. All right, I'm going to play the rest of this.
Yeah, Jackson's name hasn't come up at all.
Try to read his mind as to why he's doing what he's doing. That's the question only he can answer.
Do you think they would struggle to find someone else to join this case? Obviously, they couldn't find someone to prosecute the 24 case that they null-prosed.
Would you do it? I'm not a lawyer. If you were a lawyer,
This is
again,
that's
their
after
fault.
court
That's
today with
them.
Better Out and Aiden.
How do you like his response, Cosgrove's response, when comparing the cases you conflicted out of with these cases? How would that do?
To us, it's a distinction without a difference. I think we've made that point very clear in the written submissions and the oral argument today. He disagrees, as is his right. That's how litigation works. But for us, if you're being sued by a witness, you shouldn't be examining the witness and summing up on their credibility when that witness has testimony that could impeach other important witnesses. It's just, we don't think it's appropriate, but we don't decide either.
What's the case in Middlesex you keep hearing about?
It's Worcester, not Middlesex.
I'm not sure.
There's probably one there too.
No worries, I got your back.
Anybody else?
He did mention that, you're close to settling that civil case that you filed, Aiden. How does that impact what's going on here with the conflict?
I don't think it impacts it at all.
He's an idiot.
Not almost settled with him, and he's the issue here.
It is,
You
dumbass.
seem to go into some great detail about the timing of certain events, and Cosgrove came to this late after all. The fact is, Cosgrove is the one being sued by a potential a witness, perhaps to be cross-examined or directly
Not a
examined
witness.
by him. What do you think about the court's distinction they were drawing there, the timing of all these things?
I don't know that the timing per se matters. Our issue is that for one reason or another, the prosecutor, the only prosecutor on the case, we believe has a personal interest in discrediting witnesses or a witness who has sued him.
So do you.
Defending the credibility of witnesses whose credibility will be attacked by the civil plaintiff. Whether that happened now before, his personal interest is to restore his integrity, his reputation. Anyone who is sued and accused of things has
I don't think
interest
so.
in discrediting them. How do you do that when acting as a prosecutor? We just don't think that that is appropriate. There's an appearance of a conflict. And we do think it does matter that you cannot look at this in fact. This case is filled with conflicts that long precede Mr. Cosgrove. The state police are involved in the conflict who should have recused themselves. The DA is not involved in this. The former special prosecutor, Ken Mello, was booted off the case for having conflicts with Ms. Gaetani. By the way, Mr. Cosgrove already had another conflict with Ms. Gaetani. I don't think you can look at this in the vacuum. The public confidence matters in a criminal proceeding, and it's flagging right now here.
And she's not a potential witness. According to Brian Tully's 911 call on Christmas Eve 2023, he called her a witness, not a potential witness, 4 times. So she was a witness until she wasn't.
And in
Exactly,
his
Shannon.
Swore in his search warrant affidavit.
They called their own witness uncredible.
Not
Stop
even a
it.
potential witness. She was a witness. So, there's no question she's involved in the case. It creates a appearance of impropriety. It creates an appearance of a conflict. We think that's all we need. So, and while we're here, guys, Judge Bellozo said something very interesting that I want every member of the media to think about, okay? He said that he thought this case should be resolved by a jury, as the conscience of the community, if you will, to decide whether this is a First Amendment issue or not. Now, we think that a journalist, I think there's a few journalists here, shouldn't have to go through paying lawyers, risking their future in front of a jury. We think in this Commonwealth that judges should be a bulwark against them.
And you shouldn't threaten people.
Right. So I'm going to point out a few things here. And this is why I paused it, is because notice none of the other journalists are being, dragged into court for committing any crimes called witness intimidation. Why? Because Aiden is not a fucking journalist. He'll never be a journalist. He can keep crying First Amendment until the cows come home. It doesn't mean it is. First Amendment is not absolute, bro. It's not absolute. There are things you cannot freaking do. Period. You cannot run into a crowded movie theater and scream fire. It is not when there's no fire. It can create chaos and people can get hurt, and it's not First Amendment protected. That is a case that was long dealt with from the Supreme Court. That's legal precedent. You cannot just say it's First Amendment and then think it's magically First Amendment. I find it hysterical, absolutely freaking hysterical that Bradel has anything to say in this regard right now, because none of those other journalists are being, thrown into a superior court and indicted on crimes because none of them committed witness intimidation. Aiden is the only one that took it as far as he did to commit witness intimidation. And what I find really funny, and I don't understand how either one of these idiots can actually think this is good lawyering, to sit in front of a press conference and say, well, our witness is going to, ruin the credibility of other witnesses, when Bradel himself called his soon-to-be, or what you want to call witness, a liar, and he called her all these ridiculous names and said she wasn't credible, and he said all this awful shit that was not even close to true, but of course was gonna, quote, help his client, right, about Lindsay. Like, all of that is going to be used by the state. Like, you said she wasn't credible, so why should anybody take her credible now, right? Like what, in what world do you think that this is going to work out in a scenario where someone who wasn't there when he committed the crime is somehow going to be able to be a witness about things that happened way after? That's not the question before the court, right? Like, most of that is speculation, drawing inferences, third party, hearsay, and shit that's not relevant to whether he committed witness intimidation with the rolling rally and everything else. Like, he did. I mean, it's a crime. Our statute is pretty clear. You don't have to like our witness intimidation statute, but it is the law of the land. And there is no other journalist out here being charged or indicted with these crimes. So what Bradel's trying to do here is rile up the pressers. Oh, all of you journalists wouldn't want to deal with this, and all of you wouldn't want to deal with that. And I find it funny he's bringing up the fact about the judge, because the judge said, I want, a jury of his peers to figure this out, not me. And so you can choose a jury trial or a judge trial. And I fully believe in my heart that if they were to choose, they would choose a judge trial. And I think that's sort of what Bradel is trying to do, is feed the idea of the jury, feed the idea to people whether they would take it if they took a judge trial and not a jury trial, right? I think if they take a judge trial, they're screwed, ultimately. Screwed. I don't think this judge is going to rule in their favor at all. And I think they're kind of realizing that. I mean, look at Aiden's face right here. Okay. He just made the most irrelevant point on planet Earth. And the fact that his attorneys are even letting him speak right now, just bad idea. Bad idea. Do not let this man speak. All he does is lie. Why the hell would you let him speak in front of the cameras of, news stations? That's bonkers to me. Absolutely bonkers. But all of these points that he keep bringing up, about this witness that you're going to bring in later on, that's irrelevant to the things that he did when he did them. You have to get over the hump of you calling that witness yourself in a case against your client not credible and inconsistent. How do they think that's going to happen exactly? It's just simply not, right? And the judge is really going to just say, no, you can't bring in this, and this, because all that's irrelevant. None of it has anything to do with this. So, witnesses aren't allowed to just go off on a tangent and talk about, things that that's why you don't hear a lot of things in trials that you might hear outside of the trials. Because if it's not relevant to the case, right? Or if it could sway the opinion of the jury one way or another, and it's say, for instance, you do something really bad 20 years ago. A lot of times they don't let that be brought into an ongoing case because that can bias the jury against you. It goes both ways. They don't want to bias a jury for or against you by using something that's not relevant. And so they're not going to use shit that just simply is not relevant for that very reason. And the posturing that his lawyers are doing right now is frankly quite fucking embarrassing. I mean,
well, yeah, the point that he made that the judge brought up, what the judge is really saying is that don't even bother with the motion to dismiss, because he thinks that this needs to be heard. So that the judge very clearly said that. So
what Bradel's trying to present is, We don't even think it should get that far. We think it should just be dismissed because it's First Amendment. None of you guys should have to deal with this. None of you journalists should be muzzled. This is First Amendment, and our client shouldn't even have to go through these criminal proceedings. That's what he's trying to posture right now. Like, come on, stop it.
One of my listeners said the judge clearly hinted today that he is likely going to refuse the defense motion to recuse the special prosecutor. The judge also poured cold water on the defense argument that Lindsay Gaetani was relevant to this motion.
Correct.
And I agree with that 100%.
I 100% also agree with that. That's exactly what the judge did today. That's why there's a whole non-responsive objection. I agree, Amber. Law nerd Amber, I agree with you. And YBE said it's just he can't argue that a law violates 1A until he gets convicted and files a habeas corpus appeal. His argument now is literally, I did it, but I don't think it should be illegal. So, well, that is his argument, right? Like, I did do the things that they're saying I did, but I think that it should be protected by the First Amendment and it shouldn't be illegal. Like, that's his argument. It's a horrible, horrible argument, right? Like, it's just a terrible, horrible argument. I would be very afraid if I was these two attorneys and Aiden himself. I would be shaking in my boots trying to figure out how to cop a deal because this isn't going to go well for them. This judge is not going to play their fuck games. He's not going to, like, this is not Judge Doolin anymore, Bradel. This is not the judge that you golf with on the weekends that nobody knew about. And this is not the other judges you're friends with. This is a judge from Plymouth County that is not playing games. Although they were in Suffolk County today, this judge is from Plymouth County. So yeah, no, like that's not, this isn't on a news channel. We had somebody on the ground who took this footage. The hand gesture is suggestive if they're talking about Lindsay and Aiden. Bradel's holding his hand like that Italian thing, like pizza.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he's holding his hand for those of you on Spaces right now that can't see what we're looking at. All right, we'll play, and then we'll probably have to pause again when he says something stupid, but there's only 2 minutes left.
It's this stuff. Judges should decide as a preliminary matter, should a journalist, should anyone speaking out, especially against the government, have to go through this to get to a jury trial.
Yes, he committed a crime.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars to spend all of this court time, years of court time to decide if something is protected by the First Amendment. Judges in this state need to step up and stop these kinds of prosecutions.
I'm sorry, what now? I'm sorry, hold on. I'm sorry, what? First of all, I'll point out that in the state of Massachusetts, we are one of very few states, but there's no such thing as journalistic privilege in the state of Massachusetts. Mr. Bradel here in the beginning of Aiden's case is very falsely tried to claim some sort of privilege because he's a journalist. There's no such thing. Massachusetts does not have journalistic privilege. A lot of other states do, but we do not hold that. We do not have any journalistic privilege whatsoever. Journalists have the same First Amendment right as everyone else on planet Earth. They do not have any special privileges at all. And I mean, if you look at Aiden's, face here, it kind of looks like he's holding in a poop. His butthole might be puckering a little, and Betterow looks like he's ready to eat. Looks like he's ready to tell him to shut the hell up. Like he's side-eyeing him hardcore right now. Because I think, he's being embarrassing. Like, it should never get to this. We should never spend hundreds of, and I'll point out that he's whining and bitching about how long the case has taken. Who has made it take this long? Oh, that's right. Aiden's defense team that keeps trying to push it back and bide time by not filing correct motions, by doing Harold and the Purple Crayon, by not being ready for this or not being ready for that, or, I can't make it, Your Honor, for this one, and I can't make it this day for that one. And so the judge has now made very clear today that he is not ever going to push this case back. If anything, it gets pushed forward. Mr. Bradel here tried to play his normal game of, Your Honor, my schedule has gotten worse. It has not gotten better. And the judge immediately saw what he was trying to do and was like, well, Mr. Bradel, we're not going to be pushing this case back any further. The date's already November of this year. If anything, it'll be pushed forward, not backwards. And I don't want to hear that you can't make it because that's not going to be acceptable. And I'm glad that the judge said that on record because that's exactly what Bradel or Betterow would try to do. Oh, well, I'm not available for this day. Well, you better make yourself available because this case is 3 years old and they want it over with. It needs to be done. There needs to be accountability in this, and the trial needs to happen. I have no doubt in my mind there is a 95% chance that Aiden cops a plea. He can pull all the motions to dismiss he wants, but the substance is always the same. And if a judge has already decided on a motion to dismiss and you just go rewrite it in different words, they've already decided on it. So essentially, you can rewrite it 500 times and keep bringing it to the court's attention. But if the judge has already decided those issues, the next thing they're going to do is look at it, let you argue it, and they're going to say, well, we already decided these issues. No go, right? It's a waste of the court's time. So that's all they've done with their quote motion, mega motion to dismiss is a bunch of speculation, a bunch of innuendo, fake medical conditions, repeating themselves 72 times. I mean, that motion could have been cut in half if he didn't repeat himself 52 times. Like, okay.
I love how the judge said we could do this February or March, and Bradel immediately speaks up March 27th.
Yeah.
Like,
and well, the judge told him closer to the end of March if he was going to do March, because I guess obviously the court was busy. But the bottom line is this is what they try to do. Push it as far out as they possibly can. It's getting down to the nitty gritty. I have no doubt in my mind Aiden takes a deal or tries to cop a deal, because if he does not, and it does go to trial, all of the stuff in his phone is coming out. Coming out. He does not want all of you to see what's in there. I know a lot that's in there. Obviously, I have no idea of all of it. I'm sure there's some shocking shit I have no idea about. But I know some of it because the victims have provided me with some of it. It's things back and forth that he did or said to them, right? And there's a lot of bad shit in there. A lot of blackmail, a lot of coercion, a lot of threats, a lot. There's a lot, okay? There's a lot. A lot of him making fun of his viewers. Yeah, his viewers and his donors that he makes fun of on a freaking weekly, daily basis, and how funny they look and how stupid they are to believe everything he says. And when they talk about, oh, well, this just came out, Aiden, what do we do about it? Well, I'll just say this and they'll just believe me, so it doesn't matter. Like, he calls them stupid. He says they're all just middle-aged women who, you know, for lack of a phrase that I remember that he said, but it's like, I'll use the phrase that I use when I'm talking about people who are insane. Looks like a Michael Jackson Thriller video, right? Like, he makes fun of the way all of his people who watch him and donate to him look. He makes fun of their intelligence. He says that, you know, they'll just keep donating to him. They're not going to unsubscribe anyway. They're going to keep subscribing. They're going to keep sending him money no matter what he says, no matter what he does. He'll just deny it. Like, the shit he says about the people that support him is beyond comprehension. I could never think of the people that watch me in that way, because they don't have to, right? They don't have to. They don't have to be here. They don't have to watch me. They don't have to donate to my channel. They don't have to do those things. I could never have disdain for people that are trying to help raise me up. I don't get it, dude. I don't get how you have to be pretty sick for this shit. But he knows that if all of that comes out, there's no denying it, right? No denying if it all comes out in court. And he knows that if all that shit comes out in court, he is done. And I highly doubt that he wants any of that out in public. So my best guess is that if it gets to the point where it's right before trial, he tries to cop a deal from the government. If at that point they will even offer him one, unless he's got something real good, I don't think they'd give him one.
These are just not happy faces, though. This is so telling.
Right?
These are not happy faces.
Look at Bedro. He's literally giving Bradel the side eyebrow.
He's like, if you don't shut up, I'm going to shit my pants.
That's what he looks like. He literally looks like that. Aiden looks like he's like thinking off into La La Land while all of the media is in front of him. Like, this is a bad look right here. All right, let's play the rest of this.
This is the most self-interested prosecution, and it's clearly viewpoint discrimination. They didn't like what Aiden was saying.
Gaslighting.
So they went after him. Who else have they ever gone after in this regard? No one ever. So they're turning this statute on its head to go to suppress Aiden's viewpoint. That is wrong.
Nope.
We've always contended the judges in the state should take care of that. You should not have to risk the whims of a jury, the vagaries of the jury system to vindicate the First Amendment.
One thing the court did seem confident in is getting this to trial as quickly as possible. What do you think from that?
Bingo, Amber.
We have to do it. We have to do it. I'm not afraid of a trial. The facts would come out, but we believe it shouldn't come to that because, like my attorney said here, time, money,
please,
still being on bail. These are things that no one should have to live with doing acts of journalism.
Doing acts of journalism.
Gross.
And, you know, every judge wants to move the docket, though. You know, every judge wants to move things along. You know, we're doing our best we can. We're not going to go to trial on this thing until every bit of discovery is in our possession, and there's still a ways to go. That's another battle we have to fight coming up. We're most interested, however, in the motion to dismiss. We're going to get that going.
He just told you today.
No, actually, thank
All
you.
right. Anybody? Is everybody taken care of? We don't want to leave anybody hanging.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Wow, even looking for more attention afterwards. Like, anyone else want to ask us questions? We're here now, guys. Ask us more questions. Ask us. We can have more airtime. Like, beyond pathetic, number one. Number two, the fact that they keep claiming they're looking forward to a motion to dismiss that will ultimately absolutely be denied is really pathetic and sad at this point. They should probably take several seats. And this is like not even secondhand embarrassment. Like, how about eighth-hand embarrassment? Like, at this point. Oh, Hari, I can fill you in on that. He hasn't paid any money on his attorney's fees. Everyone else has. His donors have. He hasn't paid shit on his attorney's fees. He was in a surplus at one point. And then when Meredith was able to provide those receipts, she immediately said, watch, he'll invent some ridiculous amount that he's had to pay in the last, 60 days. And lo and behold, it's exactly what he did. He hasn't had to pay a goddamn fucking thing, dude. The people who donated to him spent $300,000 on attorney's fees. By the way, a lot of those are of other court cases that he created on his own by breaking the law and harassing people.
Yeah. Bradle needs to really listen. The judge frickin' said that it needs to go before the public, a jury.
Well, you can choose a judge trial or a jury trial. So, like, ultimately, they could choose a judge trial. But, like, I think the judge was sort of, like, indicating there, like, you don't want a judge trial.
Well, and that there's not going to be a motion to dismiss. Where does he get this from? Like,
well, they put a motion to dismiss in. So, like, the judge said, like, well, at the next hearing, you're either going to be doing your motion to dismiss or, like, we'll be doing, like, a Cosgrove's off and someone else is on. But they're going to have to argue their dumb motion to dismiss. They won't win it at all, not even a little. But they still have to argue it because they put it in, right? Their motion to dismiss is literally just copying their last motion to dismiss with like different words twisted in. Like I was just saying, when you put a motion to dismiss in and the judge has already like made a judgment based on that motion to dismiss, you cannot then file another motion to dismiss with the same facts, the same crap, and the same like thing, and then just make it different words and say, we have a new one. Because if the court has already like decided on those issues, you don't get a second try at it. You don't get a second bite of the apple. The court's already decided. And I think Cosgrove brought this up, I believe, last time, which is, Your Honor, their motion to dismiss is the same crap that they have been saying this entire time that was in their first motion to dismiss. The court has already ruled on it. They're not going to win their ridiculous motion to dismiss. The fact that they're even like pushing that motion to dismiss still is simply for the public. It's simply for the turtle riders. It's simply for the grifting and the money. They know. If they're even this much of an attorney, they know that that motion to dismiss has no chance to win.
Absolutely not.
None. Zero. Not even a little bit. I have not watched any of the au pair trial. I've watched like highlights, clips, but I have not watched like the whole thing myself.
Can I speak on that for a second?
Yeah.
Kathy, come on Spaces at 7:30 Eastern. On my Spaces, and we're going to be discussing the au pair trial. I haven't watched anything of it today, but we've been discussing it for I think
days,
3 shows now.
Yeah. So if you want fellow people who watch that trial, I'm waiting for a different trial that I'll be covering. There's a couple trials coming up that I'm covering, but ones that I'm more interested in, have done more research on than that one. He could, but he's been. What do you mean? He's been bragging he's going to buy a house.
Mm-hmm.
You have to remember, Meredith was with him for over 1.5 years. Like, he made a lot of money off of all of this. And he's been bragging that he's buying a house and that he needs a house inspector. So, again, if you have money to buy a house or put money down on a house, then you certainly could pay your own defense fund, in which he has not. $300,000 that people have donated have paid for that. Oh, he was more than grasping at straws, Kathy. He was wishing on a prayer over there, Oh, thank you, Natalie. I appreciate that. Yeah, Aiden loves to call people dumb. Unfortunately, the people he calls dumb are the people 10 times more intelligent than him. So if you don't know this about me, I was a witness in 2 cases when I was young. One, The first one being when I was 12. And in that moment, being on that stand, I had a defense attorney that was trying to like trip me up on my answer and ask the question like 7 different ways. And I kept saying like, I already answered that. You just asked it a different way, right? Like I clearly caught on to what he was doing and my answer wasn't going to change because it was the truth, right? And so in that moment, I found it fascinating. And I remember coming home from that hearing specifically and being in the like hallway of my mother's apartment and with the neighbor, because they shared like a small hallway, and taking a pencil and writing on the wall, I want to be a lawyer. And I was 12 at the time. And so from that moment on, my family like bought me all the books that I wanted on law. I delved myself into it, right? Graduated high school with a baby with a terminal illness and special needs. I went on to college. I never finished college, but law was my passion. And even after that, with my daughters, like medical, it just wasn't possible. But even after that, I stayed studying law. Like that is ultimately what I wanted to do, was be an attorney, for many reasons, but mostly to help other people. I wanted to take cases that for people who couldn't afford, high priced attorneys, but should get that level of lawyering, right? Because there's far too many people that, depending on the level of lawyering you get, is depending on whether like you make it through a court system or not. And so I have been fascinated with the law ever since then. So I'm very well versed in what the laws, at least here in my state, I do a lot of research in other states for other cases, but are what even the cases that made the precedent of them, right? And so when someone like Aiden, who doesn't understand one legal document, he can't read legalese, he doesn't know what it means. And what he doesn't seem to understand is if you use a regular word in English, it doesn't exactly have the same meaning in legalese, right? The interpretation is different. It means something different when you're dealing with a court of law and what that specifically means. And so he has no idea how to correlate the two. And so when someone like him calls me dumb or says that I don't know, or how could I know better than an attorney, I essentially have to laugh at them. I've been offered jobs at numerous law firms if I just finish school. I unfortunately don't have the time or the money to do that. Otherwise, that's what I would be doing right now. So I just like to give it to people in a way where they can understand the law in like layman's terms and like what to expect in a hearing and why, what a legal maneuver might be that they're doing and why they might be doing it, right? So that other people can take that knowledge and understand when they're watching another case, or if they have a real life experience with it, like maybe what to do, or they've seen it before and now they know, they have more knowledge, right? Like that's essentially what I try to bring to people here is layman's terms of understanding like what's going on and why, without having to read it in some weird legal document where you're like, what the fuck does this actually mean? Like, what does this mean? But I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let's see. I mean, I don't put it past him choosing a bench trial. I actually thought he would choose a bench trial with his last thing, and people were like, no, he would never. And he did. I knew he would then, and I don't doubt that he would. I think he knows now that this judge isn't going to give him what he wants, so he might not do it in this scenario. But I think if it was still Judge Doolin, he would have. Oh, he'll spin this, Natalie. He will spin this. He already said he was a trial by judge because too many people that hate me could be on a jury. I'm not. He did say that forever ago. I totally forgot about that. Oh crap, Julie's here. Sorry, Julie.
You're good. You're good. We did it, Tommy. We did it. We did it.
Did it.
We did it. Wait, I need a better introduction. Party people. No, I'm sorry.
No.
I feel like I wish we could play music. That'd be great. That would be freaking great.
Julie is our person on the ground.
I made it.
People.
You would have thought that I would have never, ever set foot in Boston and was like, oh, I have to go this way to catch a train. Well, I think I'll just take a nice little jaunt around here at 12 degrees. Actually, I don't think it's 12. I think it dropped to like 10.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it was fun, but that was exciting. That was very, very, very exciting. I mean, like that's not my first trek to a court. Like I went to the like I was telling you guys before.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. We're losing you, Julie.
To the California. I think those are 3 of them or something like that. Because like, again, like I'm here, like you, Elise, I'm here in Massachusetts. Like I grew up in Boston, from East Boston. So like, and I didn't ask for permission to go today. So
that's right.
My bad. But yeah, I'm here. I have been following these elsewhere on the internet. We'll just put it that way. And for since this happened since July, so it was like, well, stick with it. And so like I mentioned earlier, like I have like my quote unquote channel, but like I just use it to watch stuff with people. But like having it, it's like, well, like I got into a routine, and then whatever happens, and it's like, well, I gotta get back, and it's like, well, like have all this stuff, like like Deirdre does your spaces, and it's like, well, kind of need visual. So thank you very, very, very much for offering your channel and for helping out this morning. I mean, it was very, very, very cold, and I mean, nobody was there.
Did Will bring his cane? We need to know if he brought his cane.
I was texting with Deirdre back
just
and forth,
looks
so
like
these people.
The glare just like bring his cane with him. Like, did he like pretend like he's still like hurting and he needs to walk with his cane?
But I'm like we were like pretty much like inside, so like everybody just kind of like did their thing. It was just like, okay, who's here? Like I know that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Like of people, but like this is my first time at any of his stuff because like it's usually down in Dedham, and like I if I can avoid going to the South Shore, no offense to anybody on the South Shore, because it's a pain in the ass from up here. However, if I do end up that way, the very first place I do go is Mary Lou's because it's the best coffee in town.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Yeah, see. We have honey.
Yes.
You guys have honey, Mary Lou's. So
we have them in. They have them in like Rhode
Mary
Island
Lou's.
now, which I love. They have them in Rhode Island now.
Do
I
they?
want to say like 10 years ago, they put the very first one. I think it was East Providence, and then they like made more throughout Rhode Island, which is cool.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, so we want to hear about, someone just pointed out in a comment that like, Will had to keep his head up so that, Aiden could, he had to be up Aiden's ass, he's got to be front and center with his big head that everyone could see.
Yeah. Well, so like just like a disclaimer, I mean, I've said this just about every single time I go up there, and I know at least you do, and I know Deirdre does too. Like, like disclaimer, please, for the love of God, people, don't go to people's houses, don't dox people, don't, go on a, like, oh my God, this one was here, get them. Like, no, don't do that. Whatever happens in the courts, let the courts do what happens in the courts. Like what happens in legislation happen there. That's where it needs to happen. Sending whatever the frig places, not going to do that. So please, for the love of God, don't.
Yep, don't do it.
Don't
do it. I know that's a good freeze, Julie. You just froze.
It's going to happen in the court. Like it's not today. So
you just froze in this position.
Yeah, in the praying position.
But yeah, so like like I know that you announced that I know JFK got had an issue where like he would like he brought somebody up and like they're doing something, but thankfully a bunch of us in the chat had his back and would say that and was just like, yeah, don't do any of that. So like don't do any of that. Just please, like that goes without say. Like just don't do it. Don't do it. Not a good look.
It's not a good look. It hurts people. Don't do it. Like other innocent people can get entangled in it. Just don't do it. It's not smart. It's dumb. Like, unless you want to end up wrapped up in nonsense like him, just don't freaking do it. You can give your opinion. That's fine. But when you start going real life and doing unbonker shit like that is when you start getting in trouble. And I have to agree with YBE here. Like Aiden even claiming that he grew up poor is gross to me. Like no, he doesn't know what poor is. If you would like to switch lives with me, that'd be great. Then he can talk about what, the working poor looks like. He's not poor. He's never been poor. He didn't grow up poor. His family put 7 children through college. Get the hell out of here with that, dude. I had to take student loans, which, by the way, I still owe. Like, I think it's 1,000, but probably with the penalty is probably close to 3 now because I haven't been able to pay that last 1,000. But nonetheless, I think Aiden called me a dropout at one point. He said I was a dropout. Like, no, I was a teenage mother who actually not only didn't drop out, but made it through high school.
Yeah, he did it.
A very medically complex child and went on to college. And my student loans say otherwise, sir. So that's what I mean. Like, he just says shit to say it. Like, bro, if I didn't go to college, where'd my student loans come from? They didn't just go out. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it make sense, dude. Like, nobody dropped out. I have a picture of me in my cap and gown that my aunt, which used to be my grandmother's house, has right on the china cabinet of me in my cap and gown with my daughter in my arms. Like, let's try that again, sir. Like, he just said shit to say it. Like, these are not, he's never known what it's like to struggle ever. His wife pretty much picked up the pieces when he lost his teaching job. And like, even then, like his parents would have never let him like lose the house or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, come the fuck on. To ever claim that if he ever was poor, then he wouldn't be shaming poor people. Let's be honest here. Nobody who's ever grown up poor or was poor or has been poor would ever shame someone who's poor. Come on, stop it.
Yeah, like that's the saying, there but for the grace of God go I. And like, like whatever you believe spiritually, like that just holds true. Like, like whatever.
Just freezing.
So count your blessings and just, go on with life. Like there's more important things than just other stuff, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, like they're never going to see it. But yeah, like I just want to say like just like to put on the record, because like I'm sure like people are going to point and go like, oh my God, this and that. But like, I was there again to see court, see what's going on, and to see, because like I know with Zoom, they're like, okay, it's going to be on Zoom. Like they don't show like what happens.
Everything. Yeah.
Like they don't show the whole entire thing. And it's like, okay, well, like I know in the federal, like federal doesn't have cameras, but like there was a whole like crap ton of, I'll try to be good. There was a whole crap ton of stuff going on, like behind the scenes, like especially with the federal grand jury, like the judge's expressions were, oh my God.
I love it.
Like,
I
she didn't
love
need
it.
to say a word at all. Like her face is just like, and he had that some of that today too, where like some of the stuff he put off his glasses, he put them up here and was like, oh boy, like, oh,
I love
no.
that. Well, that's the other thing. Judge Krupp still hasn't made his decision on like, I think it's Karen's phones at this point, but like, what the hell is Judge Krupp doing? Like, come on, Judge Krupp, we need a decision on that so that this case can go forward. And so this judge is worried about that decision sort of messing up the timeline of this case. So it's like, we need these judges to not take 3 months to make a decision on something, or 6 months. Like, I don't know. I've never seen judges take this long to make decisions on things ever.
Well, so that's funny. So like, with this whole entire case, like the, like again, like everything seems to kind of go from Karen Reed, but like what that opened was kind of looking into other cases, and like you talk to defense attorneys, and it's just like, like, oh, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. But if you look at in Norfolk with the stuff that Rosemary Scapiccio is doing, with her cases, like a lot of that stuff sat there for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, excuse me, and it's just like, oh my God, what do you do? Like,
you wait.
Like, yeah. And like, I know it's just not Norfolk, it's Suffolk, it's Essex, it's Middlesex.
It's all of Massachusetts. A lot of other states are quicker.
Right. Yeah. It's just like bing, bing, boom. And like
district courts are quicker, even district.
Right. Like to
versus,
hear
Superior.
Judge, what's his name? Bellows today say like, hey, this case is old. It's, this happened 2023. This is now 2026. It's like, you want to push a case that's like what? It's what, technically what, 2 months, or 2 years and 4 months. Meanwhile, like I get it, like it does need to go, because it's just basically like, okay, you're admitting this, but First Amendment or not First Amendment, like, okay,
or not, right?
Not a whole bunch to it. But like this other, like these other cases, like the Miles case, the Johnson cases, where like that's kind of stuff that came out of the Proctor stuff, where it's like, oh, it opened up a whole can of worms, not just like with the Proctor stuff and the other stuff, but like it takes forever to get stuff done.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we'll just sit there. Well, we met our obligation. We don't see it. It's like, that's not how justice should work. Give it to us and we'll go. Like,
well,
we'll give you
you
stuff.
have the right to a speedy trial, right? And at any point, Aiden's attorneys could invoke that right to a speedy trial. They're not going to, because that means that they would have to get it done faster and sooner. And they're trying to drag it out as long as humanly possible. But at any point, a lot of the times what attorneys will do is when they're ready, they will file the right to a speedy trial with the court and say, enough is enough. It's been too long. We want our right to a speedy trial.
Right.
There a lot, like Aiden's attorneys are never going to do that. Right. So as much as they want to say they want to get it done, they don't. That's just for public consumption. You know what I mean? Like it's just, oh, nice to see you. I hope that I've seen a lot of new names. I'm not gonna say faces because I can't see your faces, but a lot of new screen names here today. I'm glad that you guys found me if you didn't before. I wish that some of you on X, there's about 1,100 people, a little over 1,100 people watching. And that's on 3 platforms. Most 75% of you are watching from X right now. There's over 900 people watching from X. So I wish that all y'all from X would move over to YouTube. It helps the channel more because the algorithm can count your views over here on YouTube versus on X. And it's kind of my fault for streaming to all 3 platforms. What I should do is just stream to YouTube so that people just watch it on YouTube. But I also sometimes want to get the convenience of people knowing that I'm on X. I just usually hope that they pop over from X to YouTube, you know?
Yeah, for people who listen to my spaces, when I'm on with Elise here, I would really prefer if you're able to, you know, like some people are driving or taking care of kids or whatever, so that's why you're listening to spaces. But if you have a choice, please go over and do Elise's show, because I'm not here for clicks and all that. I'm here to support Elise and you know, cover these court cases and stuff. But my preference is for you guys to go to her channel to listen if you're at all able to.
Deirdre's here for conversation.
Yeah, I mean, you guys should always follow Deidre's spaces too. She does a great job doing some of these trials and stuff. Some of the ones that I don't do, you know, I got a lot going on, so I haven't been able to delve into some of these other cases that I would have normally been doing. And unfortunately, the you know, Sewer Turtle keeps me pretty busy with updating people on what the actual fuck is going on, considering every day is some new shenanigans that he's pulling. And if you're new to the channel, that's our version of shenanigans. We call them shenanigans here. And also, if you're new to the channel, that's what we call Aiden. We call Turtleboy the sewer turtle because that is what he is. He is from the sewer. He's filled with shit. He lurks in shit. And that's why essentially he is the sewer turtle. And then he has the sewer crew, people like Jimmy and Jess and Melanie Little, who just, you know, the glarer, who just say whatever he says and then over and over and over. If he says it, then one of them do it and the next one does it, and so on and so forth. No, Lindsay wasn't there. You didn't see JFK, did you, Julie?
No, I did not. I was kind of looking. I was like, all right, well, they might, you know, show up afterwards because like everybody's gonna walk out and it's just too freaking cold. So
that's
yeah,
what I thought too. But yeah, it's extremely cold here today. We're supposed to go in the negatives actually today.
Oh yeah. I mean, I had coffee in a mug, and like I got about like third of the way down and got off the train, started walking. By the time I got up there, I was like, oh, let me finish my coffee. It was ice cold, and then it literally turned to ice.
I'm an iced coffee drinker. I'm not a hot coffee drinker. I'll drink it sometimes, but like I'm an iced coffee drinker, not a hot coffee drinker.
Well, I mean, I wasn't gonna walk outside where it was like, you know, like, oh, today high of 3, low of 2,
right?
So and like be like, oh, here's my iced coffee. But it was funny. When Kelsey Fitzsimmons was released from jail, the sun went away and the temperature dropped, and it was like, oh, this should be like, you know, like kind of quick, like here we go. And they're like, no, we have to check this and this. So we were outside for a while and it got cold and it started rain or something like that. So it got cold. I couldn't feel my fingers. And so what did I do? I went to my car and like I was texting Deirdre and those guys. I was like, I can't feel my fingers. You're gonna have to give me a minute to, you know, come back. Dude, it took me like 10 minutes to feel my fingers. What the first thing I did? Drive to Dunkin' Donuts, go get a nice coffee.
Just walking to the bus stop this morning, which is 3 minutes. Okay, I walked to the bus, like 3 minutes to walk to the top of the street. I had one hand in my pocket. I didn't put gloves on because I can't find them. I don't know where the hell they went. And then I had my coffee in this hand, right? And so and I was wearing my neighbor / friend bought me this purple oversized Snuggie that I wear when I'm bringing her to the bus stop because it goes down to like a little bit past my knees. So it also keeps my legs warm, and like my Uggs come up to almost my knees. So like there's only like a little space that isn't like nice and snug, right? And so I'm wearing my Snuggie. I got the hood on. It's all nice and warm. I got one hand in one pocket, and it takes me 3 minutes to walk up the street. And by the time I got to the top of the street to hop in my neighbor's car with her, with the kids, to wait for the bus, my hand was so cold that it was tingling. Like I couldn't barely feel it. That's how cold it was. I was like, what in the actual effing F? Like it's cold, dude.
And you said that you have autoimmune issues, right?
I do, and so does my oldest. My little doesn't, thank God. But
nerve issues?
My oldest doesn't go to school anymore because she's over that age. But my little doesn't. So thank God, because if she did, that kid would be homesick every week. The kid's passing around the germs there, but I have autoimmune, and it sucks. It sucks.
Yeah, I have MS, and yeah, like you go out in the cold, and it's like, whoop, yeah.
I have fibromyalgia, MS, POTS, myocarditis, tinnitus, like psoriasis, arthritis, like the list just goes on. My liver issue that I was born with, now I got some pancreas, like just on and on and on and on and on. Just a lot of medical that I did not have prior to having COVID in early 2020, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
Deirdre,
Mocha
tell us all
latte.
your ailments. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I have so many ailments. It's ridiculous at this point. And it's like, I share, with my audience, what's going on, because I forget if it was you, Deidre, I was talking to on the phone the other day, who was like, you wouldn't know. It might've been you, or it could have been Amy. You wouldn't know all of the medical that I have by just me sitting here now. Right. Like, you wouldn't know. I think it might've been Amy, but I'm like, I try not to fidget a lot, but I do fidget a lot and move a lot because I'm in a lot of pain all the time. And so it's like, I try not to fidget around when I'm streaming, but I just can't help it because I'm in so much pain. So, but it's like, you wouldn't know looking at me. That's why the other day I talked about, like having disabilities that like you can't see. Just because I'm not in a wheelchair doesn't mean that I don't have real severe medical. And like, a lot of the complications with my medical are severe. A lot of the medications I'm on are hefty, and the next step is not a good step. So like, no, you wouldn't know just looking at me here on the screen. Right. Or even if I was at the grocery store. Right. But unfortunately, like, that's my reality. And so when people don't realize that you could be standing next to someone that's going through kidney failure, liver failure, like, you don't even know. Right. Like, because it's not a seen disability. People assume that like, if you have a disability, or if you're in pain, you should be walking with a wheelchair or a ride along or crutches or a brace. Like,
yep. And screaming all the time.
Or if you're in pain, you should be crying or screaming all the time. This like misconception that you couldn't possibly be in chronic pain because you're not always complaining or crying or screaming. And that's something actually my oldest daughter dealt with a lot, misconception with her teachers and stuff, like where they would just assume that, oh, she must not be in that much pain because she's not crying right now, or she's not saying it. And it's like, that's because you're in chronic pain 24/7. What are you going to do? Cry and scream 24/7?
Exactly. Yeah, you just scream it. Yeah, scream and cry yourself to death. And like, right. Well, at some point, like, well, you got to live with it. And like, I don't know if it was one of my doctors or one of like the hippy dippy people. They made me go see, where they're like, I don't know if it was a therapist or whatever it was. They're like, make friends with your pain because it's going to be there. You can't just push it away, because like you push it away, it's like, damn it, like go away.
I push it away here, but physically I can feel it. But here, I'm just like, tell myself like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Even though I know it is, like, that's what I have to tell myself to get through the day. Like, it's not that bad. It is what it is. You do the best that you can do. It's unfortunate. It really is. I wore my BF refrigerator freezer work snowsuit to bring my kid to school. See, I don't have one of those. I can't even find kids snowsuits anymore. It's crazy. Work canceled. It's 0 degrees today and tomorrow. Yeah, it's supposed to be like -3, I think it was, maybe tonight.
Yeah.
Why did the judge say the motion to dismiss was strong? The judge didn't say.
I don't think so.
Was strong.
No. So to
it's not what he said.
Yes. So to clarify on that, like I heard live, like I was more focused on like, like recording. I was like, all right, let me make sure I get everybody's, faces in. And then, I was like, oh, let me make sure that like, like I'm not cutting anybody off. Like I'm trying to be considerate. So I'm like, here, there's room over here. Like I'm tall. So I was like, I'll just, put it up here. Like you guys can sneak underneath, but like I'm coordinating stuff. So like I, was kind of like in and out of what they were saying. But like, I know with the motion to dismiss, he said that the next hearing, which is on the 27th, which that's not Good Friday. It's the Friday afterwards. Good
Friday after, yeah. Uh-oh.
That's either going to be the motion to dismiss or
replacement of counsel. She's frozen again.
To find the oh, there I am.
There you are. You were frozen again.
There I am. I know. See, now it's not. See, it's so cold. My computer's freezing.
Right. So, what? First of all, Bradel said the motion to dismiss was strong. The judge said that the next date would be either the motion to dismiss or like replacement of counsel, basically, and that's him giving an unbiased. Like he has to. He's the judge. Has to give the both options that could happen. But the judge did not say that their motion to dismiss was strong, as in like it's a strong thing that they could possibly win. He's saying like it's something that like if you're going to argue something, like that's what you're going to argue. You know what I mean? Like just as if the prosecution is going to argue it's not, they're going to argue it's not, right? Like you got to take the context of everything that's being said and not just one word and say, well, he said the motion to dismiss was strong. That's not, if you got to take everything he said in its full context. And what he's saying is that's what he would argue, obviously, if he was the defense. Like, that's what you're going to argue, right? Like, that's all they can argue at this point, right? No,
Well,
First
yeah.
Amendment, blah, blah, blah. And First Amendment is a strong argument against something that he's doing because there is no other argument against what he's doing aside from it's First Amendment or it's not, right? So, like, what other, if they sat there and argued, like, well, he didn't do it, well, that's not going to be a strong argument. Now, is it? The only strong argument you have is it's First Amendment, right? That's the only thing you can argue in this scenario. And so when he said strong, he doesn't mean like strong as in there's a good chance he's going to win it. It's strong as in that's the strongest argument you could give, right? Like, is First Amendment. And even that is, wowza, it's not good. Let's just say I'm speaking right now to 5 different attorneys, and every single one of them are from different states, okay? And every single one of them said that they're fucking embarrassed for what happened. Like, Beto should feel embarrassed and also negligent. Like, you didn't file a motion, dude. Like, come on. Like, that's embarrassing as fuck, number one. Number
First
two,
you
his
brought up,
arguments were nowhere near legal arguments. Like, all of it's like innuendo, speculation, and things that are completely irrelevant to the case itself. And so, I mean, the fact that he tried to argue some of that is like, that's the best you have to argue. All the attorneys told me that he should be very worried, and Aiden should be very worried. Every last one of them. What does that tell you? And they're all defense attorneys.
He just tells stories. He doesn't give case law and stuff. And then Cosgrove gets up there and he's like, and blah, 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 and blah, 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 case law. It says, blah, informs you that this, and this. And Bedero's just telling those stories. And we talked about this earlier. It's embarrassing because Krupp told him, he chastised him in open court about his letters. He's like, I don't do letters, I do motions.
Yeah.
Right. And that's all a judge can do. They
Yeah.
can't do letters. They can only decide on a motion. That's the only thing that they can decide on. No, I haven't done anything from the Twitterverse yet. I'm looking right now. Although if there's something you want to draw my attention to, I'll happily go to it. And I think, there was another point where he was talking about the witness's motion to dismiss, which was pretty strong in the case out of the other case
Right.
that he was talking about, for that to be ultimately dropped, for them to be even dealing with that. There was one point where he was talking about that. So you have to like go back and watch the entire thing and listen to literally everything that's being said. And this is why it's hard for some people, like, and a lot of the turtle writers do this, where they'll just pick out one phrase out of the entire thing and be like, but the judge said this. And it's like, but that's not what he was talking about. You guys are taking it in a completely different context and applying it to something else that's not what he was talking about. And it's like, Aiden will latch on to something like that and then just keep saying it and mantra it out, even though that's not what was meant. It's not in the same context. It's not what it's being talked about. Like, that's what he does best. I also have a PayPal here, I think. Yep. Okay. So it's $50 and it says, we can have differences, but I really respect you. I'm always down for intelligent women, especially getting maligned by awful people. Thank you, Elise, for streaming with great conversation. Natalie Diana 67. Thank you, Natalie Diana 67. That was a really nice.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was
love
nice.
reading you guys' little comments to me. You guys' little donation comments. They're very uplifting. And a lot of times I'll get one. It might be just one when I'm not live anymore. Someone who's like replaying it or hasn't seen it yet. And they're like, they're on the replay and I'm not live anymore. And I might get one when I'm not live anymore. And those are always my favorite ones because they'll come through while someone's in the middle of watching my stream. And they always have such like kind and uplifting comments on them that it makes me feel like even when I'm not live, people are watching the stream, they're enjoying it. And like, they're getting something out of it, like those are always my favorite because then I get to read them on the next live stream too, because even the ones that come in when I'm not live anymore, I like to read on the next one so that people know like, these are the people who are supporting me. And these are the people who go out of their way to write nice things. And it's risky even to do it with your screen name because some of the turtle writers might latch onto that, like they might. So there's a lot of people that will say like, can I just remain completely anonymous? And absolutely you can, because I don't want anyone to get, harassed or critiqued because they chose to support my channel or me instead of someone that they're just going to light their money on fire and flush it down the drain with Aiden and his sewer crew, right? Like it's unfortunate, but like I've seen people now who are like, can I get a refund on the shit that I gave Aiden at this point? Like, can I get an actual fucking refund? Like, and that's sad. That's sad for me because that's money that they could have used to go out or throw a birthday party or go to an event or buy themselves dinner,
iced coffee
or
when
get their
it's 3 degrees
coffee for
outside.
the week. Right. Like
Mary
whatever. Mary Lou's. Any of those things. And it was wasted on someone that they thought they were helping do something good. And that's the part that gets me the most is they thought they were helping out someone and doing something good. And then they had to come to the realization that he's not doing anything good. And what they're really helping is someone do really bad shit to innocent people. And that's a hard pill to swallow, is that you may have helped someone who's a really bad person, you know?
Yeah.
And it hurts my heart for them. It really does. Even people who have said some really awful shit to me, like I even feel for them just because like, that's just, I can't change who I am. You know, I have that sort of empathy. Unfortunately, Aiden doesn't have an empathy chip, so he doesn't give a fuck. It's unfortunate.
I don't think so. There's a lot there. I mean, like I know everybody keeps saying like this case is going to be studied, but like this case is really be studied from like all of the avenues. Or at least it should be to say like, hey, you know, how did this how did this go on for so long? Like just to, like in the court system, it's like why wasn't something done sooner? Like, well, what could have been done? Let's go through and kind of do like a postmortem, like they do, where it's like, all right, let's break it down by pieces.
They could have done a lot though. There are a lot of things that they could still, to this day, charge Aiden with that they could have charged him with over a year ago that they haven't. And you have to ask yourself why. And it's not things that are just innuendo. It's not just speculation. It's not just internet rumor. These are real victims that came forward and went and spoke with police and provided evidence, and they still have not charged him. What does that tell you? And not just one or two people either. So like some of these people have signed statements. Like why? And my mind always goes back when Cosgrove told Lindsay, like when she kept pointing out all the times that he violated the protective orders and the restraining order. And he kept saying like, unless he comes to your house and punches you in the face, we're not going to charge him with anything else. Like, I'm sorry, but if that was me or you or Deidre or anyone else on planet Earth, we would have been charged, regardless if we punch someone in the face or not. If we kept committing crimes, blackmail, threats, like all of it, we would have been charged.
Yeah.
So why not him? What are you so afraid of? Like, I get it. The DA's office, the cops, none of them want their families thrown under the bus and their careers and all that. But it's like, you guys signed up for this job, right? That's your job, is to keep us safe. And you're refusing to do what you're getting paid to do. That bothers me. Like, not even lawyers want to take cases against him, simply not because like there's no good case. They've said this is a great case against him, but good luck finding an attorney that wants to take it, because nobody wants their families harassed into oblivion.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does that tell you?
Hey,
You know?
can you send me your channel name, Julie, please?
What's up?
Yeah. Or your link, or the link. We could have that.
I don't know. Like, okay. Like I was, screwing around with that. Like, it's like I have the channel set up just so I could, get that. I think it's, I thought it was, I think it's what, YouTube / the drama channel FU2 or something like that. At the end of it.
It didn't work. So that's why you need to find it and send the link there.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Let me see if I can find it.
Just do what you're told. It makes it so much easier in my life.
I know.
God damn it.
Bad.
If people just listen to me and did what I said, my life would be so much easier.
My God, mine too.
I know.
Girl.
Tell me about
Mine
it, right? I know. It'd be like if you did the
drama
thing.
channel with a laughy face, then I see for the drama, then the drama. Do you know how many subscribers you have? About?
Oh yes, 0. I have done nothing with this except for take the name. I was like, you know what? I'm sure somebody's going to take this because they're like, no, you're the drama channel. No, you're the drama channel. No, you're the drama channel. Like, no, I'm the drama channel.
Subscribers.
Well, so like just to clarify, when I say like I think this is beforehand, like I do that like to mess around, like I call myself the craziest person on earth, but like you talk to me for 5 minutes and like, well, I don't know how obvious it is, but like obviously not the craziest person on earth or like remotely crazy. Like I'm eccentric, but It's like the same thing. It's like, well, we're going to do the drama channel. Well, what are you going to talk about? Like basically like all things Massachusetts. So like what's going on, like the fallout from the Karen Reed stuff. Like where did that go? What's happening in Norfolk? Then, you know, like other stuff, like the Kelsey Fitzsimmons thing. There was the Francis Gigliotti thing that actually the DA made a statement on that the other day. So like just, you know, doing stuff like that. Plus I love watching Rosemary's Capiccio. Like if
Rosemary's brilliant. She's brilliant.
She is so friggin' good. Like if I could just watch her yell at somebody all live long day, just roast them over a skewer, be like, oh, but you didn't you?
So her and Luke Ryan did some amazing work on the case here in Massachusetts with the drug lab scandal. Like they just kept hammering in to get answers for that. They both did fucking amazing work in that. You can see them both in the documentary they did on Netflix about it. And they did impressive work when it comes to that one. So I will have great respect for both of them for the work they did in uncovering a lot of that.
I didn't know Ro was involved in that. Oh yeah, I call her Ro because
yep. She was, yeah. Her and Luke did such a good job.
Yeah, I was like, oh, call her Ro and Co. That's
he just didn't give up.
So
he didn't give up. Like when the state kept saying, we have no more evidence, we have no more this, we have no more that, he knew there was stuff there they just weren't giving over. He knew there was. Exactly. And so he found evidence of it at one point and kept going into the courts, even though he was denied time after time after time until the last time when he wasn't denied. And they had to hand shit over that they didn't want to hand over. And one attorney was disbarred for that. 2 were reprimanded for that. Like, there was a lot of shit that went down there and a lot of people affected by the drug lab scandals because it was more than one. I remember when the second one came out and they were saying, oh, nothing to see here. It's not the same as the Annie Duke and stuff. This is less and there's less people involved and it wasn't that long. And then we find out that, and I said right away when it was on TV, I said, I don't believe that for 1 second, not 1 second. And thank God I said it out loud with people around me because later on they were like, you were right. And I was like, I know I was. Like, you're going to tell me only one drug lab was running like that? No fucking way. No chance. No chance in hell.
Not. I mean, God, that was so awful. But it'd be like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I'm going to go into work and I'm going to, that's it. I'm going to take the meth standard. I'm going to smoke the meth standard at my bench. Like, that's cool. Now we're going to do something.
Yep. And it's like, how are you going to say that? So what the state tried to say was like that not more than 50 people had their shit contaminated, or like not more than 50 people's cases were affected by that. And that was when they made such a bold statement. I was like, there's no chance. How long she's been working there? Obviously, every case she has ever touched would have to be looked at now. Every single one. So it has to be way more than 50 cases. You know, Sandra Farrak didn't just magically start doing it a month ago. And so they tried to push this narrative that it was short-lived. And like, I knew that could not possibly be true because of the way they ran the lab where Annie Dukin was. So Sandra Farrak's wasn't going to be much different. They were very lax. They didn't have oversight. And it's like, that's something the lawyers had been arguing for a very long time, which is when the drugs get sent to the state police labs or the state labs, it's like, how do you know what's happening at those labs? How do you know? Why isn't it sent to a lab where both sides can watch what's happening before it's ever touched? Because at that point, you have to assume that the government isn't playing fuck with it. And you can never assume that, dude, ever.
Especially now. Like, oh, look what we uncovered.
Dude,
there's a couple cases at other stuff too,
where someone was selling like fake shit to people to get money. Like these cases were like probably around before, like, but right before all that happened. So a couple of years before that happened. And I remember someone being like, one of these cases of people being like, well, it was fake, so it's going to come back as like Tylenol or whatever. Right. And the lab said it was real drugs. And they're like, I crushed up. So they went into court and was like, yeah, I crushed up Tylenol. So like, I'd like to know how it could possibly come back as fake drugs. So their attorney was like, I want it sent to a different lab. I want the tapes from the lab showing when they opened it, when they did this, when they did that. Well, guess what they did? They completely decided that they were going to that case right out. Dismissed. Prosecution dismissed it. Like, oh, gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Right. Yeah. Like stuff like that is near and dear to my heart because I come from a math and science background, and yeah, like you take data, you take stats, you take, like, hey, what's the best way to, like standardize stuff, and it's like, bam, I'm there. Give me all that. Let me sync it. Let me
all the information.
Stats, distribution, bam, and like just to say like, yeah, we just went there and took them, like smoked the meth standard and just like, yeah, we just wing it, just throws them in there and puts them in there.
Just wing it, just throw some of this and some of that, and like, yeah, positive, cool. We'll say it's positive. You know what I mean? Like,
gives me hives just thinking about it. Like, nah, it's fine. Who cares?
It's crazy to me, absolutely bonkers to me that some of this shit is allowed, right? Like, and it just is. That's the sad part. That's the sad part. It's really, really just sad to me that a lot of this shit is allowed to happen in courts. It's sad. It's all just sad. The judge has graced us with his presence.
Oh,
don't worry, everyone. Turtleboy's going down. I want
to
object.
Everybody, just for a second, I need to go on mute. My contractor's here. I got to get him.
Oh yeah.
In the house.
Go ahead.
I'll be back.
Yes, ma'am. Bradel just asked me to go bowling tonight. Denied.
Denied. I go bowling.
Not with Bradel.
No.
That's why it was denied. JFK wouldn't lower himself to that trash. No, but I thought he might like be outside the court asking, the Glyer some questions outside the court. Why not? That's a good place to do it, right? Like it's public, like ask him some questions. You know what I mean? Like Judge, why not? Sounds like a good bonding event. Federal just asked me to go to the Super Bowl. Denied.
Super Bowl denied too. That one's denied too.
Denied.
Oh my God. Can you believe we're in the Super Bowl again?
I'm so excited.
So fast. Like I figured, like again, like Turtle and I don't agree. And like, just, like, again, disclaimer. I came on the internet 10 months ago, whatever it was. One of the first things out of my mouth was, hey, I'm from here. And by the way, came to the Karen Reed stuff, not from Turtle, watched myself, not a Turtle, not a Turtle rider at all. But like, let's just like, look at, like what the case is and like how this is going to affect Massachusetts, what's going on. So like, that's how I did it. Anyways, like there are very few things that he and I agree on, but like one of the things he said, he's like, I thought we would get to like 8 or 9 wins and like we'd be happy with that. It's like, yeah, same. And that's about, and it's like,
I always have faith in our Patriots that we will get there. And because I've seen them do such amazing things before, I've seen them do such amazing things before. So I
mean, the first Super Bowl, I think you and I are about kind of like the same age, like, it's like, wow, like for years and years and years, you're just crap. And it's like, well, we're not even going to play it on television because we got blackout games because there's nobody in the stadium.
God,
like, see
I
that.
fucking hated those.
And then like all of a sudden, like, boom. Dude. Yeah, blackout games. Yep.
I hate that. Wait, hold on. He flew. Kathy also says wear mask. RSV is going around. I hate when that goes around in the wintertime. And I've heard the flu and RSV this year are even worse. So everybody definitely be careful with all that, especially if you have compromised immune, like someone like myself. It makes it much worse. It turns into pneumonia and then it's a whole shit show. I get pneumonia every winter. And this year I have not. And so like I've gotten the flu, but I have not gotten pneumonia, walking pneumonia, which is what I usually get. So let's just thank God I haven't gotten it yet. And hopefully I don't. So Making Changes said that Glare flew in last week, but the date was moved after he left Atlanta. Oh, interesting. So I wonder if he's been here the whole week. Who paid for that? Because the Glare is so poor, he can't buy a ham, but he's got a new car outside he can't drive. Remember? Like, that's the thing. Also, I have an important point from one of the attorneys that I talked to. And they said that they think the defense team, and I also agree with this because I've said this, is bluffing. That they would call Lindsay as a witness because the Commonwealth will cross-examine her on her communications with Aiden in those DMs. And so that would be disastrous for them. And so they believe it's a bluff. I believe it's a bluff. I've had other attorneys tell me they also think it's a bluff. I don't think they would be able to call her simply because it's not, all of her stuff isn't relevant. It happened after he committed those crimes. After. And so that's not part of the legal, like, did he commit the witness intimidation when it happened is the legal question. It's not what happened after or why it happened after, or if people followed him after to keep tabs on him one singular day, might I add, not for weeks, not for days, not for months, on one singular day. And the reason they knew he might be there is because the cops had called Lindsay in for questioning on his fake claims that he went down there to file his fake police reports on, right? Like, oh, JFK. Sorry, you mean JFK.
Yeah, in Atlanta.
He flew in last. Okay, got it.
He's from around there. Yeah, that's
okay. My bad. Sorry, my bad.
Disclaimer.
Yeah, my bad. I fix it.
Okay,
My
I'm
bad.
back.
See, I can
I'm
say when I'm
back.
wrong. You know,
Can you
sorry,
hear
my
me?
bad.
Yep, you're good. You're good, Deirdre.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes. How's your spaces going over there? You got
Spaces, it's a smaller audience live. I
Yeah.
get some replay action, but it's just beginning. My analytics were really good the first night because I had a lot of people that were retweeting my announcement.
Good.
But I can't keep sending the link and asking people to retweet it because I'm doing so many. So I
see,
doing
damn it.
that.
I'm like, I was literally about to say what you got to do is you have to like text me the link so that I can retweet it.
Oh, I will do that with you, but I had a list and I felt guilty asking people to do it, so I stopped.
No.
And then my analytics went way down, but that's okay. I'm not there. I mean, like if I'm just talking to one person, that's fine with me. I don't care.
Yeah,
You
but you
know?
still want people to enjoy it, and how do people enjoy it if they don't know it's there? That's the thing. Like
Yeah.
they gotta know it's there to be able to enjoy it. So I mean, listen, analytics are always gonna go up and down, even on YouTube. Mine go up and down and up and down and up and down. I think my best month was like October, which is weird. October, like of all October, right? Like then it went down in November, down in December, back a little bit back up in January. But even January, because I took so much time off this month, is lower than even last month was because I've taken so much time off dealing with this family crisis I'm dealing with that I haven't, had a chance to sort of make up for it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But all you do is just hope that the next month is better. And that, I mean, I'm steadily gaining subscribers. That's not changing. Like that's going up. And
Yep.
it's just like money wise, it's kind of plateau. It's not, and they don't really pay much for ads. They just don't. It's shit. It's like you might make $5 a video, and because I don't have 100,000 subscribers, I have 3. You know what I mean? Like, so it's, if I had 100,000 subscribers, then like maybe, like, oh wow. So last night when I checked, it was 3,099, right? And now it's 3,119. So it's 20
Nice.
people have subscribed, which is pretty good in one day. That's pretty good. But I don't rely on other channels like Aiden does or Jess does. Like I didn't rely on getting an influx of 10,000 subscribers from Turtle Writers. You know what I'm saying? Like every subscriber that I have, I gained myself with no help from any other channel or anybody else boosting me. A lot of the times when creators are a little bit bigger than you, they don't want to help out the smaller creators. And I intend to change that and hope that there's a domino effect that one day when I am larger, those are the people I want to help are the smaller creators. I want to have smaller creators on my channel. I want to throw in subscribers. I want to help them build up because it is so effing hard for small creators. YouTube does not push the algorithm to show you to other people. If you're not a large creator, you're kind of bottom of the barrel. You go down the list at the way, way bottom. It doesn't show you to people more often. Like you have to have like steady, going up on everything for it to do that. And so one thing that I have put on my list of things to want to do when I am a much bigger channel is reach out to many, many smaller creators, no matter what they cover, have them on, give their link to people, tweet it, put it on my show, whatever I have to do to help smaller creators. Because if nobody is willing to help small creators, then like it makes it 10 times harder for us, right?
Yeah.
So if you're at 15 or 20 or 30 or 40,000 subscribers and you won't dare go on someone's show with 3,000, like, or 2,000 or because you're not gaining anything from it. Well, why do you always need to gain something from it to help someone?
Yeah.
Why? Why can't you just help someone because it's the right fucking thing to do? Like, I don't get it. Maybe my grandparents were old school and like, maybe that's why I'm so old school. But like, my thought is like, if I can help by putting their name or their thing out there, like for people to check it out, they can decide for themselves whether that's content they want to watch or not. But the least I can do is show people where to go, right? Like,
yep.
You just don't understand this thinking of like, oh, well, they have much lower amount of subscribers, so they can't help me. Like, maybe they can't, but why can't you help them?
Exactly. Yeah, that's
I
selfish.
don't get it. Right?
Well, while
I
you
don't
guys
get it.
while you guys were chatting, I muted and I talked to my spaces for a little bit. And Sparkly Rabbit on X at Justice for All 44. And it's the number 4, Justice for All 44. She's doing spaces for like, well, she said for boomer people, like trivia and stuff that's, like no drama stuff. And then she said she's going to be doing a YouTube, but she hasn't gotten that together yet. But just want to give her a shout out for that.
Oh, yeah. Sparkly Rabbit's trying to build up, and I definitely got to have her on at some point because I've talked to her about this and I want to help her too. Like I want to, people trying to get their channels off the ground. Like it's extremely difficult. Like I work 6 days a week, usually Monday through Sunday, and Saturday is my only day off. And I'm barely keeping it afloat. Right. And so it's like when you are grinding, and it's literally grinding the way that you are when you're smaller, it only gets easier when you're at about, I'd say 10 to 15,000 subscribers and you have a steady flow of like 2,000 or 3,000 people in your chat. Like it gets much easier because even if only 20 people donate or 30 people donate out of that couple thousand, like that's keeping you afloat. You're making a little bit. That doesn't happen when you're a smaller channel. So it's much, much harder to keep your channel afloat. And so anybody who's just starting out, well, you're starting out with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people watching you. Like, that's it. Like, it's hard, dude. It's hard to look at that screen and be like, all right, there's like, how do I do this? How do I build this? Because if people don't know you're there, they're not going to watch, right? Like, so the only way to get people to know you're there is to do a lot of social media work or have other people be willing to help, right? Like right now we have 1,170 people watching, but 1,000, almost 1,100 of those are on X.
Sparkly Rabbit is on. Can she talk for a second?
Yeah.
Sure. I'm here. I appreciate you saying that and putting that out. I'm trying to just jump on as a small creator, and I think as a small creator, if we can help other small creators promote each other, we can get to a place where we can just have, a decent amount of following. I'm not trying to be like one of these huge creators, but it's something that I want to do, and I feel like it's a way that we can connect with people. And I have to say, I've reached out to Elise a couple times, like to ask her about what type of equipment should I have, what type of things. She's always been kind and nice and responded to me and said, I would recommend this, I would recommend that. There's always been something that she's responded to when I've had a question. I'm just trying to figure out all the technical parts of it now. But I think that we should always be happy that we encourage and promote small creators, because it's
agreed.
The independent people are what is coming up, right? So I think that we should do that. And thanks for having me back on.
Of course. I love it. And that's the point, right? Is to help one another, right? Like granted, it might take me a day to answer people sometimes. I'm usually fairly quick. The only one I'm not super quick on is X, because for some reason, Twitter does not give me a notification to my phone. And I have those on, but it's not giving me notifications to my phone that I have messages. Also, after they changed it and they updated it for Android, my messages are wonky. It doesn't show that I even have a new message, even when I log on my computer or my phone for X. I actually have to click on the envelope and look myself because it won't say I have new messages for whatever reason. Thanks, Elon Musk. We appreciate you. Fix it, buddy. But I'm not getting notifications. So that's the only place where it might take me a little longer to answer. Usually I get Facebook sometimes has been wonky lately too. For the last 2 months, it's been coming in 3 or 4 hours later, which is weird. And sometimes if you get me while I'm sleeping, I might accidentally see it in my sleep and then not realize I opened it. So if that happens and I opened it and I didn't respond, send me another message, because it probably means either my kiddo had my phone and was playing a game on it, which I let her do sometimes, or I opened it when I got up to pee and I was half asleep and I forgot.
Well, thank you for doing that for Sparkly. I appreciate you.
Of course, dude.
Question, is everyone seems to be having issues with StreamYard when they use it?
Yes.
I mean, mine's been good for the last month and a half, thank God. I think it was really internet, and I was having internet issues. And like once Xfinity came out and fixed whatever was going on with the polls or whatever, like I haven't had any buffering since. So it's been good for the last about, I'd say, month and a half.
There's
Not good.
another that came up for me. It's called Riverside. I don't know much about it, but I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that.
No. OBS is a little complicated. I've used OBS before, but that's a little more complicated. So I prefer to use StreamYard just because the interface is a little easier. And once someone easily teaches you what each button means, you're kind of good to go. You know what I mean? Like I could easily probably teach someone how to use StreamYard in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, StreamYard, I'm still trying to figure out like how to use it completely. It's something I'm going to work on again for the rest of the day today. But
yeah, when you run across something you don't know, send me like a screenshot of whatever it is, and I'll tell you what it does. You know what I mean?
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. I'm always willing to help anyone with anything like that you guys need, you know, help. As you guys know, anybody who's ever reached out knows that. But like anybody I interact with, if they ever have a question or they're looking for help on something like that, I'm more than happy to help because no one helped me. I had to figure it out on my own, right? I had to do my own intro and I didn't have an intro and an outro for a really long time. And so finally one day I just got fed up and I was like, I don't know how to edit anything, but I'm going to figure it out right now. And so I sat on my laptop, my really old laptop before I got this set up. And I sat there for hours trying to figure out how to make my pressing buttons, messing with things, how to figure out how to make the intro. So I made the intro in about a little over 3, I think it was, hours. And then my second whack at it was probably a week or 2 later, and I made the outro. And that was a couple hours as well. But I did those myself, figuring it all out myself. And if someone had helped me, it might have taken less time.
Is this
Much
song
less time.
loud? Can you hear the song?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm going through right now. I'm just trying to figure out all the buttons and the nuances and all of that.
Yeah. They're pretty easy once someone tells you like what they're for, because they're not labeled like great. A lot of the ones like on the bottom of the screen where you can change the look of the screen aren't really labeled great. And then there's the one where you can share your screen, which is essentially just the computer screen with a plus sign in the middle. That's how you share your screen. And if you're going to share a window, when that pops up, you got to click to the tab that says window, but you have to turn on the audio. There's a little checkbox and you click on the audio. Otherwise you won't hear the audio if you're sharing an entire window. So there's like a couple little like tricks and things like that you kind of need to know about. But once you kind of know what each one of those things are or what they mean, it's easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Okay. Go back in.
Oh,
sorry, I'm getting
another country heard from puppy.
That's going to work on today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're totally welcome.
So sorry for the disturbance. My contractor was sawing and it set off my smoke detector. And then I went to talk to him and my dog started barking. Sorry.
Well, maybe puppy wants to say something.
Right?
He said, are you setting our house on fire?
Yep.
So I gotta ask, is anybody seeing anything? So I haven't checked Twitter, like other than my chats that I'm checking right now, but like, has anybody? Yeah, Sean Ellis, that was the guy's name, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, Trial 4. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it was a good.
No, that was no.
That was a different one, documentary. But Sean Ellis did have a documentary, I believe, of his case. But that's the one though that Bradel hid the evidence in, isn't it? Sean Ellis?
No, that was Sean. Actually, Deirdre knows the name of that one because it was it Sean Jenkins? I think that might have been the victim.
Jenkins, that's it.
Sean
Jenkins.
Yeah.
That was it.
That was
Jenkins.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, I had no idea. I just happened to see this and just give him one of those.
Yeah, nobody believes that.
And I listened to well, not both because they cut the first one off. Like it was like 4:00, boom, done, and like wherever you were in the hearing, it just killed it. So
yeah,
like I don't think anybody got the complete whatever it was, but like I listened to all that because I followed that because again, it's interesting and it's happening to like a lot of cases. And then after that, he got those 2 other cases. It's like, okay, well, like let's follow this like for real, and like like the closing, whatever it was that they called. Like I don't know what the specifics were, but like
closing.
Say, but they're like, well, it's unsafe now because the wrong person's out, and oh, by the way, if you do come down with sanctions, because they asked for a year, but they said like, well, it could be more because like
you
precedent
could
is-
get your whole license
the whole
suspended
entire
to
thing, but
practice
this
at
is
all.
just-
It could be 5 years, it could be a year, or they could just give like what they
Yep.
call a reprimand or a public reprimand, where they basically just go, hey, don't do that
Yeah.
again. We
No,
don't like
no,
what you
no,
did, and we're
no.
making a public statement about what you did. But it's like, I'm sorry, but reprimands shouldn't even be an option. If you're at the point in the BBO as a lawyer where you're being investigated for something that bad, reprimand should be off the table, public or private reprimand. Those
Right.
are a joke. It's essentially a tisk tisk, don't do that again. Like it does nothing, absolutely nothing, and it's a fucking joke. Like
yeah, I mean, it's like like the more you look into it, like just like to hear, it's like, wait a minute, like this, the other night, these guys were talking about it on I forget whose spaces it was, but Deirdre brought it up, and kind of went in, and then what's his face came by. I was like, oh no, actually this, and basically like kind of like repeated what his defense counsel said. It was like, well, it's because of who he knows, and he's been a defense attorney in Boston for a while, and he was a Suffolk County prosecutor, and he knows people, and like he tries to get to the crux of corruption, and so he's going to ruffle some feathers. It's like, no,
please.
actually, if you read through it and listen, that's not what happened. But see, like it's stuff like that. Like that's what got me, interested in this stuff. Where it's like I want to see firsthand, because it's like you go in and it's like, oh my god, this happened, or like breaking news, this happened, and you like look
Grant
at
does
it,
that a lot.
wait.
Oh my dear God, what have we stumbled
Oh my
upon?
dear
And
God, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? Like okay, like I know that like
I
you
was
have
like, it's a radio show. Like it's
Yeah.
not a radio show, buddy.
Well,
like
so I know that like you have your issues with like all the stuff that happened beforehand, but like I met him outside of court, and like I get how his brain works, because like he is very, very, very intelligent. The problem is
you
that,
think
like,
you know how his brain
you
works.
need a cipher to read it, though. It's like he
No,
sees
you
this.
really don't.
and
He
it's
know,
like,
yeah, but that's the problem. Is like even though he has
Yeah.
like that issue, like he still very much knows when he's manipulating, and he
Something
very
else.
much knows
Yeah.
when he's lying, and he very much knows when he's misleading, and he does it on purpose. And so,
Yeah.
being someone who knew him for as long as I did, I can speak to that. And it's like that's how he seems to other people, and other people give him a pass because they're like, oh well, he's autistic, and
Yeah.
like he's got his brain doesn't work in the same and it's like, okay, yes. But you can't keep using autism as an excuse forever when he's
Right.
doing things that he knows he's doing. He knows when he's lying outright. He knows when he's manipulating. He knows when he's doing those things. You can
Yeah.
tell he knows because of his reaction when you call him on it, right? So it's like there's a lot of that kind of stuff that people don't see publicly that me and other people saw privately. And so that's what makes us a little more even disturbed about it, is that he knows what the fuck he's doing. You know what I mean? Like he knows exactly what the fuck he's doing.
So he's got diabetes.
Yes. Yep. It's
I
you
love
you
it.
can't have diabetes. It's just like Aiden. It's untreatable. Diabetes is untreatable.
I mean, like I feel bad because like when he's good, he's good. Like the stuff that he did with the grand juror, like he got the mother of all interviews where the grand juror, like we were standing out front and the grand juror came by, like it was her and her mother.
Yeah, I saw that.
And like said something to us, and like it didn't even register to me, like who's this a-hole driving
Yeah.
around peeping at us,
Beeping,
and
right.
like it registered with him, and he took off and got like saying it's
Yeah.
like you're a towel, and it was like do stuff like that. And then like the video, like I was his cameraman lady to film outside.
But
where he
he's
does little
like
videos,
his
but,
love.
like everything else, like what is going on? Like I feel so friggin' bad. Like come back to reality, please.
Or should I say infatuation? His infatuation
Well,
has gotten
that
him
too,
in trouble.
yeah.
Right. It's
Yeah.
that simple. It's really,
That,
really that
yeah.
simple. And I don't think she could have been clearer in the aspect that that's never going to happen yet. It doesn't
Right.
register to him. To him, she's just not saying it out loud, right? He still thinks somewhere here that it's going to happen someday. And that's the problem, right? Like
Mhm.
that's the problem. So he's willing to do whatever, whenever, however to make that happen. And that is where he lost his for Love and Marbles even more than he
big time with the CIA and the 5 stones and oh my
Dude,
god,
the 5 Stones probably the funniest thing I've ever seen. Didn't he add like Nan and Sean and like who else did he add to
well,
that? Like,
obviously, duh.
I mean, did I get added yet? Am I in that conspiracy? I mean, I'm in like 3 other conspiracies he made that make no sense and like Like he's been saying for like 3 years that I work for Kate Peter. I don't even talk to Kate. Let's be clear here.
Right. Yeah.
And so how can I would never work for someone else. Number one.
Well,
Number
that's
two,
how secrets work. That's how secret
so
agent
those
ladies
checks
work.
must have gotten lost in the mail because I'm
Right.
still broke and don't have a car. So like, I'd like to get paid for that. All right. Number
Good try,
one. All
Senator.
right. Number three, like I've been added to like 17 nonsensical conspiracies that have never happened and have zero basis in reality. So when you see somebody putting together lines that don't exist, you're connecting dots that don't intersect at all. And they're just connecting all these random dots here, there, and everywhere. Like it's the Bourne Identity movies. Like you have to take a step back and be like, what is going on here? Like,
yeah. It's like,
what
yeah,
in the actual fuck
bad.
is going on here? Like this is not okay. Right. Like the Commonwealth still cock blocking Aiden. Yeah. Right. So I'll read to you guys what Microdots wrote. And if you couldn't be more of a simp, Microdots, and I feel sad for Richie. I do. I've met Richie in person and he's a very quiet guy. He's not too like outspoken. He's not, and maybe that's why he made the Microdots persona, right? Because he's not outspoken. He's not, up in your face loud or like a weird turtle rider, like say, but he is online, right? He takes all of that and like puts it online. And I think he does some talented work with graphics. And I honestly think like in the end, like his work isn't ever going to be looked at that has anything to do with this, because all of the things that Aiden lied about, all of the lies and all of the people he has hurt, it's all going to come out, all of it. And Richie stayed along for the ride like a dum-dum. And he's going to feel the brunt of some of that, which is unfortunate because I do think he has some talents. But so his tweet was this 25 minutes ago, which is so fucking delusional and more of like, I need to be up Turtleboy's ass and make him happy, so I have to tweet this, right? This is what he says. Today's Turtleboy hearing was a disturbing illustration of how the state of Massachusetts tolerates and mishandles conflicts of interest. Every member of the public should be alarmed. # free Turtleboy. Now, I literally could not laugh harder at this.
Was he watching the same thing we were?
No.
I don't think so.
So here's the thing, right? There is no conflict of interest. Why do you think they're handling it that way? Because there is not one. It doesn't exist. Cosgrove has prosecutorial immunity. You can sue him. All of us could sue him right now. All of us. And if it was in the middle of him doing his job as a prosecutor, even if he made a mistake or did something wrong, he still has ultimate prosecutorial immunity. It means nothing. That means that if I didn't like the prosecution he was doing of someone I loved or cared about, I could just sue him. And then boom, he would be taken off the case.
That's the point I keep making too, which is like, it's going to set a precedent somewhere.
Yep. It's a disturbing legal precedent that no judge is going to want to make. None.
No way.
Zero. Okay.
Way.
There is no conflict. Bradel and Barrow made this conflict up out of thin air to help their client because they have nothing else to go on. All right. So claiming that the state of Massachusetts is tolerating and mishandling a conflict that doesn't exist is a very large statement to make, and just goes to show that you're not rubbing those two brain cells together that you have left to create any energy. Come on now. Zzz, like bring them back to life, dude. They're not mishandling a conflict. There is no conflict. None. There's no conflict.
And there's no
no
journalistic privilege, like you said earlier.
We have none. Massachusetts has no journalistic privilege. It does not exist. And they've been trying to flout that for 2 years. Like, dude, we don't have journalistic privilege. So when Bradel was out there screaming, journalistic privilege, we should have privilege over this. He's a journalist, blah, blah, blah. I remember one of the judges being like, there is no journalistic privilege. And I had been pointing this out for a long time, waiting for another judge to like say something to him. And eventually a judge did and was like, Mr. Bradel, there is no journalistic privilege. Mr. Kearney has the same rights as any regular person, their First Amendment rights, but there is no special privilege for him. Journalistic privilege does not apply in Massachusetts. It doesn't have it. And even if it did apply here, it doesn't apply when you commit a crime.
Right.
You don't get journalistic privilege for a crime that you committed. They would still be able to take your stuff and go through it and look at it because you committed a crime. So in what world? But so Bradel screamed that for so fucking long, dude. And the turtle writers ate it up and just respit it out. And it's like, guys, Think for yourselves. And I love when they say, we do think for ourselves. And it's like, okay, cool. Talk to one person that's come out of that cult. And they will tell you, they said that exact same thing to me. We do think for ourselves. We think with our own minds. And then when they got out of the cult, they were like, I don't know how I didn't see it. I wasn't thinking for myself. I was just buying whatever he was saying and I was repeating it. Like what?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's sad because like, like you take like, like the social aspect out of it and like, just look at, just again, like precedent. It's like, well, this is free speech, First Amendment, whatever the case may be. Well, what's this going to set for precedent? Like the case I keep making, which is like with the like witness intimidation, well, not the conspiracy, but like the actual witness intimidation.
Sparklet, can you mute?
What?
Thank you. Sorry, we were getting
no, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like, should we mean? Yes. It's like with the witness intimidation. It's like, all right, well, they're like, well, you need to be, like cause fear, emotional, all the statutes. It's like, okay, well, why is this a law to begin with? Let's go back to like, like how it became the law and like what is that, what it's actually for.
Mobs.
And like what, right, came from mobs, mafia, gangs, stuff like that. So
correct.
Like if you look and say like, okay, well, what he was doing was just asking questions. Okay, like let's just say hypothetically, like I know
let's say that the mob did that. What it would be considered.
That's exactly the point I was going to make, which is like, well, what happens if he turns around and says, I'm doing this as a journalist in First Amendment? Then every single Tom, Dick, and Guido is going to turn around and go, excuse me, I'm a journalist with Goomba Joe's. I'd like to ask you a few questions, go to people's work and go, this is a nice place. Be a real fucking shame if something happened to it. Your thoughts? And shove a microphone in your face.
I'll be like, this is a Fugazi charge. This charge is Fugazi. We are journalists. All right. Like that is what would happen, right? Like a mob can't go like the the mob or the mafia cannot go past people's houses who are witnesses in cases that they don't like and scream murder, tell the truth, because everyone on planet Earth would know that the mafia meant if you don't lie, we're going to do you harm, right? What would make it any different here? It isn't. That's the point. That's why the law exists. And you don't have to like our witness intimidation statute, but it exists as it is.
For a reason, exactly. For a reason.
100% the way that it is. And also I will point out that our statute has been upheld as constitutional. So
yes, it has. Yeah, the same thing with the wiretapping thing. Like that's been tested time and time again. Because I have cameras all over the freaking place that record audio and video. And when I first put them in 5 years ago, it was like, let me check wiretapping, peeping Tom, all the statutes to figure out like, hey, what's okay and what's not okay. And yeah, it's like for wiretapping, you need to put a sign, saying like, hey, it's you're being recorded, or show the camera. Now
that's
you right. Also like I did and do everything, because I'm like, what if somebody comes up and says, oh, I thought I was just being video recorded. I didn't think I was being audio recorded. And I told that to somebody 5 years ago, and they're like, who would do something like that? Well, here we are.
Here we are. Right. Someone named the sewer turtle would do that. What do you mean? What do you mean? If the mob did it, the mafia did it, we would all be saying how horrible it is. What would make this any different?
It's right. Yeah. Like it's gonna like the arguments that they're making, like number one, it goes against precedent, but number two, goes against, like prior court proceedings. But like number two, it's gonna screw things up. Like if they go through and they're like, oh yeah, wiretapping everybody, like all that is, like in Canton outside of D&E, like, yeah, that's definitely wiretapping. If you do that, you're going to get rid of everybody's cameras and everybody's going to be bullshit at you. So
yep. And that's the thing is you have so people also don't seem down to, I love when people are like, well, Chris Albert wiretapped him for having the cameras in his, no, you idiots. There is a part in the statute. Yeah. There's a part in the statute that specifically states that you are allowed to have them for various reasons, including security of your business or your home. He had every single right to have them. Also, I'll point out that it's a public sidewalk Aiden was on. Anyone can record audio and video there.
Yes.
Anyone.
Yeah. You have zero. What is it? You have zero.
You have no right to privacy in a public area. Zero. People don't understand these like nuances of the law. And so when Aiden says something like Chris Albert should be charged with wiretapping because he recorded me, they don't seem to grasp like why Chris wasn't charged. They just go, oh, it's corruption. That's why he wasn't charged. No, it's because it's allowed under the statute. It's his business.
Yeah. Yeah. Not to mention he had a camera out front. So it's like, hey, I'm recording. But he's
It's
saying
right
that
in
like,
the window, and there's
right?
a literal post that says it. So like it's posted, it's there, it's all
Oh,
legal.
is it too?
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, he had a sign. Oh, then that's it.
There's
All
a
you need
sign,
is a
like a
sign that
sticker
says
on the window.
recording.
It's there. Yeah.
Done. Yeah.
I think, I don't know if it's on the front door or on the sticker, but it's there saying that like it's there,
Yeah.
you know, like, so it's like, and it's in plain sight as well. So it's like, it's also his business, right? Like
Yeah.
he doesn't, you don't, when you go into like Kohl's, they don't have to post something that says you're under surveillance. It's their business. They have the right to it for safety purposes. So does his. Just because it's a small business doesn't make it any different. Like he has the right to that, and so does anybody in their own home, which is why Lindsay was in charge when Aiden tried to make those fake complaints.
Right. Yeah. Because that was inside the house. Yeah. Exactly. Because that was
in her
inside the house. Right.
Yeah, in her
That was
home.
inside the house.
She has the
That's
right
allowed.
to it for safety reasons. That is illegal. Like, so it's like a lot of these people just are screaming shit because he said it. And it's just like repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. Like, I also find it crazy they allowed him in Karen Reed's court case at all, because that in itself could be seen as intimidation to the witnesses. I don't think that would have happened in any other goddamn state in the country. Because you imagine if the mafia was let in as independent journalists into a case where they had just intimidated those witnesses, there's no chance they would be allowed.
Oh, just to address this, like, okay, like I'm Italian, and come from area with like a lot of Italian, like the mafia was around, so like that's the reference that I use.
Yeah,
but,
we mean
we're
like
just
the
saying,
mafia, the mob,
yeah, not
because that's
no,
where
like,
originally
gang
those
something.
statutes came from, was from like the mafia, like a mob. Like that's where like they were made from originally, was to stop witness intimidation in cases of like in New York of like the 5 families and like things like that, organized crime. So like, for instance, here we had Irish mobs, right? Whitey and all that, those were Irish mobs, but that can apply to any kind of organized crime. But originally that's what the statutes, the wiretapping statutes and the witness intimidation statutes and RICO, why those statutes exist is because of that. Right. So it's not like a prejudice. It's like that's originally why it was made. But I agree, like that's their prejudice to think like, oh, it's okay for Aiden, but if it was the mob or mafia, it would totally be okay, you know? Oh, The Departed, I was there on set for that. I was telling that story the other day. That is in that they played the end part of that is in the Quincy shipyard. And I was on set for that part of it. So funny. That movie's so old. That's right. The law applies to anyone that does it. It shouldn't just apply to the mafia or the Irish mobs, or like it applies to anyone that commits the crime. And so when it was made originally for mafia, mobs, organized crime, like if you are someone like Aiden, the law still applies to you. To assume that it shouldn't, and you're going to call it just asking questions. The only reason that people say that, well, he's just asking questions, is because he has said that so many times. Now they just repeat it, right? Like that's how brainwashing works, right? You say something until people believe it and then they repeat it. That's how it works, right? Like, and so that's his form of getting people to believe what he's saying, is just say it enough times so that they start repeating it. He didn't just ask questions. That's not what happened, like at all. You didn't like it? I'm shocked. I've never heard somebody tell me they didn't like The Departed. But to be fair, I also live here, and I don't think anybody here is ever going to say
that was a great movie. That was a great movie. Also,
it's Sparkly answering up again.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something. What Elise just said about repeating the same thing over and over. Isn't that what a cult leader does?
Correct. Yeah. Yep.
They do the same thing over and over and over until the person they're saying it to believes it.
Yep. It's part of coercive control and abuse too.
Well, yeah, but I think people need to understand that what he does is intentional.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
There's a design in place. It's intentional for people. So people have to understand that. And, hopefully those that can have critical thinking or any type of thinking can understand that that is exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
You're right.
You're right. You're 100% right. And it's intentional. And I've gone over this many times on a lot of my other shows where I hope to at least wake people up to the fact that like this is on purpose. This is what he does on purpose to get you to repeat that to other people and so on and so forth, so that he has a mob essentially of people who will continue to say all the things he wants them to say and push all the narratives he wants them to push. Like that's the whole point of it all, you know? Unfortunately, it just is. Sorry, I'm just trying to look on X and see what is being said.
Oh, he's just posting that stuff that with Jen McCabe, the screenshots or whatever, or the pictures of his car. He's just making his case over and over and over again.
I mean, see, that's the thing. Like, that's not going to play a large part in his case. It's just not. I mean, he can keep wishing on a prayer and hoping, and so can his idiotic attorneys, but that's not what's going to happen at all. Because none of that has anything to do with whether he committed the witness intimidation when he committed it. As the judge rightly pointed out, the shit that happened months later has nothing to do with the ultimate legal question in front of him, which is, did you commit this witness intimidation? And you're not even claiming that you didn't. You're just claiming that it's First Amendment. And that's why the judge had to point that out once again, which is he's not even contesting whether he did it or not. It's on camera and he put it out to the world. He's contesting whether it's covered under the First Amendment. That has nothing to do with what people did months ago. The legal question in front of them isn't, did someone follow you around or why they don't like you or any of those things. Those things are completely irrelevant to the case at hand. So him just spitting out these narratives is just a way to get his people to say them and donate to him. That's it. That's all it is.
To make him a victim again.
Correct.
He's being picked
He's
on.
the witness. He's a victim of the judge now. I guarantee you, they'll start saying the judge is biased and the judge is against him and it's the judge's fault and it's corruption and all the same shit they spin every time it doesn't go well for him.
Can we also talk about the fact that the donation site freekarenread.org, when you click on that, it now goes to him?
Yeah, I went over that earlier to just warn people. And I mean, I know there's probably maybe 100 more people listening now than before. I think it was at 1,100. Now we're over 1,200. But I did point that out earlier, that one, and actually Hank Brennan, I think, .org, same thing. It goes to his defense fund. So, I mean, it's a way to trick people, in my opinion, into just giving more. How many people donated to that thinking they were donating to Karen and instead donated to him, right? But also, how many people donated to him thinking he actually needed help paying with those defense fees? But what they didn't sign up for was him committing more crimes while he's out on bail, catching more cases, and then having to spend all this extra money, 20, 40 grand, 20 grand here, 20 grand here to New Jersey to 2 separate cases, and even probably more because he chose to do the things that he chose to do, right? No one signed up for that. No one was like, yeah, his point was to like, oh, I need help with these cases. But in reality, he didn't need help. He could have paid for all of that on his own. He had it. He just wanted everyone else to do it. Don't understand the whole point of asking for help with your defense fund if you could pay for it yourself. Make that make sense. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense at all. The Twitter tea. The Twitter tea. I'm looking. That's for sure. I'm seeing a lot of people say, rough hearing for him. Lots of pictures of Erica. Somebody's asking where her lips are.
What?
Somebody was asking where her lips went. I couldn't answer that question. I don't know. Somebody calling out Val for being a actual hypocrite. Let's see. They are whipped into a frenzy over a corrupt judge that isn't corrupt. The judge is following the law and what he's allowed to do. I mean, basically, Betterow and Bradel kind of asked the judge in a way to like stop the investigation into Aiden. And it's like, the judge has no legal right to stop a lawful legal criminal investigation into Aiden. You are right. Like, what world do you people live in? And that's why the judge was like, show me where I have the legal authority to stop anybody from investigating him. Show me where, right? And then and Betterow really didn't know what to say at that point, so he kind of tried to skip over it a little. And it's like, dude, that's what you're saying in these pleadings that aren't even pleadings, all right? Like, you're not even filing motions. Like, that's like lawyering 101. You want a judge to decide on something, or you want to talk about something, put it in a fucking motion, dude. No more Harold and the Purple Crayon. All right. Put it into motion. Otherwise, like the judge said today, he is not going to entertain it. He also said today that he was not going to entertain everything in the kitchen sink. If you're doing a motion about something, that's the topic you're going to stick to. You're not going to complain about what this person did and that person did and what you think about this and what you think about that. You're going to make a legal argument and a pleading about that subject only. The fact that the judge actually had to say that is quite concerning and should be very embarrassing for Betterow.
And I think that's the second time. I think
yeah, it is the second time.
Or Doolin, I think I know it was Doolin that came up and was just like, you can't give me give me something with motions. Like,
yep,
I don't know what this is.
You can't just keep sending a letter to the court.
Yeah, right.
It's got to be an emotion. So it is the second time he's been told that. So it's like, come on, man. Oh, yeah, that too. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's something he's been doing for a long time. Law Nerd Amber points out that people's cards getting charged multiple times for one Turtle Chat or one membership. That's something that he's been doing for 10 years. I'd also point out that a lot of the time, when you give a Turtle Chat or you put a membership through his thing, through his website, it gives him your email, your address, all this information that he then has passed along to people like Erica Walsh in order to dox and harass you later on when he doesn't like you. And that is seriously fucking concerning and illegal also. You cannot share people's private information with anyone if you run a business. Anyone. And this is considered a business. I file as a sole proprietor with my taxes when I do it. Like, I would never share someone's information, not even with my mods. They can't get into that. So unless you're giving them passwords and access to things that you shouldn't be, they should never be able to see anything like that. And for me, like, the only information I get is through PayPal, and it gives me like your email and like the city and state you're from. That's it. And your name, because your name's on your account. But other than that, like, that's information I would never dare. Nobody has the password to that except for me, period. Because listen, there have been plenty of people who have donated to me that don't like me later on from the turtle world, right? Like, I dealt with that early on. I've never dealt with that since, but early on I dealt with that. I've never doxed them. I've never handed out their information to anybody else. And it's seriously concerning that that's shit that he does. Because he doesn't just send it to one person. He sends it to a like slew of people. Like, oh, this is the person's name, and this is where they live, and this is their phone number, and this is their email address. So now that they don't like me, and now that they're saying like they're criticizing me, now we can know who they are and pull up all their records and do all these things. So it's like, just know that even if you like him, there might be a time that you breathe the wrong way. And when you do, he will use all that information to come at you.
Yeah.
Just be aware. And that whole double, triple charging thing, he's been doing that for at least a decade. And then he pretends it's some glitch. Oh, it's some glitch. I mean, to be fair, glitches do happen, right?
Like Wells Fargo. Oh, it was a glitch. 7 times it was a glitch.
Yeah. They do happen once in a blue moon, right? Like, but not as often as what he has had it happen. And also, if you don't point it out to him, he's not going to just, if that ever happened and someone was like, I got a double donation, my immediate thing would be to reach out to the person and ask if they meant to do that, right? Because some people do mean to do it. Others, it's just like you press the button twice and it did it twice. If they didn't mean to do it, you should be taking the action to go and refund them immediately, not them having to tell you that it happened, because then he just bets on people not realizing it, not seeing it, or being like, oh, well, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to seem like a cheapskate. And that's not fair to the people who are hardworking, giving their money to him. Like, they deserve for him to be proactive and say, okay, that's twice for the same person. Maybe I should reach out and see if they meant to do that. Like, that's how you would run a business, but we're not talking about somebody who's ethical or who gives a fuck about anybody themselves. So, you know, it's just sad, you know? Wait, hold on. So this one says, at least a lady said yesterday that she had been giving $50 to $100 monthly and didn't realize it was going to TB. Oh, for that .org, for the KarenReed.org. That's sad.
Wait, what happened? What's that?
A lady said yesterday that she'd been giving $50 to $100 monthly to the KarenReed.org, which goes to his defense fund, and didn't realize it was going to him.
Wow.
That's a no-go, bro. That's no-go.
Oh, boy.
To rectify that.
Yeah, that is not okay. That was another thing that pissed me off. YBE's right. Erica spread a rumor that YBE was an ugly white man for 3 days. Like, no, she's a beautiful black woman. Also, she's had her own channel before. Her picture is right in her, like,
right there,
what
isn't
the
it?
fuck is like? Yeah, it's right there. That's what she looks like. And you've heard her voice on Spaces, like we've heard her voice, but she has other YouTube videos. Like it would have taken 3 minutes of research to know that that's right. Why just say shit like that? It's like the same thing when Aiden called me a dropout. Like, not a dropout, bud. Not a dropout. My student loans definitely fucking say otherwise, and so does my graduation picture. But hey, let's just say shit because it's like fun to just make shit up. You know what I mean? Like, why? Like, why? Oh, you don't want to see her up close, YBE. It's not, you might want to run. Bleach maybe for your eyes, I guess. You know, I love that Erica calls anybody else anything else about their looks. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me that she calls anybody else a bitch or ugly or anything. I actually love when people call me ugly because, I mean, hello, I was a stripper for 10 years and like, you know, I know I'm not an ugly girl. I'm not supermodel, but I know that I'm not an ugly girl. So I just laugh because it makes me chuckle a little. Like, dude, I've been married twice. God, my first husband's soul, he passed away, but 3 men have proposed to me and I've been married twice. I have 3 beautiful daughters. So, I'm gonna guess that I'm probably not a bad looking chick.
And you got the moves too. You got the moves on the pole and everything
else. I got the
else.
moves like Jagger. All right. I got
Right.
the moves like Jagger.
Yeah, there you go. Real quick, just disclaimer because again, I was at court. Erica was at court. Erica came by to introduce herself and say like, "Hey,
she
you know,
did."
You? Oh yeah, like
she wanted you the turtle rider, Julie.
Well, I expected it because it was like, well, they don't know who I am. I'm this weirdo in glasses, and you know, like you know, like who are you? It was like, okay, like you know, like they're gonna come and like you know check and be like, hey, you know.
Hi.
You know, friend of Phil's like, hey, I'm just here. So like disclaimer, she was, you know, nothing but civil to me. I was nothing but civil to her. She, you know, she said her thing. I said my thing. She was there in court. I was there in court, you know, like for the most part, like, you know, loud and talking. And they came in, it's like, hey, everybody shut up. We're at court. But like, aside from that, everybody was civil. Like, you know, like everybody was, you know, well
I'm actually shocked because that doesn't usually happen.
That's well, maybe because it was in Boston. So
well, they definitely know that Boston means more business. They won't play the games that Norfolk County does.
That's why I went to Boston because number one, it's a hell of a lot closer to me. Number two, like that's where I'm from. Like number three, like I know that like this is like hey, like let's keep moving. Like you know, like like you know, like I've known people who have cases in business there, and it's like no, like shit or get off the pot. Like, let's go.
Right. Like, let's do this.
So it's like okay, like if they're going to do something like, hey, let's see, like, you know, and again, like I live here, you live here. And it's like, you know, we don't want this to, you know, mess with stuff because like you look at this and it's like, well, do you want to throw the whole entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you know, book of laws and statutes out the window to like save one person? Who,
no.
In my opinion, I think he very much did a lot of this stuff and like needs to stop.
And he put it on and he doesn't dispute that he did it. That's the thing. He doesn't dispute that he did it. He's just disputing that it's First Amendment covered and it's not, right? Like Beach makes a great point here. He is a con man. Like he's a con man. That's what he is. Like he is a goddamn con man. Mitzi said the lady was a longtime donor to the account and didn't know that Aiden sort of hijacked because if you go to the KarenReed.org, that's what comes up is like his legal defense fund. So if you're donating to that and it's under KarenReed.org, you're going to think it's for her, right?
Like I didn't know that. Wow.
I mean, it is technically fraud. It is technically fraud. Deidre dropped, but I'm sure we can get her back. But yeah. I mean, yeah, he's buying a house, right? But he still needs help with his legal defense fund, guys. Remember? It's so crazy to me. Like, it's so freaking crazy to me. It makes no sense at all. Like it just doesn't. Well, who are right? You're me, right? Aren't you me at one point? Weren't you me at one point? Didn't you also work for Kate for one? I think everybody has been accused of working for Kate at one point, right? Like again, I think we should get paychecks. Like no, JFK wasn't outside.
No.
No,
he wasn't there today.
I love supporting both. I love that. When you search Karen Reed Give Send Go, it redirects to TV. Yeah. So does I can't remember if it's like hankbrennan.org or Hank.
Oh yeah, that's the other one they did too. Yeah.
Goes right to Aiden's thing, you know? It's like, when did he put out the receipts yet of that money for the fundraiser for Halloween? No, because he never will. That's why. Cosgrove. I don't remember hearing that from Cosgrove.
Well, so towards the end he said that he was gonna make I think Deirdre's back.
Yeah, I can't hold it's not. It says devices not connected though. Hold on. Yeah,
Are you
it
in a
won't
black
let me.
hole?
It
Are
won't.
you in a poltergeist? Don't go towards the light.
Deidre, you gotta. So I gotta go back out and try to come back in because it says device. I can't even click on it. It says devices not connect. Oh, they'll need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. You got to fix your camera and your audio before I can add you. It won't let me.
Fix your whoosy whatsy.
Yeah, your whoosy what's it from the who for what's it. But yeah, I mean, where's that $5,200?
Yeah.
Where is it?
That's so like one of the last things, it's like while like everybody was like, oh, let's grab our stuff again, it's like, okay, like it seems like we're done. Like one of the last things he said was like, oh yeah, for the next time. It kind of sounded like he was going to do something for next time, where he talked about something with a restraining order and was like, wait, I don't think he has a restraining order. Like I'm not exactly sure.
There's a
talking about.
Damn it. It still says, so you're going to have to connect your camera and your audio, Deidre, before you can be added. It won't let me even click on it until you connect your camera and your audio. No, I mean, here's the thing. You wouldn't normally hear a prosecutor say that they're going to do a bail revocation. I didn't hear that. I watched the entire thing.
Yeah, no, he didn't say that. He just said like he's going to do like something. It's like, well, we we need to address like something.
I heard him talk about addressing the protective order.
Oh, is that what it was?
So,
okay.
Yeah. So the protective order is the order on information for like discovery and things that he's not allowed to like release to the public, but instead he keeps giving it to other people to release it. That's against the order. You cannot give it to other people to release it. That means you're releasing it. If you're releasing it to anybody aside from your defense team, then you are breaking the order. In his mind, if he gives it to someone else and someone else releases it, it's not breaking the order. It is breaking the order because you gave it to someone else besides your defense team.
Well, also some of the like I believe some of the stuff was under like the Roe and Co stuff that came out after the Karen Reed stuff with I think it was Proctor's text messages, because that's federal material and like they had
protected federal material,
right, protected, yeah, and so like they agreed to it again. Saying,
there's
like,
two protective, a federal protective order,
and so
and
that's
then
federal,
a state, protective, but there's two protective orders on it,
right? Yeah, that's big time. And it's like, well, like, because I remember saying that, and like again, like elsewhere on the internet, it was like, hey, as FYI, if you see any of this, this is under a federal protective order. Do not retweet it. Don't mess with it. Just leave it alone. It's not supposed to be out there. And like, it was quiet for some time, and then all of a sudden, like, boop, here they are. Like, oh no.
I mean, the answer to that, Beach, is essentially you could revoke bail if you wanted for breaking a protective order, but they don't usually, right? I don't see. That's okay. No worries. That's what I'm here for, my friend. That's what I'm here for, to clarify. They don't usually, if you just for breaking the protective order. But if you couple it with the new charges from New Jersey in the two separate cases, then yeah, that'd be a good reason to revoke bail. Although I think he should have already went for a bail revocation. I do think he's probably, like someone said earlier, waiting for one of the New Jersey cases to go forth and then put it in. But I also think he's a little slower on the uptick of picking up the information that's currently like coming in like daily. And I don't think he processes it fast enough. Like it authenticates it fast enough to bring it in front of the court. And that's why I keep saying like he needs to have an office of special counsel, not just special counsel, right? There needs to be an entire office that helps him, like multiple other paralegals and multiple other lawyers, because this is not a case one person could ever handle. I don't believe it.
No way. I mean, it's like
even
one
when
after another. It's like he goes to argue one motion. It's like, we're going to put this on instead. It's like, what?
Well, it kind of got thrown onto Cosgrove because Cosgrove was really only there to help Mello. And then Mello got cancer.
Is that where he came from? Okay.
Yeah, Mello got cancer and he's really sick. He's, he's got cancer. So he had to end up going to treatment, hospital and chemo and all that stuff. So essentially Mello physically couldn't do the job anymore. And so it kind of just got given to Cosgrove in his lap because he was already just helping Mello, which is like the, evidence, paperwork, all that stuff. And he was the only other one. So he essentially had to take it over and he didn't want to. He didn't want to. That's not what he did not come to be like the main person. That's not why he agreed to help out. And then it was essentially like basically thrown in his lap without an option. So, I mean, yeah, they could see, that's the thing that, yeah, they could hire paralegals, interns, other attorneys. But as far as I understand, there's only one other person, just in the same way that Mello only had Cosgrove. So, I mean, why? Why? He's a special counsel. Give him an office of special counsel. Give him multiple other attorneys. This is not a one-person case. It's an internet case, and you have a man who's way too old doing an internet case. You know, like, it's like nobody else wants to deal with the aggravation. That's why. The other attorneys do not want to deal with Aiden. They don't want to deal with his aggravation, and not because he didn't commit the crimes, but because they don't want their families drugged through the mud, their wives' jobs, their children's schools. Like, that's why, you know, that's why. Ultimately, his fans are buying him that house. You know, it's sad. That's all he can do is use people. I think about him buying a house, and then I think about all of the money that people gave him and how fast that they are going to flush it down the tubes when they realize what has happened here. And that might take all the way until trial for people to, I mean, I do see a lot more people waking up, but like they might take a longer time for other people to wake up. And in that, I feel bad. I feel bad for those people. I feel bad that they don't essentially realize until it's too late what they've helped him with and what they've helped him do. And then I think about the people who are willing to speak up about him and all of the harm and pain and aggravation that we have all endured. And I think about what people are willing to pay for and what people are willing not to pay for. And I, you know, will get clips of like some of these people like Jess Machado lying. And in the background, you'll see like 15 super chats, right? Or she'll be reading 15 different donations. And it's like, willing to donate to people who are going to lie to your face, who are committing crimes, who are threatening people, who are blackmailing people, and people like Jess are hiding it. And then she gets caught, and then it's like, oh, I lied because it's my friend. And it's like, if I did that, let's be clear. If I did that, they would all be saying I'm a horrible human being. Right? Like, because I would never do something like that. But that's the point, right? Is they would be jumping so fast on that bandwagon that I'm a horrible person. And it's like, people honestly would rather be lied to and have the Insta drama than support people who are going to give them it straight. It's just what it is. It's more salacious that way, right? The drama is more salacious. Like, they want it. And it's sad because ultimately I've heard from some of these people when they make it out of the cult and they're like, I want a fucking refund. Like, I feel terrible. And then it also discourages them from actually supporting someone else, thinking that they might be duped again. Right. So maybe they like knitting, right? Say they like knitting or crafting. And they find another channel that's like knitting or crafting. And they're like, you know what? I'm not going to donate to this channel. I'm not going to support this channel because I did it with this idiot and he turned out to be a horrible person. So I don't want to do that again. And so then the other people suffer. Might be really good people, smaller channels, and they suffer because of the shit he does. And it's like, I refuse to let that shit happen, dude. And it's like, I will do whatever is in my power to help people who have been hurt, whatever, like people who are telling the truth or are willing to stand up and tell the truth. Like, whatever I have in me to do, I'll do, you know, like, because it's not right. It's just not right. It's not fair. It's not right. People are being hurt. Their families are being hurt. Lives are being changed and altered, all because a sewer turtle wants to hide his behavior. That's sad. It's just sad.
Yeah. I mean, it's God.
See, Jesse is writing the transcript. Yeah. Cannot figure out my friggin' new laptop. Yeah. You have to like turn the camera on and your audio, or it doesn't let me like add you. But a thing should pop up when you pop into the back like that. A thing should pop up that says like, connect your camera and audio to this computer or something like that.
You might
now a TV supporter. Yeah, well, that's because Lindsay is common sense.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
yeah, I mean, that's common sense. That's why
it's
why.
It's something else. Like, you know, like I, you know, like since like since like the summertime, it was like, like let me take an eye on other stuff. Like he would go live and like he would show his little, like he would show his documentaries. He'd talk about Bohemian Grove, and it's like, okay, like that's interesting. Like you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt, but like it's interesting. Like I see what you're going. Like, oh, I'll learn about this, but like like take it with a grain of salt because like, you don't know where it's coming from. And then like it like seemed to turn somewhere. It's like, what is going on?
Well, that's the thing. Is it didn't turn. It was always like that. You guys just didn't see it. It was always like that. He was always like that. He's been like that since way before the Karen Reed case. It just the problem was no one was. So when people like me or long before me, Kate, Shannon, like when people were bringing out the shit he was doing into the public realm, his ability to say this person's bad and they're only doing this to screw me over. They're lying and they're making shit up and they're doing it to get one over. His ability to make people believe that anyone he targets is bad is why people just simply didn't listen, or they discounted anything someone he said was bad would say. I've had people admit this to me over and over and over again, where they're like, I'm sorry. Like I should have listened to you. I didn't listen to your show. I didn't even watch your show because you said you're bad. Right. And so I automatically assumed you were bad. And so I never gave you even 10 seconds. And it's like,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, like I found you through, I think the first time it was when it was when Sean did his live and he was like, hey, I'm going over to Rogies, and I think you and what's his face, Rogie Rogue were on. It was like, oh, okay, and like like it just happened to pop up again, like every once in a while. It's like, oh, that's just like there's like Kate and her stuff, and it's like, oh, there's Elise and like that's Sean's friend, so like okay, must be good people. So so like that's just why. And then like just like the last like couple of months, like just like completely took off, and good for you.
Yep.
I think I started following you again at around 2.2 thousand subs, and you're above 3. So good for you.
Yeah. I mean, I had more than that before, but I think it was like 3,000 that were taken out just in a small blip. As soon as he attacks you, that's kind of what happens. If you have a YouTube channel, like you're going to lose money, you're going to lose subs. And I knew that would happen if I spoke up, and I was willing to take that risk because too many people were, even to me privately, were like, Elisa, I was there, so I know that what he's saying right now is not true, but I can't say anything because if I say something publicly, he's going to come after my family.
Yeah, then shit's going to rain down. Yep.
So many people were like, I'm so sorry. But it's like, are you though? Are you though? Because you know he's trashing me, you know he's lying, and you and maybe 2 other people are the only people who can clear up that that's a lie, and you won't say anything. What am I supposed to do? I can't prove something that didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, how do you do that? Like a double negative? Like, how do you do that exactly? So it's like, I think that was one of the things that really pushed me to stay speaking up, is that even if
someone
I don't
has
like
to.
you,
Someone
if
has
he's
to.
accusing you of doing something that I know you didn't do, I'm going to say something, because there were too many people that weren't willing to do it for me. And that's a shitty place to be. It's a shitty feeling when you know people can exonerate you, but they won't because they're too afraid. And I don't blame them for being afraid. I don't at all. I understand it and I respect it and I get it. But for me, that was a really dark place, because so many people could discount all of the things he was saying, all of them, and no one would speak up. And when they did, it was like months later. So the damage was already done. You know what I mean? Like the damage was already done at that point. And it's like, even to this day, some of these people just repeat shit that he said that just has no basis in reality about me at all. None, zero. Like, and I mean, granted, there are a lot more people speaking up. There are a lot more people who are, defending me. There are a lot more people like seeing it all. But when you are in that and you're on that island by yourself, it's
you're a lonely island. It's just you and everybody else and sharks. Yep.
It's a shit place to be when you're the only one, right? Like you're the only one who can fight it by yourself, and it's your word against this asshole. It's like most people aren't going to listen to you, and they didn't, right? For a long time. And so when Chris's girlfriend made that comment I was talking about earlier, on a post to me, like that just resonated with me. Like she's 100% right. Like, yeah, it does feel like vindication. Yes, it does feel like, finally people are listening. Like finally everything I said is now being proven,
Yeah. Like told you so. Yeah.
It's almost like that, right? Like, man, I told you so. Like, can't say I didn't tell you so, because I did. It definitely makes me feel seen. It definitely makes me feel vindicated. But at the same time, and I know it's just, I can't help it, you guys, and those of you who know me in person know that this is the way I am. Don't judge me. But I do still have empathy for even some of the people who say shitty things about me, because I still know that they're caught in a cult where they don't even realize they're in a cult until they're out of it. right? And they can keep saying they're not all they want, but when they get out, they'll realize. And it's like, I feel like I'm not doing enough if those people aren't coming out of it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, what else can I do to help these people get the fuck out of there? You know what I mean? Like, and I've done it all. There's nothing else I can do at this point, but not shut up and not go away. That's it. That's all I got. Like,
right. Yeah. I mean, that's somebody, who, like, might, like, like drink too much or, just partake too much and, whatever it is, or eat too much. And just like, well, they're only going to change if they, right. Like, you could take all the information,
want to.
Science, everywhere else, low fat, whatever, whatever the case may be, like, unless they want to, do it and then actually like physically, like, like open their eyes, like, oh my God, like it'll never get to them. But yeah, like, you just like, like just patience and like, just give it there until it's like, if it happens, it happens. And
you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink,
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's just a, suck situation. I mean, like, like I see, a lot of this stuff going on and like, I, like going to, like, I keep calling it church because I'm so used to going to church with the pews and everything else and you stand, sit. Well, you don't
stand,
kneel.
sit. Yeah. Stand, sit, kneel, stand, sit, kneel.
Right. Yeah. So like, it's like I'll go to court just to like, like see like what's going on to like get the flavor because like, number one, these people aren't doing it. And like I got interested, like, like I never, like again, come from math and science background. I was like never really too interested in this, but it's like, well, if not now, when are you going to do it? Like, what's the opportunity? Like something going to like jump up and smack you in the face? Like this kind of already like jumped up and smacked you in the face. So like, let's get involved in this. And then just like, it just turned into like this other stuff. And it's like, well, and like that goes to like the quote unquote drama channel. Like I think a lot more stuff in like the court is like the more like dramatic stuff with like how the judge responds and stuff like that. But then like there's the outside stuff, like the psychological aspect of it, which is fascinating. And but like it just sucks because like those are real people. Like people forget on the other end of your phone.
They're real humans and real families and real lives.
There, yeah.
That's the one thing that bothers me so much, and maybe it's because I've been doing advocacy work for so long. That like, these are real people with real life. Like I can attest to how my own life has been upended by this. Like, and so when other victims come to me and I have to hear about how their lives have been upended and how and why, and like, it's heartbreaking. People do forget these are people behind the screen. When you're going after someone, they are people. They're real. They're not just a name on a screen. They're people, but that's okay, Claude, because you got out of it. Right. So many people will say they're embarrassed. They're ashamed. They feel like they're stupid. You're not stupid, right? Plenty of really intelligent people fall for shit like this, right? Really intelligent people. It's not about being stupid. Don't be embarrassed. Don't be ashamed because you're not in it anymore. You're out of it, right? You see what's now happening. And all we can do now is try to help other people out of it, like just try to help other people out as best as we can. And that's exactly it, Lizzie. I've said this. I feel like I've said this so many times that if you went back to all my streams and counted how many times I said that and gave me a penny for each one, I'd be a millionaire. But once you see who he is, you can no longer unsee it. It's not unseeable anymore. You can no longer ignore it. A lot of them, it's like 80% or more women. Even my channel, it's 70% women and I think it's 33% men. So it's a little under 70%. It's 33% men and 70-something% women. Yeah, see, exactly. The important things that you got out, and now you know how people use coercive tactics. He's unfortunately not the only one out there. And he's not. Deidre's right. He's not the only one. He said I was crazy and really dumb. Do I look crazy? I mean, I have PTSD, so I mean,
I'm kidding.
I'm definitely far from dumb. That is probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard someone say is that I'm dumb. Anybody in real life should laugh at that who knows me. Dumb? Far from it. Far from it. I'm not going to say I'm the most intelligent person on planet Earth. I'm not. I'm a smart girl. I'm not stupid by any means. But if that's what he says about everybody, right? You're dumb. You're a grifter. You're a scammer. You're crazy. It's all the same shit.
That's the easiest thing. Yeah.
Same shit.
You're crazy. You're heartless. You're this. You're that. You're insane. You need therapy. Lots and lots of therapy. Yep. All that stuff.
We all get therapy except him. Isn't that funny? There's no shame in getting therapy. I've been getting therapy for years, dude. I have PTSD. I need it. Right. I have a lot of trauma. I hear you, girl. Don't worry about it. We got you. You were here for forever. So don't worry. Listening is totally fine, And I think No, I highly doubt Bradel has a full calendar of murder trials. He's a fucking liar. That's my opinion. My opinion, he's a bold-faced fucking liar. He just likes to give the judge this idea that, like, oh, those dates might get filled up and they might not work for him, which is exactly, the judge knew exactly what he was doing, because the judge was like, well, we're not pushing it off any, so don't tell me later on that you can't make it, because that's what's happening.
Could you see his face when he did that?
No.
I think he said that it was on Turtle and
I was just watching. Yeah, I just kept it on Aiden and his attorneys the entire time.
His face, his eyes got extra big and was like, oh no, we will not be going back. It stays here. It might go right. It might like push it back. Like it might be sooner, but no,
but not later.
Right here. Like,
yep,
oh,
I love
this
that.
guy is not part of the like.
He clearly knew what I knew what Bradel was doing right away. Anybody who didn't know right away, like, you know what I mean? Like everybody knew what he was trying to pull right in that moment. You know, like I think Frankie Figs here is right. Sooner or later, his simps will run out of money and he'll have no use for them. The problem is they just get refilled with other simps. So the ones will run out of money and then more will come. And that's the problem. More who don't know who he is and what he does will come. And that's how he keeps surviving, is new people he recycles almost all of his old audience out when they realize who he is. The problem is that newer people come in. And then he has that same like 20 or 30 people that stay there that keep pushing out his narratives to the newer people.
Yeah, like that happened, what, in 2019 or 2021, whatever it was, whenever that like big, like great, like the hackening, like I've been hacked. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The hackening. I'm made an attorney, be afraid of me. I know, right? Rubber and glue. The fact that he even attempted to call me stupid should show you how exponentially smart he is.
Deirdre knows.
Yeah. I mean, Lizzie right here is right. All the things he says about me or anyone else is actually something that he's admitting to himself. He is the big, I'm not kidding when I have said so many times his brain needs to be studied. I have never seen someone project the amount that man has. Almost everything he says about someone else is something he has done. And it's like, no wonder why he's so paranoid that everybody's committing a conspiracy around him, because he does it. But no one with a normal brain, no one who is sane is going to do that kind of diabolical shit, man. You know? Like, what the hell? Yeah, everyone around them does. He needs therapy. Obviously, Meredith has said that. She set him up with therapy, and then he stopped going. Ooh, shocker. He stopped going. We all knew that would happen. If there's not somebody there to hold him accountable, he's not going to do it, you know? If Aiden actually takes to trial a First Amendment defense of sorts, it could actually be really interesting. I don't think he will. That's just my opinion, but I honestly think he'll try to take a deal. You know? I think he'll try to take a deal because he does not want all of that information that could come out into the public, and the public, I promise you, he does not want that out there. You know? Yeah, there's lots of guys in the gaming and tech community. Women are the minority over there. You know? He is weak. I agree with you. But that's why he has to coercively control other people, because he's weak. You know what I'm saying? That makes him feel bigger. Makes him feel bigger to use and abuse other people.
Yeah.
I agree with Lizzie. I would probably feel bad for his therapist. Poor thing. Would be gaslit into oblivion, you know? I have a question. Aiden he did take the fifth.
No.
In Karen's trial.
Yeah.
It can be viewed as an acceptance of
no.
So they can't use that. That cannot be used as an acceptance of guilt, because it's your right of self-incrimination. They cannot use it against you and say, well, he didn't want to testify because he could incriminate himself, therefore he's guilty. Because it's your right, they can't do that. They can't use that against you. We can make that assumption, right? We absolutely can make that assumption. They wouldn't be able to bring that into his case, because you have the ultimate right as to not incriminate yourself. So they can't be like, well, he took the fifth, so clearly he was going to incriminate himself. Don't ask me why they made the law that way. It just is. So they cannot bring that to a case later on and say, oh, well, they pled the fifth, so clearly they're guilty. No, they can't. Unfortunately, they can't do that.
Right. Well, I think the reason with that, because when that first happened, I remember it was like, wait a minute, why would he plea if he's, you know, like if he's, you know, so hell bent? Because like I had a big issue where he was just like, oh, it makes my dick hard to go up there. It was like, well,
and we all knew he wasn't going to. Everyone knew he would plead.
Yeah. And so
we all
like,
knew that.
Like, why are you shouting so loudly if like if what you're saying is true? It was like, no, let it all get out there, let it out there. And then like you think about it, it's like, okay, like it does make sense where it's like, well, you need to protect it because he hasn't been charged with anything yet. And so it's like, well, you may or may not have something. He hasn't been charged, or I'm sorry, It's not that he hasn't been charged or like, I forget what it is. Like, it's like you do the thing and it's like, well, I can't admit to it because I haven't been charged, but more importantly, I haven't been tried by a jury of my peers and I haven't been found guilty. So it's like, well, let's protect it because until that happens, you don't need to admit to shit. So like, I get that's the point where it's like, okay, you can't make, like, they can't say like, well, you murdered this person, but we're going to get you on this parking ticket. Let's admit to the murder. So based on the part, like, you know, like it's something like admit to like a lower, like I forget how it is, but it's basically like admit to the lower crime or charge him with the lower crime so that you admit to the higher crime.
Right.
Basically say like this, where it's like, no, you can't do that because that's a way of like coercion. And so like, that's how like the Fifth Amendment works. But
I mean, I know that
I get it up there and, you know,
saying, but it means you acknowledge there's an incrimination at hand. Yes and no. So under the law,
right,
when you take the fifth, you're not acknowledging that you're going to incriminate yourself. That's the difference. Is you have the right to just not testify and take the fifth to not incriminate yourself, but that could just be because they might ask you something that could make you look incriminating, right? And so,
well, that's why they don't. Yeah, that's why
they don't get the assumption that you're going to incriminate yourself. That's the difference, right? And so when you take the fifth, they do not get to make the assertion that because you took the fifth, that means there's incriminating stuff there, or that you were going to, you know, incriminate yourself. Unfortunately, that's just the way that works here in the United States. It's kind of ass backwards because, like, that's the assertion anyone could make, which is you took the fifth, so clearly you were going to incriminate yourself, right? But they're not allowed to use that. We can all make that assumption,
right?
But they can't use that in court.
Yeah. In civil trials, though, you can. So that's why they're saying, like, listen, you need to testify, you know, like with with Turtle and with Karen Reed and like anybody else that they call. It's like you are not allowed to because it's civil.
You can't claim
there are no criminal charges here. Yeah. So
you can't go to there's nothing to incriminate because it's not a criminal. It's not criminal. It's civil.
Yeah. But they can infer where it's like, oh, if you pled the fifth, you must be covering something. So it can infer with criminal, you can't do that.
Can't do that in criminal cases. Yeah. Aiden does have delusions of grandeur with everything, not just the first day thing, but with everything. And Bradel thinks even if he does get it in front of SCOTUS, dude, they're not going to take it. It's not something they're going to take. Like, they have the choice. SCOTUS has the choice to take cases and not take cases. They choose which cases they're going to take on and what legal questions they're going to take on. This is not one that they're going to take on. I mean, if his lawyers were any half decent at that point, they would have told him to take the fifth. I would have, if that was I mean, otherwise, he was absolutely going to incriminate himself and get destroyed. That would have happened, you know? One of them was February 5th, but they changed it now to March. So.
Oh, it is March. I thought it was April. Okay, I'm going to have to write it down in my
March
from the Navy calendar. 2
March. Now he has this criminal case March. Then he has one, Donna's New Jersey one in March. No, this is criminal, the stuff that Aiden's facing right now, but he is dealing with a civil as well. But this is the stuff we watched today is criminal. It's all criminal. Bradel's always slacking. I don't think he knows his ass from his elbow at that point. There is so many. I agree with you. You know, that's a good question. I think if they wanted to go for RICO on him, they totally could. 100%. But it is 3:08, guys. And I love you all. And I would stay here for 100 more years. But I have to go get my kiddo off the bus. And I've already been here almost 6 hours. So I will thank Julie and thank Deidre for being here. Thank you for being boots on the ground for us, Julie. We appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you so very much for giving for giving us the avenue to say, like, I went down there. It was like, well, I'm not really prepared to, you know, like put this on, like, whatever it was. And it was like, hey, like, well, at least the stuff, like, give it to her. That way you can bring it. So, and that works. So thank you very, very, very much for that. And again, don't go to people's houses and do all that doxing bullshit and whatever and whatnot. And, so.
But you guys could pop over to Deidre's Spaces if she's still doing
tonight,
it. 7:30. She's still doing one right now. So it's called Aiden Court Aftermath Take 3.
Hi, everybody.
It's over on Deidre's Spaces, so you should all pop over there after here. I'm sending the good people to you, Deidre. But I love your stinking faces. You guys know how to donate to the channel. If you want to support the channel, you can hit the like button. You can subscribe. You can share. Those are free. You can hype the video when it's not live anymore. That actually helps small creators. It's like a new YouTube thing they're doing where you hit the hype button. I think it takes like 5 minutes when it's not live anymore, and then the hype button pops up. That's helpful. Writing comments on the videos when they're not live anymore. Those are helpful. And then there are the monetary ways that we have them all in the description of the video. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, those are on the screen. And then we have a link in the chat. It's also in the description of the video. You can use any credit or debit card. We have Chime. We have Revolut for those of you out of country. as well as PayPal. I love your stinking faces. I will see you all. What's today? Friday. I won't see you guys till Sunday, but I'll see you guys on my Sunday show. I love y'all. Everybody have an amazing day. Bye.